Okay, here we go. Can you hear me, Jeff? La di da da da. Just doing a mic check on this live stream. I hope anybody listening out there in the ether can hear me. That's right, yeah. How about you, Jeff? Can you hear me out there across campus? Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. A horse is just a horse, of course, unless, of course, that horse, of course, is the famous Mr. Ed. You got me? Mic check, mic check. Hello. Cool beans.
Given the weather, we're going to let's wait just like 5 or 10 more minutes because what I have heard is that the highways are atrocious. So, and this is Oklahoma. We know how to be socially late. And, but I think that would be the wise thing to do. Is that all right with everyone? All right. Okay. Hmm. I'm going to go ahead and get started now. I would like to welcome each and every one of you here to this event, the second day of Building Bridges 2.0, Liberty, Justice, and Equality. Those basic themes are being discussed today because in our nation, we have difficult conversations to make about who we are, what we believe, and what direction we're going to head. And this, the second day of the conference, continues that dialogue over the issues of justice. And depending upon whether you are conservative, a progressive liberal, or a libertarian, justice can mean different things. Given that, and given the type of fractiousness that exists within our society, it is very vital that we talk about those differences in order to try to find common ground. I've often asked myself, if our nation were to have a true national emergency, could we come together as one people? And I've asked that question to a variety of colleagues and friends. And every one of them have replied, I don't know. And that should be disconcerting to everyone. It should be equally disconcerting that we are no longer on par with our primary allies of England, France, Germany, in terms of our commitment to democracy. Instead, we are on par with Panama and Croatia. And can you tell me, could you find Croatia on the map if you had to? A lot of Oklahomans would not be able to find it. And that, my friend, should be very disconcerting, especially with the situation taking place between Israel and Hamas, because we don't know where that will lead. We do not know what the future holds. But we have to solve our identity crisis as a nation. We cannot be like Esau and give up our birthright for a half-eaten bowl of porridge. So that is why this conference was designed to start people talking and thinking about the future of this country and what democracy means to them. Now, before I hand things over to President Hale, I want to make a special greeting to the women at Mabel Bassett. When I was there about 6 or 7 weeks ago, you may not remember me at all, but I remember you. You gave me a gift. When my wife died, there was the personal part of me died as well. But based upon the conversations and interactions that I had with you, you gave me a gift. And where much is given, much is expected. So this is just a tiny, tiny way for me to say thank you. Now, I would like to introduce President Hale. She is the first woman to lead this university, a historic women's university at that. So if you would give me, or give her, a round of applause, President Hale.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. This conference has been one of the big highlights of my very short tenure as president of the University of Science and Arts of Oklahoma. These conversations are so important. And these 3 days could not have been possible without the very hard work of Dr. Tonnia Anderson. And if you would allow me to ask all of you, let's recognize her once again for her very thoughtful work. I'd like to welcome all of those who are joining us online as well. I know your greetings to Mabel Bassett is important. I believe my friend Gary Lee from the Oklahoma Eagle is also online. As president of the University of Science and Arts of Oklahoma, and as a former student of USAO 40 years ago with Tonnia, I take immense pride in our affiliation with the Ada Lois Scipio Fisher Center for Social Justice and Racial Healing. The impactful endeavors of the Fisher Center hold profound significance, particularly amidst the substantial societal changes currently unfolding within our nation and on a global scale. A university serves as a crucible for the nurturing of fresh ideas, the fearless exploration of complex subjects, and spirited debates. This environment is not solely for the acquisition of knowledge, but also for the anticipation that these conversations might push us beyond our comfort zones, and that's okay. It may compel us to reevaluate our deeply ingrained personal convictions, whether they are social, religious, political, or born of the family from which you came. Our next speaker will do just that. Reginald Dwayne Betts is a celebrated author, poet, dedicated educator, legal scholar, and prominent advocate for prison reform. His contributions have been instrumental in shaping the ongoing national dialogue on social justice. He is the founder and director of Freedom Reads, a first-of-its-kind organization that empowers people through literature to confront what incarceration does to the human spirit and radically transform access to literature in prison. Mr. Betts possesses a personal history profoundly influenced by the racial disparities inherent in our legal system, a deep appreciation for the transformative capacity of literature in instilling hope, and a powerful understanding of how one individual can create a meaningful impact on the lives of others. At the age of 16, Mr. Betts' life instantly changed when he and a friend participated in a carjacking that resulted in an arrest and him being charged as an adult. He consequently spent more than 8 years in prison, 14 months of which was spent in solitary confinement. Throughout his incarceration, reading emerged as a wellspring of solace, revelation, companionship, and empowerment. It was through the medium of poetry that he unearthed his own voice and discovered his true calling. As he aptly observed, I saw the poet not merely a utilitarian figure, but as a conduit for art. Within a poem, one has the ability to bestow an entire world upon someone. After serving his prison term, Mr. Betts leaned into education, writing, and activism. He eventually received degrees from Prince George's Community College and the University of Maryland College Park. He went on to receive his master's degree from Warren Wilson College in Massachusetts and his Juris Doctorate from Yale University, where he is now a Ph.D. candidate, unless you've already received your degree. Okay, you're there. You're almost there. ABD, well done. In 2012, President Barack Obama named Betts a member of the Coordinating Council on Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. In 2019, Betts won the National Magazine Award in Essays and Criticism for his New York Times Magazine essay that chronicled his journey from prison to becoming a licensed attorney. He has been awarded a Radcliffe Fellowship from Harvard's Radcliffe Institute of Advanced Study and an Emerson Fellowship at New America. In 2018, he was chosen to be a writing fellow for PEN America's Writing for Justice Fellowship. That same year, he was also awarded a Guggenheim Fellowship. In 2021, Mr. Betts was awarded a MacArthur Foundation Genius Grant. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the podium poet, author, and scholar Reginald Dwayne Betts.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, yeah, I've never actually done this before, and I don't even know if it works. I'm gonna try it one more time. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. You know when you go to a speech and you say good morning and nobody responds, and then the person up front, they then pretend to be charismatic, and they say something that's silly, like, I know y'all not tired. Y'all had a cup of coffee. Everybody say good morning. It's not raining outside. You have no reason to be upset. And you haven't really worn your best shoes to Oklahoma and only to meet the rain. I'm doing my best Ralph Ellison impression. I think I get a chance to speak to you guys twice today. So I'm going to do two different things, and I'll just lay it out now. This morning, I'm going to talk about Freedom Reads. I'm honored to be here, really. You know, the invitation to speak is not something I take lightly. I realize that when we talk about building community and we talk about healing, part of that, the first step to that, is who do you allow into the room? And institutions have an enormous amount of power to decide who they allow into a room. But the funny thing is not just who they allow into the room as students and who they allow into the room as speakers. It's also who they allow into the room as audience members. And I just found out now that it's a group of women that's currently incarcerated that's watching this. And so part of the reason why I wanted to open up this morning and talk about Freedom Reads is because I do want to, maybe for the first time, have a kind of robust conversation about what I think my work is doing in trying to create a sort of intervention into the societal troubles that we have. I think that it is actually an absurdity for most of us to imagine that the work that we're doing has anything to do with the troubles of the world. And yet, it is so many of us who spend so much time pontificating about those troubles that those of us who might have something to say about what needs to happen, it's more imperative that they say something. I particularly believe, for some absurdity, that I sit at a real interesting vantage point to think about all of these questions. I vote Democrat, but for years I couldn't vote because I'm a convicted felon. I have worked as a public defender, but I am also on the only commission in the United States of America that hires prosecutors, which means for the last 3 years, I've hired with my colleagues every prosecutor from line level first job out of law school to career change to state's attorney to chief state's attorney in the state of Connecticut. I also have recently decided that I like guns. See, some of y'all like me now. Some of y'all's like, oh shit, he like guns? What? That's my love language. And the irony is that when I decided that I wanted to learn how to shoot a gun, I had to figure out the rules. I should tell you the truth. I decided that I wanted to learn how to shoot guns, not because I really like guns, but because I wanted to be a lawyer. And when I had passed the bar exam, I got a letter letting me know that I passed the bar exam, but saying that they had to have several meetings to see if I had the character and fitness to be a lawyer. And so I started doing everything I could to show that I had the character and fitness. So I was able to vote in Maryland because in Maryland, you could vote as long as you're free and off probation. So because I was off probation, I had been voting for a long time. But Virginia hadn't given me my voting rights back. And so I applied for my voting rights back from Virginia. And then they gave me those back, but it was still this challenge. Would I get to be a lawyer? So I ended up applying for my gun rights back. I had to appear for a judge. I had to sort of put together a packet about who I was. I put together all of the honors that have been talked about today. I put together a packet filled with letters from friends of mine. It was amazing. And I got my gun rights back in Virginia. And what's interesting, and why I say I'm in an interesting point to have this conversation, is because the most welcome place I've been in America, right after the moments after people learn that I have a convicted felon, that I'm a convicted felon, the most welcome place I have ever been in America was several gun ranges. I walk in there, I'm like, yeah, no, I got felonies. It's like, okay, so what you want to shoot, you know? And it's because this understanding is that they expect me to have abided by the laws of the land, and they know what they are expected to do. And they hear the story, and then they treat me like I am a citizen, which is in fact what we don't do to each other also frequently. And it was stunning to me because I was in this space where the people who were treating me so well were the people who I thought would not treat me well. I had my gun permit, I had my confession, I had the paperwork that said I was off for probation. I even had my law license in my pocket. I was waiting for them to ask me questions, and they had no questions for me, except just the regular stuff that you ask people, like, are you really a writer? And will you quote me in the story that you're writing, you know? So I think I'm in a particular kind of position to have this conversation. And I think the thing I want to do to have a conversation, I want to show you the slideshow, and I want to show you what I've decided to do as an intervention. Now, let me back up and say, one question you might have is, how does Freedom Read start? You know, how does somebody go from prison to deciding to start an organization that builds libraries in prisons? Well, the first point is that even if you look at this, you don't see people's faces. You see their hands engaging with books. Now, the first question people always ask me is, what are the books in the Freedom Library? Because they imagine that there's a particular kind of book that I'm trying to sell to a particular person. But you know why they ask me that? Because they say, what kind of voter are you talking to? Because they think it's a particular kind of message that you have to sell to a particular kind of voter. They ask you, what is the sexuality of the friend that you're conversing with? Because they imagine, again, it's a particular kind of message that is suited to whatever it was. You know, y'all don't remember this song because all you guys are too young to remember this, but it was a song called Mad Isms. And it was talking about how do you escape the mad isms. And it was an ism that was meant to define everything you experience in life, whether it was like socialism, racism, Marxism, right? And I think that we live in a world now with mad isms. And if you figure out the category that you fit under, then you can understand how you live in the world. But look at what they're holding. This book here, and I didn't strip this because you can't strip a lesson like this with 500 books. This book here is The Fly Squad. That is a black man holding a book. It's a book by Nicholas Davidoff, and it's about his grandfather, who first had to escape Russia because he was Jewish, and he fled to Germany. He did not speak German, and he had to graduate from high school, and he wanted to go to college. And to do it, you had to take all of the exams in German. So he learned German within a year, and he graduated, and he became a scholar, and he was teaching in Austria, except Hitler, and he had to flee again. And he fled to the United States, except he didn't speak English, and he had to learn English. And he's known as like the last man to know everything, because he ended up being a professor and a chair of several departments at Harvard. But it's quite a fascinating book about overcoming and the possibilities of survival through suffering, through deep and painful suffering. It's in the Freedom Library. And the point is that I imagine the way you have real conversations with people is to imagine them as people. The frightening thing about this world is that we all believe if we know the ism that somebody fits under, that we could understand him. One of my good friends, this is an amazingly impressive dude. He said to me, I should introduce you to this book, but I don't know if you will want to read it. And it was Primo Levi. And I was like, why? He was like, well, it's Primo Levi. It's about the Holocaust. And I was like, but I don't think it's a rule that the only thing I'm interested in would be the Holocaust. I told him a story about how I got incarcerated when I was 16. He already knew this, but he didn't know this story. I had enough credits to graduate from high school. All I needed to do was finish 12th grade English. So the English teacher would let me read the GED teacher would give me any book I wanted to read and let me read it. And I said I wanted to read Sophie's World. Now, when I was a 10th grader, I got introduced to philosophy by my history teacher. And he told me that Sophie's World was the book you wanted to read because it was about this young girl and it gave you a track of all of philosophy. The other thing this teacher did was he was trying to arrange a trip to the Holocaust Museum, but the school wouldn't cooperate. And so he said, do y'all want to go in the summer? Strange thing is, I'm like months away from the penitentiary. But when the teacher says, do you want to go to the Holocaust Museum in the summer, during your summer vacation, I said I would love to. I went to the Holocaust Museum and we got a private tour. So now I'm in the penitentiary and I'm not thinking about the Holocaust Museum, but I'm thinking about Sophie's World. And I tell the teacher, I want to read Sophie's World. And the teacher, like a lot of adults, thinks she knows more than me. This was pre-Google. I wish I'd have realized it was pre-Google, because all of the bullshit she was saying to me was probably just because she had no way to ascertain the real answer. And it was just easy to be like, you don't know what you're talking about. Because I was like, I want to read this book called Sophie's World. And she says, you must be mistaken. There is no book. Books are infinite. I don't care what title you make up right now. There is a book with that title, especially Sophie's World. I mean, Sophie is a lovely name. World is like an important word. Anyway, she said to me, there's no such book as Sophie's World. You must want Sophie's Choice. And I was like, all right, maybe you're right. I could be wrong. And Sophie's Choice is not Sophie's World. But it ended up being one of the most remarkable works of philosophy that I read. And I could tell you an aside about how I met Styron. I met his wife. I've had a fucking remarkable life. It's like, it is wildly remarkable. I met Styron's wife at a mansion, at somebody's big house, actually, in Boston. And I was talking to Henry Louis Gates, and he said, you should talk to this woman. She's a poet. Her name is Rose. And I said, oh, so I'm the young poet that you're just going to, pawn off on anybody that's a poet and wants to talk, And I'm talking to this woman, and I said, I've been learning how to play the harmonica, and it hurts my hands. And she said, yeah, my late husband, Bill, played the harmonica. And I said, your husband is not William Styron. And she said, how do you know? And I said, man, Sophie's Choice is what led me to the Confessions of Nat Turner. My point is the lineage of discovery that we find in books is radically different from the lineage of discovery that often occupies the aftermath of some of these very significant and important conversations. So somebody asked me, if you could do anything to have an effect on incarceration, what would you do? And I see prison as the lens through which I understand the world. It is the lens through which I understand the absence of intimacy. It is the lens through which I understand intimacy. It is the lens through which I understand homophobia. It is the lens through which I understand what it means for a man to love another man. It is the lens through which I understand suffering and through which I understand possibility. And so much of all of that came through books. And so when somebody said, what would you do? I said, I would put more books in prisons. I would put 1 million books in prisons. And they said, how? And I would say I would do it one library at a time. And they said, well, what would that look like? And what wasn't readily apparent is that I was making up everything with every question. And I was pulling facts from my head randomly. Something made me think Sir Walter Raleigh, right? And they said, how many books? And I was like, he had 500 books and he wrote his history of the world. We're going to do 500 books. And then they said, well, how are we going to do it? I was like, well, we're going to work with somebody. And I thought about what represents prison. And what represents prison is knives, it's handcuffs, it's solitude, it's the scrubs. And for me, it was that contraption, that sink and toilet that sit in the middle of the cell, and you got to brush your teeth in the sink, but you also got to wash your clothes in the sink, and you got to rinse your clothes out in the toilet, and you got to and you cook with the food in the sink, and it is like the center of your existence, but you shouldn't have the center of your existence be where you relieve your bowels and you clean yourself, and where you eat be the same place. And so I thought, what would it be to create something that was the center of a person's existence in prison that was different from that and radically different? And I thought about the way that people talk about mass incarceration and they talk about abolition, but a lot of times the words don't themselves as physical things reach people in prison. But words are literally just words. When I say I'm hungry and you say I understand, I'm still starving. When I say that I went to prison as a 16-year-old and haven't felt safe since, you say that is horrible, but that is not making me feel safe. And so what I decided to do was figure out what it meant to transform space. So this is the strategic plan. Y'all get a sneak preview of the strategic plan that'll be released soon. The reason why I want to show you this is not for you to read the words, because I did the first 18 months in prison legally blind because I can't see without my contacts, and they wouldn't give me a eye doctor's visit thing where I could get glasses that allowed me to see. So as a result, I really just threw that in as a bit of extra trauma for you to chew on. It was no purpose in me telling you that last anecdote at all. I feel bad for it, actually. But when you say you're building a library in a prison, it sounds radically absurd to everybody. And so the purpose of the strategic plan is to have language that characterizes what it is that we're doing and why we're doing it, but it also has images so that you could begin to understand. Now, we worked with mass design. One of the things is if you looked at my strategic plan, and I say that I'm particularly suited to have this conversation because from the very beginning, I thought, okay, first thing that's going to happen is somebody's going to tell me, so your goal is to work with the Department of Corrections. And I have to figure out how do I defend myself against that? Because that is my goal, to work with the Department of Corrections. If you want to change the space in an institution, you work with the institution. But how do you deflect from the critiques on the front end? Well, I built an advisory board that included people who were formerly incarcerated, that included abolitionists, and then I wanted to be legit as a literary organization. So I got Dr. Mary Helen Washington on my board. I got James McBride on the advisory board. But also, I want to make sure that the Department of Corrections people talk to me, because we're bringing in like fine pieces of handcrafted furniture in spaces that have been only dominated by steel and plastic for decades, right? So I had people on the Department of Corrections on my advisory board as well, because you can't go into a conversation expecting people to want to listen to you, because that's their human duty, is to listen to you tell them that they're wrong. So the first thing I did was build a sort of umbrella coalition in which I was able to push at them about what my ideas was and had them push at me. Then I said, how do you do this conceptually so that you're selling somebody on an idea that you're actually radically transforming space and not just giving people books? Books matter, but I'm trying to build community. It's the reason why you all braved the weather this morning, beyond the fact that you get college credits for this, and they told you that I was going to have a really cool jacket on. See, I want y'all to know, and I should just say this for the women listening to this, I am actually hilarious. But the microphones aren't great here, so it's a lot of laughter going on that you guys are missing out on. But I will come to see you. I will say this. The other thing, I will just say this. I am sad that I didn't do my show here. I did it in Tulsa a little while ago, and it was amazing. And I'm sad that I didn't come back to the women's prison and do it for you guys. So I will commit to coming back. But let me keep pushing. How do you radically transform a space? You make that a condition of your existence. So you collaborate with people who do that for a living. I collaborated with several architects before I settled on mass design because we had a great relationship. And it was with them that we decided to use wood. And then we started working closely with the Department of Corrections. And it was certain things that we had to change just based on circumstance. So we couldn't have big, high bookcases. The bookcases had to be 44 inches high because of the Prison Rape Elimination Act. It also had to be 44 inches high because we went into one women's prison and one of the women said, "Thank you for coming and bringing this. You know, I'm in a wheelchair now. And these 6-foot bookcases, we can't reach them." And you'll see one of the images from this women's prison. And one of the things that struck me is I'm 42. And you age poorly in prison, but you only start aging poorly around 50, around 45, 46, 47. It's not always the same for women that's incarcerated. And this is not just a rising population of people who are in prison, but it's a largely invisible population of people. My experience of prison was that it was one of the places where it was the strongest people around, because it's such this churn that I forgot how our lives were being destroyed and broken. So I wanted to create a structure that reminded people that they weren't destroyed and broken, though. And so our symbol is a respite, and it's an acknowledgement. We use often reclaimed wood and wood that you wouldn't find anywhere else, to say that you can make something beautiful out of something that's been damaged. I'll just go to the next slide. So this is just one of the libraries. So this is just one of the libraries at Woodburn Correctional Center. And this is a library that's made out of walnut. One of the things that's fascinating is when we think about the work, one of the questions we're trying to ask is, what is the problem we're solving? It's a currently incarcerated guy named, he's a currently incarcerated scholar named James Davis. He has a degree from Wesleyan University. He writes in an article that was published in, I think, the Yale Law Journal, the prisoner is separated from his children, his family, and friends, but he is also separated from all the houses, stores, streets, and other spaces that constitute his environment. He is separated from all of the pieces that he used to construct his identity. This assault on his identity is a profound psychological trauma. And like I said, one of the questions becomes, how do you respond to that? I mean, you are absent these things, and I don't have a way to bring those things to you. But one way to respond is to put something else in your life that works to counter that. And that's why we did the Freedom Library. Go to the next page. And so this is, so we say freedom begins with a book, and it's a riff on it's a riff on Frederick Douglass. But really what we mean by that is a couple of things. So one, you got our vision, which we imagine a freedom library. And our vision is that we imagine a freedom library in every cell block, in every prison in America. Now, somebody might say that's ambitious, and how much does it cost? I won't talk about cost to college students unless you want me to go on a short riff to make you feel better about your student loans. If not, I will skip costs. Unless you're wealthy and you want to give me money, and then I would just say we need it. It was no laughter on that one because we are not a wealthy room. But I'll skip costs. But what I will just say, though, is that one of the things that happens is we open up possibilities that didn't exist before. And so when we say we're going to do it in every cell block, in every prison in the United States, what I tell people is in 1997, the year that I was sent to prison, California spent about $300 million just on incarcerating people that got incarcerated that year. Not everybody that had already been incarcerated. To put a freedom library in every cell block in every prison in America will cost less than $300 million. So if you got $300 million in your pocket, see me afterwards. That too was not funny. Did y'all hear about that airplane that they lost though? I mean, that was $1 billion, and that seemed to work out okay. So then you say, what is the vision? What is the next thing? I can't see it all. What is the vision? Keep it right there though. But the vision, Freedom Reads' mission is to inspire and confront what prison does to the spirit. It is to bring hope in the prisons. We build beautifully handcrafted bookcases and bring them into cell blocks. And we bring them into these prison cell blocks, and we transform the cell block into a freedom library. We also bring writers in. We took this image just to show you that we have all of these ideas about what prison looks like, but none of those ideas represent a space that's like this. You know, everybody in this room has probably seen something about prison, but nobody in this room imagined a group of people in prison engaging in the very thing that you're engaged in right now. And so that's why we use that photo. Go to the next one. This one down here is just another interesting image of what you see when you build a library. Now, one of the reasons why this is important, though, is to give you a sense of how it operates in space and how people come around the library. Jump to the next page. This one is my favorite, not on the left, but the one on the right is my favorite, because if you were actually looking at it closely, you would see that the COs also are holding the books and reading the books and browsing. One of the things that we do at every prison that we go to is we don't just build a freedom library for, so if you go to a prison and it's 10 cell blocks, we put a freedom library in each cell block. So that means that we're bringing 5,000 books to that prison on one day, and we're bringing about 1 ton worth of handcrafted wooden bookcases, and they're going housing unit to housing unit to housing unit. But we're also bringing 1 freedom library for the staff. And what's compelling about that is because you find that the staff in prisons have high rates of alcoholism, of depression, of suicide that match the same kind of ways that people in prison suffer. And the reason why this is like an important conversation to have in this moment is because the same way that we foment dissent is the same thing that frequently happens within conversations about criminal justice reform. You know, we make the COs the enemy. We make the staff the enemy. We make the wardens the enemy, which is not to say that you don't have people who are problematic or who are criminal on both sides of the fence. But the sort of generalizations become the thing that prevent any kind of movement forward. And that's why we build a library for the staff as well. And that's why I love photos like this that show you the staff engaging. All right, flip one more time. Now this right here, I won't even go through the goals because that's not the point of this, but I do want to talk about this letter. And then I want to say a couple more things, and then we're going to have a longer Q&A period because I answer questions in a long-winded way. All right, so a couple things I want to say about this letter. We go to this prison in California, and it's a women's prison. And we have a great time, partly because the men's prisons always feel, for me, the undercurrent of violence in men's prisons always feels just a little bit more on the surface, right? And we go to this women's prison, and it's less so. And it's all of this interest and engagement going on. And some of it's sheer animosity. Like, what are you doing here? You know, you work for the state? I'm like, nah, I mean, I used to be in prison, so I don't know if they hire me, but I just brought these books. We built in these libraries. And then you will see that their faces change, right? But we got this letter a little while later. I'll just read it, and then I'll open it up for questions. I'll say one more thing, then I'll open it up for questions. All right, so she says, I'm not going to read it because I got to turn away from you guys. And I know about heart, not the whole letter, but so she says she gets this library. She comes back into the housing unit. And mind you, the way we set it up is like when you walk into the housing unit, if that's the front of the housing unit, the first thing you see are these 3 beautiful, handcrafted walnut bookcases. And the books, when you put the books on them, it literally is just a rainbow. And you guys can't really imagine it because it's beautiful in this room. And you get to go outside whenever you want. And you see flowers. It doesn't mean the same thing. But this woman says she comes in and she sees it and she's astonished. And then she says, and the books were new. And she talks about how they smelled. And then she says, and the books were good, because there's this stereotypical notion of people in prison, and that somehow they are like the people who live under the stairs and they don't love the same things that everybody else loves. And so if you love Faulkner, you imagine that somebody in prison can't possibly love Faulkner. But she's like, and the books were good. And she says that in this moment of feeling this joy, she looks up and locks eyes with a woman that she had conflict with weeks. And the woman says, how you doing? And she says, I'm okay. And she talks about how just like that, something that she'd been carrying around disappeared in the most improbable places. And she talks about not believing that you can find dignity and joy and beauty in a prison. She said, I didn't know we treated each other like this. And the weird thing that she expresses in that letter that a lot of us don't understand is she said, I didn't know we treated each other like this. And the best some of us could hope for is I didn't know that we treated them like this. And that is actually the best some of us could hope for when we had these conversations that we imagine that we're trying to build gaps. We're like, I'm just trying to learn more about them. But what she says in her letter was, I didn't know that we treated each other like this. And what was interesting is it was the introduction of this beauty into her world that reminded her that she was both them and us. And in fact, it might not be a them and us. So the last point, flip to the next page, I think. One more. Oh, this is Logan, the women's prison. And you'll just see, you'll see the walker. You'll just see the age there. But flip over one more time. So this quote here, this last piece, I walked into this prison. We had a Zoom call. Freedom Reads benefited greatly from COVID because people, bureaucrats they're not on the cutting edge of technology. There are public defenders and prosecutor offices that still use fax machines. There are some universities that still swear by them. They're so efficient. You just push the button and it goes. You don't have to scan anything. It's like, all right, it's not that efficient. But COVID happened. And all of a sudden, the DOC folks were like, you want to get on a Zoom? I mean, they knew what Teams was before I was. They was like, let's get on a Teams call. I was like, what is Teams? They was like, you guys don't use this at Yale? I was like, get out of here, right? And so we getting on these calls, and it saved us. We were on this one call with Colorado. It's like 7 wardens. And it's not just that they had never done this before. Like, nobody in the country had ever really, maybe some people, most of us had just not been doing these kind of group calls. And so it was amazing because had it not been for COVID, I would have not been allowed to have the growth I wanted, because they would have thought it's absurd to try to meet with 5 different wardens and had them to meet at one location. And then they would have thought it was baffling that I thought that they should get on something fancy called Skype that no government official okayed them to use. But now they are delighted to talk about something else besides COVID. So they like, you want to talk about books? Cool. And everybody loves books. The first 2 places was Massachusetts and Louisiana. And so, you know, it was an ability to break the mold. But this is Colorado, and he was kind of antagonistic on the call. He was like, "Why would I want to do that? And how are you going to build a library in a cell block? And that makes no sense at all." But the executive director, Dean Williams, was like, "We should work on this, and your place seems the most viable for some reasons that don't matter." So when we came there to do it, and we had sent it there before I came to do my show, when you had all of those people in the auditorium, I was at the prison in Colorado. When I got there, the first thing he said is, "Dwayne, I got to tell you, I know I was reluctant to have one, but let me show you why we need to have 20. So he shows me the housing unit where the library is at, and everybody's like talking and laughing, and people holding books, and they made a card for me, and then he walks me over to the other housing unit, and it's straight concrete and plastic, and there's no books, and there's no color, and there's no vibrancy. And I'm afraid to talk because it's so silent, because there's nothing to absorb the sounds, and you always feel like you're interrupting. And for the first time, I felt like I was in the prisons that I did time in. And I started talking to the men there, telling them about the library, pointing at them, telling them, and the guys are looking at me like, "Well, we don't really understand why you're here, because you got on an orange fedora, you're with the warden, and you got on cargo shorts. So you don't look like an official, and yet the warden keeps deferring to you, or like acting like you're a colleague. I'm confused. And now you're saying you've been to prison." And so it was this interesting moment between me and them. And then as I left, and they said, when was I going to bring one to them? As I left, one of the guys said, "Nobody comes back." And he reached out and he shook my hand. And when I left out, the warden said, "This is why we don't just need one more. We need another 20. But the wild thing about him saying that we don't just need one more, we need another 20. And the wild thing about him saying it in that particular way was he had went from being somebody who thought that this was a crazy idea to being somebody who was invested in having 20 more. And I do think that, you know, as an organization, we're in Louisiana, we're in Massachusetts, we're in New York, we're in Colorado, you know, we're in Maine. I think that as an organization, we're in Maryland, we're in Virginia. We have been able to have those kind of conversations that's working to move the needle forward. But I do think we're still such a young organization that we're trying to capture what some of that knowledge is and how that manifests into the work. And so tonight, this is sort of the setup, and this is sort of like the Trojan horse. And then tonight, what I want to spend some time on talking about is my particular inroads. And when I talk about this sort of necessity of restorative justice, I'm going to talk about a particular book, but I'm also going to talk about some things that I've written and some things that I'm working on now, because this is just the conduit to what happens afterwards. But it is the necessary conduit, because in the same way that people in prison don't have an infrastructure or a space that invites this, I think people in the world don't. So I feel like this becomes an exemplar of how you have conversations. And I'll open up for questions after this one statement. Natasha Trethewey, when I was in Oklahoma the last time, Natasha Trethewey was in the audience. She wrote a book called Memorial Drive. And a lot of people thought about her book as being a book about mass incarceration. But I never thought that that's what her book was about, because her book is about, it's a memoir, and it's about the trauma and the tragedy and the sheer violence involved with her stepfather murdering her mom. And one of the things that I had the chance to talk to her, and one of the things we realized is that we don't have the necessary conversations. We want to talk about justice, and we want to talk about mercy, but we don't necessarily want to talk about harm. And one of the hardest parts about being a progressive is that it's almost like you airing your dirty laundry if you talk about what it means to be afraid in your own community. One of the hard parts about being a white progressive is that you're supposed to pretend like it's not more white people in prison than anybody else. I mean, it is, just by numbers. Like, percentages is one thing, but you could talk about statistics however you want. I'm so ashamed of our nation for ignoring all of these white people. You know, it's like they don't even exist at all. We have a whole conversation about mass incarceration as if white people are not in prison. It is like astonishing to me that we talk about bridging the gap, and we have just said, let's bridge the gap, but leave the undesirable white people out of the conversation. You know, it is downright amazing. And I know it's amazing because I've been in prisons in Arizona. I've been in prisons in Wisconsin. I've been in prisons in Colorado. And I know that those folks exist. And I've been in prisons in New York and in Virginia. And I know that those folks exist and are striving and struggling to change their lives as well. So the point about Natasha's book is that we're bringing a book into a prison, 200 copies, and we're going to curate a conversation amongst 25 people who have done violence like that and model what it means to hold the mirror up to yourself, and not for the public, but to figure out how to grapple with what has actually happened, because this is only the front end of the work. The other end of the work is figuring out what it means to respond to like what we've collectively done and what we've individually done. So I'll leave it there, and thank you guys for being so patient and listening. And I promise that I won't make any more promises. Oh, we have a microphone, so we're gonna Jeff. It's two Jeffs in here, but it's only one Jeff here right now, so we're making him do all of the work.
So there's a lot of prisons in the country. It's a big industry. Who do you work with locally, for example, in Oklahoma, to find the funding for these efforts to go into the prison system?
Okay. It's interesting, though. I would argue that prison is not an industry, and I would argue that language matters. I would argue that prison is like a public utility, and I think that if your electricity failed to the degree that prisons fail, if you say what is success for a prison, and you have a bell curve of what success looks like, and maybe I'm on the far end of the bell curve, makes me feel pretty cool, but I'm like, depressed and a lot of different things. So I don't know how cool that makes me feel. And then on the other end of the bell curve, you might have Khalil Browder, who committed suicide. Well, what exists in the fat part of the bell curve? And how do we actually have a real conversation about that? Because, frankly, if you're addicted to meth, it ain't easy to get over that addiction. We don't actually want to have real conversations about the challenges that people have when they go back to prison again and again. So I think that's part of it. I'm not sure that I would call it an industry. I would say let's call it a public good and evaluate it in that way. And then the other question was a very important one: is how do you? It's two questions in that though. It's how do you raise money to do the work, and then also how do you get buy-in from the people who you want to work with to do the work. And both of those are radically difficult. Like, for instance, if I walked in here right now and said my life's ambition is to raise millions and millions of dollars to put books in the prisons, raise your hand if you think that's plausible. Okay. And I want you to know that this brother raised his hand with his water bottle up as if he was asking for another drink just to protect himself. My man Jeff, he literally was like, maybe, this young lady was really, really confident. As she looked around and saw no other hands up, she was like this, which is just to say that it is really not the most viable of ideas. And there is literally no other organization in the country that does this. And so raising the money is his first challenge, particularly when I have to convince you that there's such thing as a freedom library, period, that it can be called a freedom library if it only contains 500 books, and that it can be called a library if, as a physical structure, there's only 3 bookcases. So that is a sale, and I have to do that. But then I also have to prove that I could prototype it, produce a functioning model, and implement it, and then figure out how to scale it. Also, I had to figure out how to build a team that would do all of these things, because when I applied for the grant, it was just me. And my expertise was that I was a lawyer. And if you know any lawyers, we lack most expertise in things that's unrelated to the very narrow, piece of law that we know. Although lawyers are amazing journalists, I will say this: as if I was a student and you thought, how is it that law school prepared me to do what I do now? I would say that being a lawyer is being an amazing kind of journalist. When I worked for a federal judge, I deal with every kind of issue, from like land rights that made me like research what the land looked like before the Pennsylvania Railroad. I won't tell you why I needed to know that, but it was complicated. And so some of that helped me prepare. So the selling the idea part, I was good at. And the raising the money part, I was good at, because I just had to sell the idea. That was also related to the Department of Corrections, but to sell the idea to them, it's different. I need to sell vision to funders. I need to sell, why should I give you X thousands of dollars to do this? Or why should I give you $1 million? I once went into a room with somebody and asked them for $1 million, which is probably the bravest thing I did in my life, outside of confessing to having carjacked somebody and calling my mom and telling her that I did it. But, and not probably the scariest thing, but to do it, I had to believe that the vision mattered, right? And so we did that. But then how do you get the buy-in from the DOC? Well, first, I just acknowledged them as an audience. And so my first big speech about this work was in front of the Department of Corrections. And it was the Corrections Leadership Association, which is the central organization for the leaders of the DOC. I respect the wardens and I respect the line staff, but I knew that to do this, which required them to approve putting like 300 pounds of hardwood in a cell block that has never had this in it before, I needed permission from all the way up at the top. So I presented to them. And then I found a couple people who were interested. And then I worked really closely with them to think about design, to think about the height, to think about the finish, to think about the distance from the walls, to think about any security concerns they were considering, including why is it so expensive? Because we can't use veneer. Because veneer is easy to become a weapon. You could just peel it off by layers and layers and layers. But when you use hardwood, you say, well, why do you use an inch thick piece of slab? You don't need that much to hold up a book. We use it because if it was thin, then it might be used as a weapon. They say, well, do you use like metal fasteners? We don't use metal fasteners, but that was all a part of the process. And then it got to the point that we developed a sufficient amount of expertise. I mean, we use finger joints. You would think I know something about woodworking. I know absolutely nothing, but I had to learn all of these things to piece together what it meant to build a manufacturing organization. What's really compelling about this is this guy right here, James Washington, at the front, got locked up when he was 15 years old. James Washington at the front got locked up when he was 15 years old. He did 25 years in Angola. When we went back to Angola with libraries and he was seeing friends that he grew up with, I can't even capture how emotionally resonant it was. And who is he as a person? Now, I don't know what he was locked up for. I know he did 25 years in prison. But if you think that's who he is as a person, you're mistaken. That's part of who he is. But he's also the dude that set up the drug abuse clinics in Angola, because just like 3 people OD'd off fentanyl in Greensville, another prison where I have friends at, in Virginia recently, it was people ODing off fentanyl in Angola, and he helped sort of counteract that. He became a preacher, a minister, and a woodworker. And so now he works full-time for us, and that's at a shop outside in Louisiana. That cat, Stephen Parkhurst, he did 30 years in prison. We got a mutual friend. He said, will you write a letter for him? I said, sure, I'll let him, I'll bring him on part-time for Freedom Reads when he comes home. My friend wrote me back 2 weeks later, Dwayne, you said you would write the letter. I said, I'm gonna get to it. Another week, he said, I just wrote the letter for you. Will you sign? I said, bet. I appreciate you knowing that I was busy and I really wanted to do it. Send a letter in. He comes home, works for us for 2 months. I give him a full-time job. He did 30 years in prison. This is his first job. Excellent, excellent guy. The other guy did 25 years in prison in Angola with James. His name is Javon. So like part of the work is like when we trying to tell the story, we shaping a story so that the DOC commissioners understand that this work is not just about changing the institution on the inside, it's about changing the institution on the outside too. So to the degree that it's been difficult, I sound arrogant for saying it hasn't been difficult, but everything in my life has been difficult. And so I don't mean to seem arrogant by saying it hasn't been difficult, but like we working at the same goal, whether you in a red state or a blue state or a purple state. When I say that I'm trying to put $1 million into making your job easier, why would you say no? See, I'm about the work of problem solving. I'm not about the work of trying to figure out who to lay blame on. And part of that is because I come from a community, and I'm talking about my community as people who have state numbers, who have caused a profound amount of harm. And so I tried to shift the model and solve a different problem. And that's why I haven't had those issues of buy-in, because I'm trying to address something different. I don't want what people remember me for is to be able to be the person that articulated the problem well. I want somebody to believe that like I articulated a visionary solution that I was able to put in place like all across the country. And it's kind of humbling though, because I couldn't get a job paying me the salary that I pay these guys when I came out of prison. And I couldn't get that job even when I graduated from community college and these other spaces. And so anyway, so that's what the work is. And I don't even think I answered your question fully. I tried, and then I just went off on a tangent.
Well, you went off on a tangent. Sorry,
No.
Jill. I got the microphone. You went off on a tangent in the direction I wanted to ask a question, and it's related to that. So when I listen, and thank you for your comments first. Thank you for being here, because what you said was real. When I think about books in prison, when I think about how people spend their time in prison, I also think about the majority of the folk I know here in Oklahoma will be coming out of prison. So and I don't want to use the word transformation, but the impact that we want to have on people who are incarcerated, we want it to benefit them while they're there, but we also want it to benefit them when they come home. And I also think about programs like this. I don't even know if I want to call it a program, life-changing, transformational activities like this. I think that for policymakers, they have to understand the benefit. And you just described that.
Well,
But
no.
they also have to, because I think, this makes sense. It makes really good sense. So why not do it everywhere? Why not the state decide, since we spend so much money in prison anyway, that we make a good investment and build them ourselves, and not have you have to raise millions and millions of dollars to do this as a not-for-profit or whatever. And so if you were visiting with the policymaker to say, hey, this makes sense, it's kind of like the funder idea, I guess, same conversation.
Yeah.
What kind of evidence do you use to say this makes sense both for inside and outside? These are long-term investments. Maybe they're short-term too. They pay off. Is there something, and I don't even want to use this, but is there data or numbers or anything like
You're
that?
just making
I
this
hate to
worse and
ask.
worse.
I know, I hate to ask. We'll talk more later.
Yeah.
But how do we sell it
So,
to the people who have the power to truly give us what we want?
actually, for everybody in the room, right? And this is like, I don't even know if I would have understood the question when I was a student, because it was really a complicated question, in a sense that it was a really challenging question that went to the root of the problem, and it gave me more grace than I deserved, because I'm really good at this. And so I distinctly didn't talk about any downstream effects. Now, it's a real reason that I didn't talk about any downstream effects, because I don't expect. Well, first of all, let me be really explicit why I don't talk about downstream effects. One, we would need a longitudinal study that looked to reasonably try to restrict the other variables that radically changed the life of somebody when they was in prison. I mean, I literally just haven't felt safe since I was 16. And so I don't care how many books I had when I was in prison. I don't know if that solves that problem. And I have a Yale law degree. I don't know if that means that I'm going to actually ultimately be a good human being. I have been a good human being, but the jury's still out. And if I was to commit a crime 15 minutes from now, would you say that I was a recidivist? Or would you say, like when do you stop evaluating my present actions based on my past actions? And I think that's a real question. And anytime you try to connect recidivism, and also it's a Ponzi scheme anyway. 5% of the students in prisons get access to higher education. So you already have a self-selecting group, and that self-selecting group probably has more resources than people who aren't in that group. Like, I say that I'm brilliant, but I also told you that I went to the Holocaust Museum on my own volition as a 10th grader during the summer because I thought it was going to be cool. Right? And so I now, it's absurd that I self-selected in the prison, but if you want to talk about my success, I don't know if you can even expect the same kind of success of somebody who would have access to a freedom library, but not a high school diploma already, who wouldn't have parents who, like, it's strange of what my son expects that he will do because I'm his father. Now, it's at least 15 people on this planet, and that's not a lot, but it's 15 people on this planet who pay their bills because of my idea. In fact, that is not true. It is at least 25 people on this planet who pay their bills and support their families because of my idea. My son has no idea that is the, but he believes he could do anything in the world because he's seen how people responded to me publicly, despite the fact that I spent 9 years in prison. A lot of people who have exposure to the Freedom Library will not have the same expectations for their life that my son has. And so I don't know if we could do the study in that way. And yet, I was on Freakonomics, and anybody who's interested in this should listen to the podcast that I did, an interview with Steve Levitt from Freakonomics. It was, I think it was amazing. And I think it was amazing for several reasons. And I'll admit something publicly that I never admitted before. Like, I was like going through something when I was doing the interview, and I was crying during the interview, but he didn't know it, right? But I was making this case though, because he thought I was talking to him, but I was talking to the world. And so much of what we were talking about was about this really central question of how do you convince a policymaker that this matters? But I'm not sure that when this whole conference was being put together, somebody asked, what are the metrics that you will use to evaluate the significance of this conference on the people who come? And I think that one of the things that we do, though, in acknowledging the need to have a continued impact on people's lives, is what people do in universities all across the country without being slaves to metrics and data points, is they will bombard you with speakers. They will bombard you with opportunities to hear from people who have had lives similar to your own and dissimilar from your own. They will encourage you to go talk to your professors. And the greatest thing you could do is to go to office hours of the professor that most intimidates you, because you never know what you'll discover. And we do that in prison. I did 8.5 years in prison. I came home and went to college and didn't know what the word semester meant. I actually didn't have a definition of the word intimacy. I thought I was learning how to be upright in prison, but I was learning how to be upright absent the very conditions that will test my ability to be upright. And so how do you provide some of those conditions for people? To give them a world of literature to think about how people have addressed those questions before, and nurture the idea of that world through events like this, and then work. So during our strategic plan period, this next year is going to be spent collecting the kind of data that will ask us, we believe that we are trying to find surrogates for things that we think matter more than recidivism. So what is the surrogate for joy? What is the activity that allows us to say that this has brought joy into somebody's life? What is the surrogate for peace? What is the surrogate for, I have slept through the night for the past 7 days? What is the surrogate for, I met 3 new friends in prison over books? What does that mean? Like that activity becomes evidence of some surrogate that might be something else. And so for the next 2 years, for the next year, we're working on identifying that. And then we will implement a study. The strange thing about people who talk to me about studies, though, right, is a lot of times they know that studies are really expensive and that we lack the resources for it. And it's only been now that we've raised enough money that I'm able to have conversations with people who don't just throw studies out as a way to see if they got me. Because Steve Levitt said, we had a call about this, and this is why I sound more fluent, because I just had the 10th call I had about this, because I've read John List's book, Voltage Effect, 10 times, and I was able to go to him and talk about the book. But the point is, I just had a call, and the reason why working with Steve was great is because after the call, he was like, okay, I'm going to put the resources together in terms of the team to help you think about what it means to do this. And he had to say this to me 6 times on the call, and it took 6 times before I realized it. And he was like, yo, you need to understand this so you're not as smart as you think you are. I'm on a call trying to work out how to do a longitudinal study, and I'm like, I'm ABD. You know what I mean? That doesn't make me like, I don't have a Ph.D., but I'm close and I'm smart. I'm like, I can figure this out on a 10-minute call. And I'm like mapping out. And he's like, look, we got people that could do this. And the 5th time he said it, I've realized, like, to grow this and to actually believe that doing data is possible is to believe that this idea is meaningful and significant enough to attract people to it who have no business wanting to work on it. It's like everybody, oh shit, I almost compared myself to Barack Obama. That's a lot of self-awareness, though. I caught myself in that moment. I felt like a big league pitcher who just stopped on a dime and didn't go through. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. Next question. I know you had a question, Jill. Is your name Jill? Damn. I'm on fire this morning. I'm just like, it's cool.
So your conversation about this made me think about how book bans are just becoming a thing here. And it made me think about the type of literature that would be featured in these libraries. How is that selection made? And do you have any resistance from DOC or anything like that on what types of books are selected for the libraries?
I'm trying to remember the scholar's name. I think her name is Ava. I'm gonna think of her name before I finish. But it's an interesting thing, right? I think that, again, if I was a propaganda artist, that was a perfect question, because that question invited me to talk about something that none of us care about. We actually don't care about book bans. We actually care about books. Even if we hate the books, we care more about the books that we hate than the general idea of censorship. So it's like, then why do we talk about censorship? Like, I could talk about Lucille Clifton, who has a poem called Come Celebrate With Me, where she says, come celebrate with me. Every day something has tried to kill me and has failed. I could talk about the Lost Baby poem, It has this line that says, if I'm ever less than a mountain for your born brothers and sisters, let the sea take me as a spiller of seas. I remember meeting her for the first time, and I raised my hand. She had another line in the poem. She said, mine is already an African name. And I knew that she wrote the poem in the 60s when everybody Black was changing the name. And I talked to her. I said, let me ask you a question. When you wrote that poem, I didn't realize that she wrote it in the 60s, even though I knew it intellectually. I didn't realize that meant that she wrote it 30 years ago. I said, when you wrote that poem, what you thinking? She answered it. I just got out of prison. It's 54 Black poets in this space. I asked the one question. Everybody loves this woman. Everybody has questions. I let somebody ask questions. I raised my hand again. I asked her another question. Ask her another question. In that poem, man, when you said that when you sensed the bond of living things everywhere, and she was talking about cut and kill, I was like, are you just talking about white living things? And she laughed at me. You know, she was like, what are you talking about? She had this poem called The Lost Baby Poem that I told you about. I said, I've read that poem, and this is like the 6th question. It's getting real uncomfortable because other people are supposed to be able to ask questions, but I can't stop. She read Psalms. I said, that poem reminds me of one of these Psalms. I can't remember because I'm mostly a atheist, or not an atheist, a heathen. I'm sorry. This is what my pastor said to me. I said, an atheist. He said, no, you believe. You just a heathen. I was like, that is mean. But I said, is this from the Psalm? And she said, yeah. And then she repeated the Psalm by memory. I think that we could talk about censorship and think that matters, or we could talk about the work that we carry around with us in our head. And this scholar, she studies the Italian Renaissance. She said, you got to ask yourself this question. Italy produced Machiavelli. Galileo was a contemporary of Machiavelli. You telling me they couldn't just kill Galileo if they didn't want his ideas out there? No. They wanted the idea out there that he was being censored to make you afraid of talking. And so now when you open your mouth, all you talk about the censorship. You don't talk about the books you love. You don't even talk about the books you hate. It is not a plague of censorship. It is not a plague of censorship. There is a plague of people being unwilling to talk about anything they love. Anything they love. There's a plague of people who have made the very idea of getting joy from a book the fucking thing they want to fight over. Like that is their battleground. It is like, to me, as somebody who loves books, who grew up with books, who grew up being ignored, who grew up being able to read whatever I wanted, it is fundamentally embarrassing. I remember I had a DOC tell me that they wanted to read all of my books to decide if they should get censored. And I said, sure, except I wrote a friend and I said, I really want to send these books in. But I'm afraid though, because you got to understand this, it's 500 books. And I want to believe that people are going to take this seriously. I can't read 100 Years of Solitude in a month. How am I going to read 500 books in a month? And what about when they read the Bible? The book that changed my life, the book that is the most dangerous and violent. In the Psalm, it says, if I am ever less than I should be for Jerusalem, let my tongue forget its skill. And it says, let me bash the heads of the children against the stones. Like that is the prayer. And so you don't want to talk about censorship. You want to talk about what profoundly makes you think that you need to destroy somebody else. You don't want to talk about Hamas in Palestine. You actually want to talk about the life of an individual that is radically broken. And so I don't want to talk about censorship because I do feel like the talking about censorship is the thing that encourages censorship. It makes everybody in this room afraid to say something. I told this person that I was dealing with something in my head. And they said, you don't want to tell people that because if you tell people that, they're going to look at you different. And then I fucked around and saved somebody's life over the weekend. Now, this is an amazing story that's going to sound like such a lie. I get up at 4 o'clock every morning to bike. I have no sense of direction. So I'm biking in a pitch black. And the thing about a city is it's only 25, 30 miles. You can't get lost in 25, 30 miles. And the thing about 4 in the morning is it's just you and your thoughts and you figure it out. You know that you're on that main thoroughfare, and if you make a right turn, you're going to end up somewhere else. And you're doing it, and you're moving, and I'm biking, and I'm having a good day. And I've fallen asleep at the wheel twice in my life in total cars, both on car rides of less than 2 hours. I was biking and I'm into my 3rd hour and I'm feeling so good. I say, I'm gonna keep going. I bike to my kids' school. I go down Chapel Street. I make a left down Chapel Street and I don't know where I need to be going next. And I'm riding and I'm on the phone with a friend and I see this woman on the side sitting with a dog and I say, hold on, let me make sure she all right. I say, you good? Because now it's 7 and I've been biking since it was pitch black and it was just me and the crickets. And now the world is coming to life, but it's this woman that's on the side of the road. And I'm like, what's going on? And she's like, I'm good. Just help me up. I got to walk home. I help her up and I'm still on my bike. And she stumbles back and I'm like, I got to call you back. I got to walk this woman home. And she's like, you really don't have to walk me home. And I was like, no, my mom is watching. I need to walk you home. I started to walk her home and I walk her in the wrong direction because I don't know where the fuck I'm going. So we walking up the hill to Forest when we should be walking down the hill to Central. And as we walk, she tells me, you know, why are you here? I was like, oh yeah, I'm just biking. I bike in the morning. She was like, you're so nice. I was like, nah, I'm not really nice. She was like, nah, you are. She was like, you actually like kind. And she was like, I know a lot of nice people, but you kind and everybody's not kind. And I'm crying and shit. I told her she was an angel. I feel like I'm in the fucking middle of like the night, the Christmas Carol, because it's like this angel, right? Because I needed somebody to tell me I was kind in the moment. And she tells me, you know, I got a son, and my son's a doctor. And she tells me her son just discovered this disease. Because I told her my son went to Hopkins, and she's like, I don't want to one up you, but my son's a doctor, and Hopkins is just a private high school. So she was like, I don't want to one up you. And then she pulled out the sledgehammer. My son's a doctor, and he just discovered a brand new disease. I was like, damn. So we walking, talking. I tell her I went to Yale. She's like surprised. And she's like, wow, you went to Yale? And then we walking. And then I realized we're in the wrong direction. I say, oh, we went the wrong way. And I said, we got to go back. I said, I gotta admit, I'm just so enjoying your company that I walked you the wrong way for 10 minutes, but can you make it back? He said, yeah, I can make it back. And so we walking back and she said, I've been telling you all this stuff about me. I got to tell you the truth. Everything's not good. I kind of ruined my life. And I ruined my life because, she said, because of mental health issues. And she said, you know, just don't call the police. And apparently somebody called the police on her once and she got committed. And I walk her and we still walking. I tell her that I went to prison. And you just saw her face, right? She was like, you went to Yale and prison? And she was like literally charmed, you know. She gave me her phone number. She said, you know, she gave me her phone number after she told me about her mental illness. I finished walking her home and I was at her apartment, right? And she sent me a text message. And she said, man, it's the best morning of my life. And I'm 71. And it was cool, but you asked me why I'm telling you that story, how that in any way relates to censorship. Is because we try to build an opportunity for humans to have a bond and a connection and a bridge with each other. And I think sometimes when we focus on things like censorship, we miss out on every single opportunity it is to see somebody. And I did not expect to meet this white woman, 71-year-old white woman on the side of the road, like, and have her have a conversation with me that mattered and have me have a conversation with her that mattered. But I think that's what we create with the Freedom Library. Now you might say, well, where was the library involved in that? The library is just the opportunity. You know, so in that case, the library was the bike. It was the vehicle. The Freedom Library is the same kind of vehicle. And I like to believe that if we create those kind of conversations about what it means to be alive, I mean, I'm going to remember her for the rest of my life. I would not remember her if we talked about any of the various isms that like we obsess over.
I actually have a question.
And then we're gonna come. Let's come up here first, and then let's
Okay.
get yours last, Jeff. Just because you own the show, you know.
Okay, I hope this makes sense. I also have a tendency to ramble and tangent.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? How she said, I love how people talk about you, and they're so smart. She just did it on accident. She was like, I also, just like you. No, I love it though. Go
It
ahead.
wasn't an accident. Yeah, I'm a former student here about 23 years ago. And when I was a student here, we had a class, which I don't think they have anymore, but it was called Mind Walking. And it was based on this story by Fritjof Capra. And the whole basis of it was systems theory and a crisis of perception, where, you know, you look at things at like just like in individual tiny parts instead of looking at how they all connect to each other. Mm-hmm. And what concerns me, and I have a lot of thoughts on incarceration, and I don't even know where to start, but one of the things that bothers me is the perception that people who are incarcerated just deserve to be punished, and that anything that happens in that environment is justifiable, whether it's like, you know, that kid that went to, you know, Rikers, you know, for not stealing a backpack, ruined his whole life, or somebody who's like incarcerated and sick and dies, and they're not, the system's not held accountable. But what I want to know is there a way that you can appeal to the powers that be, that the people who have the money, who make the policies, in any other way other than trying to make them feel like it's going to be a profit or a, you know, a benefit to them?
Well, I don't think, and I guess this goes back to the question I didn't fully answer in terms of how do you engage with policymakers. And so one is you have to find a way to kick the conversation about data down the line, because I can't have a meaningful conversation about results produced right now on a 3-year organization. It just doesn't exist. And we've built like 100 libraries in the last year. So we still at the scaling stage. And if I could effectively explain that, then I've done the first thing. But I think when you talk about talking to policymakers, again, like the policymakers actually do want to make an intervention. And now when you ask how come the government doesn't pay for this, the reality is that sometimes the intervention that works, intervention, you can have the same intervention that's put in place by 2 different people, and one fails and one works. And so that's what we're trying to figure out right now. And one of the questions that somebody posed to me that I think is real and is one that I have to actually grapple with is Freedom Reach successful on a small scale right now because of my presence? Will it be successful if we were doing 1,000 libraries a year? You know, because you could have a charismatic individual who is amazing in a classroom with 30 students, but can they be a charismatic principal that's leading 10 teachers that's managing like 1,000 students? And so I think that's the inflection point that we're at. But to talk about really specifically, what case do you make for policymakers? I do think nonprofit spaces are intently saying that it's not our job to fix some of them. These big foundations is like, it's not our job to fix the ills of society. But I do think we have a nation that is also principally founded on a tithing model and the understanding that like communities do support each other and help each other. And so I don't think that, in my head, I'm always constantly thinking about how to diversify funding, but I don't think that the nonprofit model is an issue per se. I think that that sometimes government isn't effective at doing these things because right now the government, in terms of like the library is just a vehicle, it's just a Trojan horse. It could be something else. And so the government isn't necessarily in the business of figuring out creative responses to some problems that don't rise to the level. And I just think that it's really hard to think about, what do you deal with people who've gone to prison? I would rather talk to policymakers. So I would talk to them about this work because it's changed the conditions on the inside. But when we talk about actually changing like policy, I want to talk to them about sentencing policy. I want to talk to them about how do you get to so many people dying in prison? And I also want to have a really thoughtful conversation about real violence and the people who were guilty, because there's a lot of people in prison who are guilty. And the point is that your experience in prison shouldn't destroy you or ruin you, acceptably if you're guilty and unacceptably if you're innocent. The point is that we should have a better system overall. But I do think that we have made inroads by allowing policy people to see what it is that we're doing, and then, you know, creating some breathing room to see what the impact is across the board. And I guess to say specifically one way we've done that, absent having data, is we have testimonials. And so we're producing a documentary. We collect letters. We bring DOC officials in. We have created short documentaries with DOC officials talking about the work that we've done and its significance in a way that I can't, because they're also talking without data, but they're giving that experiential opinion, right? They're giving their opinion based on 20 years of correctional experience of what it seems like the Freedom Library is doing already. And so that's also effective to help change the ideas of policymakers in terms of bringing money. But to be real, our project ultimately isn't about reducing incarceration. That is not the lane that we're in. We're also not trying to increase incarceration. We're just trying to pay attention to people who are incarcerated.
Really, my question was, how do we change their crisis of perception and the way that they dehumanize people who are incarcerated?
I guess I should say I don't think they have a crisis of perception, nor do I think they dehumanize people that's incarcerated. I think that when you talk about the public rhetoric that people have, that is a public performance. But I think that I've been across the country talking to people outside of cameras in closed spaces, talking to wardens, talking to commissioners. And I just think that's a caricature. And it might be an accurate caricature. It's a cliche. Cliches exist for a reason, but I just don't think that that's the dominant thread of people who work in corrections. It might have been in the 50s. It might have been in the 60s. It might have been in the arts. But I just still think that that characterization is unfair, particularly in this setting. Everybody that I represent has committed a homicide or violent robbery. So you got to understand the crisis of perception. They're saying that you have a crisis of perception. You keep talking. I have not heard anybody express disdain about the fact that I put a pistol in somebody's face, about the fact that my friends have murdered people, about the fact that the Freedom Library is going inside of prisons where the majority of people are locked up for violent crimes. I think when we think about things like the crisis of perception, it really does fundamentally go both ways. And it's fundamentally rooted in, like, it's this idea, are you right dominant or left dominant? And it's this idea that what if you're supposed to use both of them equally? And so the person that's right dominant is under the assumption that the person that's left dominant is wrong, but that's like radically not true. And I think that if you spend more time with people who work in the Department of Corrections, you'll see that they just like the rest of humanity. I just think it's more complex than being able to, my best friends have committed murders. I don't understand how I could honestly plead for mercy for friends of mine who have homicides and then act like, and then believe what I would need to believe to also think that the DOC folks have a crisis of perception that's so profound that that's what needs to be fixed. No, what really needs to be fixed is, as a country, we don't believe that people deserve mercy. That's what needs to be fixed. It's a reason why I had a Yale law degree and had to invent an organization to have a job that allows me to pay bills. I haven't had health care ever since I've been a student. I've never had a job that provided me with health care. So if there is a crisis of perception, it is not one that's singly rooted in the way the Department of Corrections looks at people with criminal records. It's one that's rooted. I once couldn't get a job interview at a college that didn't ask me to be its commencement speaker, because what happened is my public fame got so large that it demanded that they see me. But my skill set that I wanted to teach was the same, but I couldn't even get an interview. Same person, crisis of perception, same person sends me 2 emails 3 years apart. I remember his name. He didn't remember mine. That's a crisis of perception, that he could look at the same person 3 years apart and not remember that the one that he wanted to be his commencement speaker. And they don't often write letters when they don't interview you. So I know I'm likely one of few letters he wrote because I didn't get letters from any other universities. That's the crisis of perception that I think we also have to think about. And I think that we could just acknowledge that all of us are profoundly flawed and focus on those flaws, Jeff, you get the last question.
Thank you. So I have a question about the picture that you said you enjoyed with the COs enjoying the books as well. I know in prison there is a perception of self-segregation and cultural segregation amongst the people that are incarcerated. With the library being in a public open space, have you noticed, or is it a desire to help break down that segregation that happens there? And how does that look for the higher ups in the prison? Is it, I imagine less violence might happen.
See what I mean? We were doing good, and then we got back to metrics. You know what I mean? See, it's like unavoidable, right?
I guess I'm not really looking at metrics, just a general feeling.
No, it's real. We all reach for what might happen, and the first thing that we want to grasp, though, is the thing that, like, it is easily discernible. Has the incidence of violence increased or decreased? It's easily discernible. The more challenging thing is to really figure out how much time does it take, though, for any of these things to happen. And so your first point is profoundly on point. This is what we want to do. We want to create opportunities. Now, you say that across 2 domains, which are really important. One domain is within a prison, and all states are different. So like in Arizona, Black folks and white folks, they vibe outside of the cell, but they can't go in the same cell together. I went to this prison in Arizona. I was giving a talk, and it was gun range that was right outside. I was like, yo, y'all hear that? This is wild. I've never shot a gun before, but those sound like bullets. Are those bullets? And then they were laughing, right? I was like, oh, I guess they are. And I was like, I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable, but everybody on this side of the room is white and everybody on this side of the room is Black. Did they tell y'all to do that? And then they were all like, this dude is crazy because, but what happened is they had self-segregated, and there was also rules around it. And so I think that this place didn't have a freedom library. This was before this. I think that in a space in these units where they can like commune together, this creates an opportunity. It creates a safe space. I'm over here to look at books. So I think we create the opportunity, but I think we've figured out ways to push it. So ways to encourage people to talk. So we do book circles where we send the same book into a bunch of different people. We bring writers in, and they do, sometimes they turn like Richard Wright Black Boy into a theater piece. I turn my book Felon into a theater piece. And so then everybody in the room is a part of an audience, and the DOC folks are part of an audience as well. And so like when the warden is laughing, and the dude beside him is laughing, you feel like you in a community as opposed to, and then I'm making fun of everybody, so it's kind of, because it's like interactive, but then we bring somebody that does Black Boy. So that helps destabilize some of that. And now we're working on different ways to systematize it. And it does go back to the metrics though, right? Because when I say we're working on ways to systematize it, how do you incentivize a staff member then to read? And it might be by offering, it doesn't have to be a lot of money. It could be a $25 Amazon gift certificate for engaging in 3 conversations about a book with people in a particular housing unit. And a lot of times they create these different housing units, like the reentry housing unit, the veterans housing unit. And now they're moving towards a model. When you say, how do you change this? It's people in the Department of Corrections that are meaningfully trying to move towards different models, like training staff to work closely with people inside, like thinking about the resentment that comes from having college and prison programs, but having no programs for the staff to go to college. And so like at Boston University has such a program. And in the state of Vermont, you said, how do you work with people? It was a congressional staffer in the state of Vermont. He wanted to do college and prison. He worked with people out there. He decided the way to do it first was to make universal college and prison for the staff, and then to make it for the people in prison, to decrease the resentment that staff feels. Is like, my life is shitty too. My dad is an alcoholic too. My dad left. My cousins sell drugs. I work. You think I want to work here? How come this kid gets to go to college? And so you do things like that, though. And some universities and some people have created those kind of partnerships to like destabilize the relationship. And the relationship is tense on the inside. But I think that because it's so tense on the inside, and people who are serving time don't necessarily have the power or the wherewithal or the skill or the time to help that tension dissipate, then it's our duty and responsibility to work on that as a problem, as opposed to just work on that as something to criticize the DOC for. And so all of the things I just talked about were meant to make an argument that this is a community project, but some of it it's a trial and error. So some prisons say that the COs can't take books or read books. So then it's like, well, what do you do in the face of that? And it's like, okay, in the face of that, well, we think about a new option. And so the next, our strategic plan is to spend 3 years really robustly thinking about some of the strategies that identify the equivalent of lower violence. Because, and then think about some of the strategies to identify things that I can't even name right now, which might be the equivalent of becoming a better father, right? So that's what I would say. Cool. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so very, very much, Dwayne, for sharing your expertise, your humor, your insights today. I would like to introduce our next speaker, and that is Kris Steele. Kris has moved the football significantly in terms of trying to advocate for the rights of the incarcerated in this state. He is the executive director of TEEM, and I will let him tell you what that is. A warm round for Kris Steele.
Okay, my goodness, it is great to see everyone here this morning. I'm super excited to be here. I want to just tell you, and I think you've probably already addressed this. I came in with Mr. Betts on Mr. Betts' presentation, but I was getting some emails as he was presenting. We're making history today. There are women who are incarcerated at Mabel Bassett Correctional Center in McLeod, Oklahoma, who are watching and participating in this conference online in real time. They said, yeah, it's amazing. They said that they are loving everything that they're seeing and that they wish that they could participate. in the question and answer section, but we're going to find a way to make that happen eventually. Okay, I'm going to jump right in and just get started and walk you through what I think will be hopefully some good information just to kind of connect some dots. And I'm going to share a little bit of my personal journey as well as the history of Oklahoma and our love affair with mass incarceration. Dr. Tonnia Anderson, I want to say, first of all, thank you. I mean, it's no secret that you are always going to be the smartest person in the room, but that's not why I admire you so much. I admire you because of the way that you see people, because of the way that you care for people, and because of the way that you love people. Just a quick story, when Dr. Anderson came to visit me in Oklahoma City to talk about this conference, I said, let's go to lunch. And we went to my favorite lunch spot, and there are two incredible employees at Cafe Cuvée in Oklahoma City. Their names are Kiki and KK. They are sisters. And I introduced them to Dr. Anderson, and I made that introduction, and they visited for just a little bit. That was probably 2 months ago. And I'm telling you, they are still talking about that encounter with Dr. Anderson and how she made them feel and the life that she spoke into them. She does the same thing to everybody that she comes in contact with. So Dr. Anderson, thank you for being you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. So I'm going to just tell you that best I can tell, I've had some colleagues that have kind of helped me with this research, but the best I can tell, you could break Oklahoma's history in relation to our criminal legal system. Let me just stop and announce that where I'm at on my journey so far, I want to say that words matter. Our words matter. You will not hear me use the phrase criminal justice system. I'm having a hard time finding the justice in what we're currently doing. I refer to it on a good day as the criminal legal system, and when I get fired up, I will refer to it as the criminal punishment system, because I think that's a more accurate description of what's going on. But I think if you look at our state's history, you can break up our journey in criminal legal system and policy into three areas. And I will just start with the first phase of what I would say would be the era of mass incarceration. I think this probably started somewhere along about 1973. Since 1973, Oklahoma's prison population has increased by over 700%. 700% since 1973. You guys will be very familiar with some initiatives both at the national level and at the state level that have played into this dynamic. You know, starting with the war on drugs in the 1980s, the truth in sentencing laws in the 1990s. Fear was the popular driver that promoted policy, and increasingly harsh punishment was our state's response to anybody who broke a social norm. Following suit in 1987, Oklahoma passed its first 3 strikes and you're out law. Initially, this law only applied to drug trafficking citations and allowed for the opportunity for parole after 10 years, 1987. 1989, Oklahoma amended this law to apply to all offenses and took away the opportunity for parole. That was eliminated. Just to give us a reminder, a historical context, this notion of 3 strikes and you're out law was actually first enacted in the state of California. There was a horrific situation that took place in that state, and that state's response was to create this 3 strikes and you're out policy for anyone who had multiple convictions of what was deemed to be a violent crime. almost overnight. It was so politically popular, almost overnight, almost every state in the nation enacted some variation of this 3 strikes and you're outlaw. The difference between Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Mississippi is that every other state only applied this 3 strikes and you're out rule to individuals that had multiple convictions of violent crime. Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Mississippi applied it to every offense. That's the difference. And so when you look at our statistics nationally, you will see that in almost every year, the leading states for incarceration will either be Oklahoma, Louisiana, or Mississippi. Just want to connect that dot for you. So our state actually went beyond, and we had this mentality, you know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And if this 3 strikes and you're out concept is politically popular, and if it is a response that the voters agree with, let's go as far with it as we can. And Oklahoma actually has, in many instances, a 2 strikes and you're out application to, we call it sentence enhancement. So if you didn't learn your lesson the first time, then we're going to make an example out of you the second time, and all bets are off, regardless of what the primary sentence range may be. The thought process was this, that punishment somehow deters behavior and makes a person better. We never took into account issues of trauma, mental illness, addiction, poverty, and dynamics behind unwanted behavior. Being tough on crime was politically expedient, and elected officials in Oklahoma made the absolute most of it. In 1991, Oklahoma became the world leader in female incarceration, a designation that we held for nearly 3 decades, for over 30 years. Now, let me just stop and tell you that literally hundreds and hundreds of studies have been conducted to try to make sense on why Oklahoma has such high rates of female incarceration. Let me just stop and tell you that as a lifelong Oklahoman, whose great-great-grandmother and great-great-grandmother, grandmother, mom, sister, wife, and 2 daughters are all from this state, you cannot convince me that the women who live in Oklahoma are somehow more criminogenic than the people who live in Arkansas or Kansas or New Mexico or Texas or anywhere else in the world. That's just not true. Been here all my life. And I know the people who live in our state. We're earnest, we're hardworking, and we're good at our core. We have some issues that we may need help with from time to time, but we are not bad people. So I want to tell you what the research has concluded in relation to female incarceration. We had enough studies over the course of time that we now have what's called meta-analysis. Enough independent studies have come to the same conclusion. We know what's driving female incarceration in the state of Oklahoma. We know what it is. And if you look at the research in some of the studies, they will identify these issues as driving factors. And in other research, they will identify them as pathways to female incarceration. But let me just zip through them for the sake of time. Let me just tell you what they are. Number 1, it's abuse, domestic violence and abuse. Dr. Susan Sharp at OU has done incredible research around this topic. In the latest studies that she has conducted, 68% of all the women in prison in Oklahoma are victims, hear me, victims of domestic violence or abuse. Could be physical, could be sexual, could be mental, could be emotional, could be relational, but they're victims of abuse. Most common characteristic. Now, obviously, being a victim is not a crime in and of itself. should never be. Number two, unresolved trauma. Unresolved trauma. Let me just tell you what the research says. Trauma left unresolved over the course of time tends to manifest itself in antisocial activity. Number three, and these are all connected, untreated mental illness. Untreated mental illness. So unresolved trauma, the research informs us, creates anxiety, it creates depression, and it creates a host of activities left untreated, tends to manifest itself in unwanted behaviors. Number four, addiction. Addiction. I'm not making excuses, I'm just offering an explanation. People who deal with untreated mental illness consistently often begin to self-medicate to try to get some relief. The research informs us that for the person who has that co-occurring condition, they are much more likely to become addicted. I just want to pause and say my editorial comment is this. People who battle issues of addiction ought to be treated as patients, not as prisoners. It's a health condition. We're talking about people who need help. Number five, poverty. Poverty. Now, because we have a full 50 minutes, and I usually don't get this much time, I'm going to unpack how our current criminal legal system, our current criminal punishment system, disproportionately impacts people who are poor. We punish people who are poor. I'm going to unpack that in just a minute. Number six, research would tell us it's limited educational opportunities. And number seven is low self-esteem. That is what's driving Oklahoma's female incarceration rates. Let me just tell you, as a person who loves my state, but is hopefully honest enough to look at where we're at and say that we can do better, we're not doing nearly enough, not nearly enough to address the driving factors, the pathways that's leading to female incarceration in Oklahoma. And yet, when any one of these issues or any combination of these issues create a person to act in a way that is unwanted, we're awfully quick to look at incarceration as a primary response. You guys know the statistics as well as I do. 84% of all the women in prison in Oklahoma are mothers. They're moms. Primary caregivers of their kiddos. I think the statistic is 73% of the moms in prison today have at least one child the age of 16 or younger. We are creating generational curses in the state of Oklahoma because we refuse to help people who need help. Oklahoma, we can do better. We have to do better. So here we are, 70s, 80s, 90s. Man, I would classify it as the period of mass incarceration. If I can just speak truth, I do this. You know, when I'm around Dr. Anderson, I feel empowered. Let me tell you something else that happened that we rarely talk about. 1976, in the state of Oklahoma, the Oklahoma District Attorney's Council and Association was created. And district attorneys, prosecutors in our state have had a constant presence in our state legislature ever since. They are influencing our attitudes and the details of our policy and the ranges of punishment. That's a dynamic that's very real. We talk about private prisons a lot. We're not always talking about the undue influence of prosecutors in the legislative process. Next, I think that we could potentially identify our state's history in relation to mass incarceration and criminal legal system development in what I would say might be the era of study. So starting in the early 2000s, people from across the political spectrum began to realize that many of our correctional policies that we have in place had created a crisis. Studies were being conducted from coast to coast. Oklahoma was no exception. From the early 2000s to 2016, nearly 100 committees, commissions, task forces, and interim studies were held at a high level to study the issues and the dynamics and the problems connected with mass incarceration. We studied, we researched, we reviewed this topic time and again. But old habits are hard to break, and the tough on crime mentality persisted. Oklahoma leaders continued to demand retribution and punishment over rehabilitation and redemption. From 2001 to 2007, the Oklahoma legislature tacked on the 85% rule to scary sounding offenses. 2008, spending for corrections became Oklahoma's second fastest growing expenditure in all of state government. From 2010 to 2016, our state averaged adding 26 new crimes punishable by incarceration to the statutes every year. Every year. 26 new crimes in 2010, 26 new crimes in 2011, 26 new crimes in 2013, and on and on and on it goes from 2010 to 2016. And all the while we were increasing the range of punishment for people convicted of those unwanted behaviors, primarily people who need help. In 2014, Oklahoma became the national leader in the number of African Americans we incarcerate per capita. We've gone back and forth, and today we're back on top. Today, as I talk to you this afternoon or this morning, Oklahoma again is the leader. We have the highest rate of incarceration among people of color of any state in the nation. That ought to bother somebody. We're in the buckle of the Bible Belt. Why do we continually put up with systemic racism and gender bias as we beat our chest and say we believe and we have faith? It seems inconsistent to me. Let me tell you something else that happened in 2015, 2016 that's a little closer to home for me. The federal government sent a letter to Oklahoma County. And the letter, in essence, said this: we're going to take control of your county jail. We're going to take it over. Too many human rights violations. You're overcrowded. Too many problems occurring in it's called the detention center, Oklahoma County Detention Center officially. It's our county jail. In 2016, the average daily population in the Oklahoma County Detention Center was 2,634. Problem is, the maximum occupancy for the Oklahoma County Detention Center is 1,200. We were averaging 2,634 people a day in a facility that was designed to have a maximum occupancy of 1,200. The federal government said that's it. I mean, let's just be real. People were dying. People were being murdered. People were taking their own lives. There was a myriad of human rights violations. The county leaders in Oklahoma County had this convening, and they said, listen, we can't have this happen, because when that happens, the federal government takes over, fixes what needs to be fixed, and sends the county a bill. for the cost of doing things the right way. Our county leader said, we don't want that. That's not the image. Too many good things happening in Oklahoma County. We don't need that kind of negative attention. We've got to figure this situation out ourselves. They contracted with the Vera Institute. And the Vera Institute came in and they did a 6-week study on what is happening in the Oklahoma County Detention Center. 2016, it's an incredible report. Here's what the report said in essence. Said I was going to talk to you about how our current system punishes people who are poor. The Vera report said this. Look at what's happening in Oklahoma County every day. Dr. Anderson, I'm going to use you as an example just to put a face on it. They have in the report person A and person B. But to make it personal, they said this is what's happening in Oklahoma County. Tonnia and Kris get arrested on the same day for a similar offense. We could even be together. We could be in the same vehicle. We're arrested. We're charged. Not convicted, but charged. And we're admitted into the Oklahoma County Detention Center. Dr. Anderson has the wherewithal, the resources to post bond. And she gets out in 24, 48, probably more like 72 hours. She returns to work. She lives her life until her case is placed on the docket. I can't make bond. I don't have enough money in my bank account. So I have to remain in the county jail until our case is on the docket. The report says, look at what happens to Kris during that time. And here's what the information said. If there are no continuances in our case, which never happens, but if there are no continuances, the quickest our case would be on the docket is 32 days. But it's more like 90 days because there's at least a couple of continuances that are filed before we actually make it into court. But let's just go conservative and say that it only takes 32 days. The Vera report says, look at what happens to Kris during those 32 days. I lose my job. I lose custody of my kiddos. I lose my apartment. I lose all the stability in my life. When our case finally goes to court, Dr. Anderson comes in dressed appropriately with her private attorney, and I come to the courthouse in handcuffs. It's what the report says. In an orange jumpsuit that has the word inmate stamped on the front of it. Remember, I said words matter. I meet my public defender probably for the first time as I'm walking into that courtroom. Somewhere along the way, the Vera report said, this is what's happening in Oklahoma. The judge is going to ask Dr. Anderson's private attorney, tell me what Tonnia's been doing since this offense was committed. Her attorney is going to say, Your Honor, I'm glad you asked. She's been out. She's been at home. She's been taking care of her family. She's been showing up at work every day. She's volunteering. She's hosting conferences. She's changing the world. She has proven that she has learned her lesson. She is a contributing member of our community. She's doing great. Then the judge is going to ask my public defender, as I'm standing before the judge with the word inmate tattooed on my chest in handcuffs. And oh, by the way, just to keep it real, the report says that I haven't showered in something like 10 days. Either because I don't have access or when I do, bad things happen. It's all there in the report. So the judge is going to ask my public defender, what has Kris been doing since this event occurred? It's the same charge. My public defender is going to say he's been sitting in jail, Your Honor. According to the Vera report, if I'm white, I am 4 times as likely to receive a harsher punishment than Tonnia. The only difference is the amount of money we had in our bank account. If I am a person of color, the report says I'm 7 times as likely to receive a harsher punishment. Tonnia's going to get probation, maybe even have her charges dropped. I'm going to go to prison. That's not justice. That's not equality. That's not fair. It's not right. And oh, by the way, the document that governs the United States of America, this thing called the U.S. Constitution, forbids the practice of debtor's prison. It's unconstitutional in the country in which we live. And yet it happens every day in jails across Oklahoma. Somebody ought to be bothered by that. That ought to keep you up at night. We studied this issue. We knew the harm, the devastation that our current policies were creating, and yet we continued down the path in Oklahoma. That all happened from 2000 to 2016. I would say that in 2016, we began to move from an era of study to probably maybe an era of action. In 2016, Dr. Gregg was a big part of this. We came forward with a ballot initiative and we said, let's take this issue directly to the voters. If our elected officials aren't going to take the steps necessary to reduce the harm, to correct the problems, let's take it directly to the voters of Oklahoma. In 2016, the voters of Oklahoma passed a couple of ballot initiatives, State Question 780, 781, that basically said this: for an individual who is convicted of simple possession, for a person who is using drugs to feed a personal habit or to try to get some relief from whatever they're dealing with, that person should not be a convicted felon. That person should be in treatment. That person should be in help. And oh, by the way, it costs about $24,000 a year today to incarcerate a person in our state. Effective treatment programs cost between $5,000 and $6,000 a year. Listen, I'm not the brightest crayon in the box, but if you told me that I could produce better outcomes, that I could actually do things that would help keep families intact and improve the quality of life for $5,000 versus continuing to create generational cycles that cause problems for $24,000, I'm going to take option A. That's not hard for me. That's not hard for me at all. But the voters began to take action. These initiatives reclassified simple possession as a misdemeanor, focused on treatment instead of incarceration. 781 created an account to capture the savings from reducing our prison population and ultimately reinvesting those savings back in local communities in the form of treatment, mental health care, employment opportunities, housing assistance. 2017, 2018, the legislature enacted a series of data-driven reforms in relation to our parole process, in relation to debt collection, made some things retroactivity, or possible in relation to retroactivity. And since 2017, our state has experienced about a 21% decrease in our overall prison population. Lots of factors went into that. The biggest factor, COVID. So let me just give you an idea of where we're at. After a 21% decrease in our carceral footprint, Oklahoma still has the fourth highest incarceration rate per capita in the world. After a 21% reduction in our overall prison population, Oklahoma still has the second highest female incarceration rate per capita in the world. And after a 21% reduction in our overall prison population, Oklahoma still leads the nation in the number of African Americans we incarcerate per capita. This issue is important. This issue is important. let me not gloss over. Mr. Betts made reference. Let me not gloss over. Listen, Angela Munson just walked in the room. I just want to tell you, not only is she a personal hero, she is a personal mentor of mine. Help shape my beliefs, instilled in me courage to think through issues for myself. But we're in different parties. So I'm a Republican. My Republican friends hate it when I say this, but if I'm going to just talk to you about significant moments in Oklahoma's history in relation to criminal legal issues, let me tell you what I think may be the most significant thing that's ever happened in our state. And I'm talking about ever happened anywhere. It happened in 2015 here in Oklahoma, in El Reno, when President Barack Obama became the first and only sitting president to ever visit a prison while in office. Happened here in Oklahoma just a few years ago when President Obama was meeting with the men who were in that federal detention center. Here's what he said, and it was not unlike a convening that's taken place in this room. He said to the individuals there, he said, "Men, I want you to know there's a fine line between president and prisoner." And then he began to explain that if he had experienced the trauma that they had experienced in their lives, he could very well be right where they are. But if they had experienced the breaks and the opportunities and the foundational support that he had experienced, they could very well be where he was at that moment in time. Guys, I want to tell you, we're all the same. And the longer that I go, the more I believe that the biggest difference between the person who may be involved in our criminal legal space and the person who is not is that the person who is got caught. I just don't know that there's a hair's worth of difference between any of us. We're all people, and we all need each other. I want to quickly transition. I'm looking at the time. I want to give opportunities for questions. I'm throwing a lot of information at you. I just want to tell you that this journey for me started when I had the opportunity to serve in the state legislature. And let me just be transparent. When I'm telling you about all the crimes and all the expansion for range of sentences that took place early on in the 2000s up until 2008, 2009, I participated in those. Let me just tell you, I'm a chief. I went right along with the crowd, never even thought twice about it. In 2008 is when I was given some additional responsibility over our state's budget. And again, I mentioned this earlier, but I just want to go back. The thing that jumped off the page for me at that moment in time is that spending for quote unquote corrections had become our state's second fastest growing expenditure. Let me put a pin in that and tell you that Oklahoma's constitution, our state constitution, has within it a balanced budget amendment. What that means is the state legislature cannot appropriate more money than it takes in any given fiscal year. I actually support the balanced budget amendment. But what the balanced budget amendment means to us is this: the more money we spend on incarceration, the less money we have to spend on education. The more money we spend on incarceration, the less money we have to spend on health care or infrastructure or services for kiddos in at-risk situations or anything else that you may deem to be important. That would be one thing if we were actually correcting what need to be corrected. We're not. We're not. I looked at the research. What the research tells me is that nearly every person who enters the Department of Corrections comes out, according to the LSIR, the level of service inventory revised, at a greater risk for committing additional crime before they went in. Let me tell you, they're coming back out with some dynamics that have changed. They're a convicted felon. That is a scarlet letter that will exclude a person from participating in any pro-social way in the state of Oklahoma. It limits job opportunities. It limits housing opportunities. It limits educational opportunities. It limits an opportunity to pro-socially participate in the life of your family. people who are coming out, this is after they have paid their debt and served their time. They're coming out owing fines of $10, $20, $30, $40, $50,000 after they have paid their debt. They have to pay it back. They have to pay it back, but we don't let them work anywhere. And there's no place for them to live, and we say, go and do well, take care of your family. We take away their driver's license. Whatever that core issue is, unresolved trauma, untreated mental illness, addiction, they're still dealing with it. They didn't get the help they needed while we forced them to live in a cage. Let's just get real about what's happening. It's upside down. That makes a person more likely. Listen, the men and women that are involved in Oklahoma's criminal legal space, in my estimation, are some of the most resilient, resourceful, determined, dedicated, talented people I know. They can do anything, and they know how to make fast money. They know how the game is played. When we give a person no other options, guess what they're going to do? Again, I'm not offering excuses. I'm trying to offer explanation. Final thing I would say, and then I want to move on to my concluding remarks, and that is this. I knew in 2008 that this issue of reform was important. I knew it was important because as I looked at our own state's indicators, our own outcomes, even while we were incarcerating more people per capita than any other state in the nation and spending more money per capita on incarceration than virtually any other state in the nation, our crime rates were not going down. Our public safety rating was not better. In fact, we had a public safety rating in 2008 that was worse than 38 other states. It wasn't working. Listen, I tell my friends on the conservative end of the political spectrum, man, I celebrate the fact that you're a fiscal conservative. Good for you. We need that. We need those kind of perspectives. We need that kind of priority in state government. And oh, by the way, you really ought to care about this issue of criminal legal reform because the return on investment is not good. It's ineffective. It's not working. You cannot even call yourself a fiscal conservative and continue to support policies that result in mass incarceration. Doesn't work. I tell my friends who are on the other end of the political spectrum and maybe more progressive and care more about social justice and human resources and humanity, I say, man, that's great. I am so glad and I celebrate the fact that that's your perspective. And oh, by the way, you really ought to care about this issue of criminal legal reform because we are destroying lives left and right. And we can't afford to do that. The issue was important. I can spend the rest of the afternoon telling you about the different light bulb moments and the breakthroughs that we had, but I will just tell you at some point in time, it moved from important to personal with me. It became personal. Now, another one of my mentors is Dr. George Young, Senator George Young. We were together one time and somebody said to the both of us, you guys are making this too personal. You need to calm down. You're making it too personal. Senator George Young, who's a minister, stood up and in his charismatic way, he said, you damn right it's personal. We're talking about fellow Oklahomans. So let me just end by telling you a couple of ways that this issue has become personal to me and why it has become personal. It became personal when I began to work with a nonprofit in Oklahoma City by the name of TEEM, the Education and Employment Ministry. We have 4 different programs, and in one of our programs, we actually get to work with men and women who are still currently incarcerated about 9 months prior to their release. They get to come to our facility, work through a series of cognitive behavioral classes, life skills. We teach financial literacy, basic computer skills, and if they don't have a tangible job skill, marketable job skill, we connect them with those opportunities as well. We had a woman named Brittany who came through our program, and she actually completed our culinary certification program. Brittany is a superstar. Like when I tell you she was fire, she was fire. Like she led the class, was always there with a good attitude, accomplished everything that needed to be accomplished. When Brittany became eligible to go to work, we helped secure her employment in the deli at a local grocery store in Oklahoma City. So proud of her. Our case managers were keeping tabs with her, supporting her every step of the way. And about 2 weeks into her employment, we got a call from the store manager that told us that he was sorry, but he was afraid he was going to have to terminate Brittany's employment. We were shocked. We said, oh my gosh, what? We couldn't even imagine what had happened. We said, what's gone wrong? And he said, well, he said, to be fair, she has a lot of really positive attributes. She shows up on time. She comes in with a good attitude. She works hard. She does what's asked of her. We said, well, what's the issue? What's the problem? And the store manager said, well, she's making a mockery out of certain job responsibilities within her job description. And we said, what do you mean? And he said, well, you know that with any job, there are aspects that nobody likes to do. We said, yes, of course. He said, well, Brittany's making a mockery out of those aspects. And we said, could you give us an example? And he said, sure. He said, when the manager says, hey, it's time to go chop the onions, Brittany jumps up and says, ooh, let me do that. That sounds like fun. I'll do that. That sounds great. And he said, or when there's a spill in the middle of the aisle and he says, somebody needs to go clean that up, Brittany says, ooh, let me go do that. That would be so much fun. I would love to do that. I can't wait. Or when it comes to doing the dishes, the same response, and on it went. And we said, well, is she doing those activities? He said, yeah, she does them, but there's no way that she can be serious, and it's causing distractions and whatever else. And I said, can we talk to Brittany? And he said, yes, of course. But we asked if we could talk to Brittany before he made a final decision. We called Brittany in and we asked her if everything was okay and how her job was going. She said, it's going great. I love it. Love my coworkers. I'm so happy. We said, Brittany, has anything changed since you started working in the deli? And she said, yeah. And she pulled out a note from her back pocket, and it had been folded up and unfolded so many times it just fell open. She said, this is a note from my 10-year-old daughter. And she read it to us. And in that note, she said, Mom, I heard you're working in the deli. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Brittany disclosed to us that was the first time in her entire life that anybody in her family had ever said that they were proud of her. She said, I'll do whatever they ask me to do. This issue became personal to me in that moment. We called the store manager back and told him what had happened. We said, if we can get Brittany to agree to not do a cheerleading routine every time she's asked to do something that's unfavorable, can she keep her job? And he said, yes. Do you know that in less than a month, Brittany got a promotion? And she was employed by the store to underscore the fact that there's no job in anybody's job description that is not worth doing right and well and with enthusiasm. They turned that negative into a positive. This issue became personal to me when Justin, a young man from Clara Waters Correctional Center, came through our program. And he was sharp. But 2 days in, our staff had a meeting and we said, we don't think Justin's going to make it here because he's non-responsive. And the staff talked about how when they would tell Justin it was time to go to class, or it was time to eat lunch, or it was time to go on break, that he just ignored them and wouldn't respond. But other staff said, I see something in him. Let's stay with this. 6 weeks later, at Justin's exit interview, we have him on camera saying this. He said that when he first came to TEEM, he didn't know what was going on, and he kept hearing people say, Justin, it's time to do this, or Justin, it's time to do that. And he said he didn't respond to him because it had been so long since anybody had called him by his first name that he did not know who they were talking to. He said he was accustomed to responding to DOC number 26324. He said, but then about day 3 or 4, it began to sink in, Justin, that's who I am. That's the name my mom gave me. I am Justin. And he said after he made that realization, he never looked back. This issue became personal to me in that moment. This issue became personal to me when we started an initiative at Mabel Bassett Correctional Center to provide more women the opportunity to pursue their educational goals. One night at study group, we realized that one of our participants was having a birthday. It was her birthday the day of study group. And I'm telling you, there are moments in our lives where we look forward to celebrating, occasions that we really get excited about and that are wonderful moments for us. Those very same occasions can be very difficult for a person who's incarcerated, for a person who's separated from their families. And I have a colleague who is very creative. And when she realized that it was Brittany's birthday, Brittany Payne's birthday, she said, well, my gosh, we got to give Brittany a present. I don't know how long it's been since you've been inside a facility, but you can't take anything in. And I whispered to my colleague, I whispered to Lindy, we don't have a present. And Lindy said, well, let me just act like she didn't hear me. She said, let me just give the first present. And she held up this imaginary present. She said, Brittany, this is for you. It can be anything you want it to be. Would you please unwrap it and tell us what it is? Guys, it was electric. I mean, like before it was over, everybody was giving everybody presents. There was a woman in that setting named Nicole who received her present, and she took her time unwrapping it. And when she unwrapped it, she started to cry. And she said, oh my gosh, this is exactly what I've been hoping for. It's a picture of my son in his football uniform. And she describes his oversized shoulder pads, his crooked helmet, the color on the trim of his football uniform. And she said, I've wanted this picture for so long. Thank you. This issue became personal to me in that moment. This issue became personal. It moved from important to personal. When I happened to be in the room with a woman by the name of Ray Smith, who said that she always had these dreams of being a buyer for a department store, buying the clothes and then marketing the clothes, and that's what she wanted to do. That's why she was pursuing a higher education. And as she was talking about her dreams, she kind of shrank and said, but I could never do that. A person with my life experience, they would never even consider letting me do that. I happened to be in the room when a fellow by the name of J.C. Watts looked at Miss Smith and said, young lady, your mind can't go, or he said, your feet can't go where your mind hasn't been. You absolutely need to see yourself in that setting. And I watched Ray's face light up, and I saw her posture change, and I saw the way that she began to carry herself. And in that moment, this issue became real to me. I have another 100 examples that I want to give to you, but I'm going to stop right there because I'm at time. And I want to end by telling you this. When we consider our criminal legal system and the men and women and families that it is swallowing up, I want you to know there is no such thing as a spare Oklahoman. We can't afford to throw people away. Our faith won't allow it. Our communities are at their best. They're healthiest, they're strongest when everyone is able to contribute to the greater good. My final thought, all of us need to succeed. We're connected in this journey. I thank you for your interest. I thank you for your participation. Dr. Anderson, I thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. If you're ever in Oklahoma City, stop by TEEM, have a cup of coffee with us, and meet some of the incredible men and women that we get to serve. Thank you, and God bless.
Questions for Kris?
Yes, ma'am.
I really understand the importance of what we're discussing here when it comes to incarceration. But I have another question about a different aspect of the criminal justice system. For like, just to make it personal, like for example, I was arrested back in 2011 for possession, and the possession itself was a misdemeanor, but my son was in the house, so that made it a felony. So it's a felony arrest. However, I only spent like one night like in holding. I was lucky enough that my mother was able to find an attorney that would take payments, so that she came to the court and I got released on my own recognizance. Sorry, it's a hard word for me.
Doing great. You're doing great.
I did everything that the court asked of me. I did I paid the fines. I went to the classes. I did the probation, 2 years supervised, and I was considered like a model probationee. I paid thousands of dollars, which I did not have because I'm on welfare. However, now I'm in the position where even though I was not charged, as I had a deferred sentence, I did everything that was asked of me, and I, reached the time limit, no trouble, never got into any trouble at all. I still have that on my record. And so it's as if I were a felon.
Yeah.
Whereas like I still have problems where anything that requires a background check, I'm not going to pass. So I don't mean to like divert attention.
No, you're not.
But I mean, I think that's another part of the system that's, not functioning. Like what is going into like changing that? Like, I mean, I can't go back to school. I can't get financial aid. I can't get a good job. I'm stuck on welfare.
Yeah.
Like,
so thank you. First of all, thank you for sharing your personal story. Thank you for being transparent and vulnerable. Like for real. Thank you for being brave.
I mean, people still see me.
And for being a truth teller. Let me give you a little bit of hope. Listen, I want to be positive, and I am positive. I'm thinking good thoughts. Here's the good news for you. Let me first of all validate what you're saying. It's not only that we send more people to prison. It's not only that we send people to prison for way too long. It's the fact that we designate a person as a convicted felon for life. And let me just also say that is after a person has paid their debt and served their time. So here's the good, and it's wrong. It's wrong. Everything that you're living is upside down. The good news is this. Year before last, the Oklahoma legislature, we're in this, I'm going to call it the era of action and claim that we're making positive steps, passed what's called the Clean Slate Act. And what the Clean Slate Act, now it's not going to go into effect until next year, so they had a 3-year ramp up, but what the Clean Slate Act in essence does is say that after you have satisfied all of the legal criteria, including, paying back all of the fees and fines that may be connected with an offense, making sure that you're no longer on paper time, your record will automatically be expunged.
So I don't have to pay $1,200.
You don't have to pay $1,200. Here's the
catch.
catch when this goes into effect. I mean, and it's limited to, and I didn't even get into it, but let me just also say for the record, what we classify as violent versus nonviolent is completely arbitrary. I know we're just talking about a violent, but the reality is we make a lot of things violent that if we would just take time to look at what's really going on there and the mitigating circumstances, we would understand that person is not at all what their charge says they are. But the Clean Slate Act only applies to those who may be convicted of a nonviolent offense. And so you should be on pace based on what you've described to me. And I'm not an attorney and I don't know all the details to have your record expunged when this law goes into effect sometime next year. The caveat is this: the district attorneys still get to object if they so choose. And I'm not for that, but concessions had to be made, and that was one of the concessions. But there may be hope on the way for you.
That's awesome. Thank you.
If the district attorney objects, Kris, if the district attorney objects, then does the normal expungement process take place?
That's my understanding, yes. Got one in the back and then.
Hi. Okay. I'm an environmental science student, so I don't know much about like law school and things like that. But what do you think? I mean, aside from the obvious answer of just like having more women and more women of color, especially, go to law school, and like, I mean, how can we ever disrupt the system, like the funnel of just white men with no life experience being put in the space of a DA and being given all this discretion over other people's lives when they still believe that everyone was given the same chances in life and that these people made choices?
Yeah. So incredibly insightful. Let me just tell you, it's in my notes. I didn't talk about this just for sake of time, but I'm telling you, in this, what I'm calling the era of action that we're in right now, let me tell you about the bright spot. I started to say a bright spot, but let me tell you about the bright spot. In my estimation, the bright spot is a woman named Vicki Bahena, who became Oklahoma County's first district attorney, first female district attorney. Vicki is changing the game. She has an incredible life story, and I will just tell you that Vicki cares about people. She's taken very thoughtful approaches, and she's understanding the entire situation behind whatever may be going on in a person's life. She gives me hope, and you know, it's incumbent upon us as voters to. Sarah Jane, I watched the conference yesterday. She was here. She talked about the importance of recruiting female candidates and supporting female candidates for office. And I know you guys talked a lot about legislative offices, but I'm telling you, this office of district attorney is very, very important. Vicki Bahena in Oklahoma County is changing the game. But to your point, I will tell you this: it's 2023. There are 27 elected district attorneys in the state of Oklahoma. There are exactly 0 elected district attorneys of color in our state. That's a problem. That's a problem. It's we got to have more women. We got to have more diversity. No doubt about it. There is bias. There is systemic racism involved in our system.
In high school, I was in debate a lot, and one of the topics that we had was retribution versus rehabilitation. And something that I saw within the debaters and my fellow debaters who had the topic and with the audience is that they could not imagine the concept of doing time for the crime and rehabilitation existing in the same space. So how do we get people to understand that there can still be justice for what has happened, but you could also be rehabilitating people and helping people to prevent these crimes?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Let me just tell you, transformation is possible. Rehabilitation is real. Like, I'm not the same person I was 5 years ago. Thank goodness. And I'm telling you, there are people that we work with every week that I promise you are not the same people that they were when they were 18, 19, 20, 21 years old. It's just, we all evolve. The only thing I know, because I deal with individuals who carry that same worldview and that same mindset, Brian Stevenson says proximity is key. And ultimately, when we can create opportunities for people to be in relationship and to get to know people who are rehabilitated and who are transforming and who are changing, and when they get to know those individuals and enter into a relationship with them, I think it changes our worldview. I whatever the statistics are, I think it's something like 1 in 9 adult Oklahomans are a convicted felon. I mean, really? And at some point, the proximity, we're going to reach a point of saturation where if that's not us, and it could be any of us, the chances are we're going to know somebody who it is, who that describes. And if we know who that person is, we know that generally speaking, that individual's not a person that has horns growing out the top of their head or anything like that. It's a person just like us. And so I think proximity is key, and the more that we can begin to understand and realize that with proper support, people can and will do the right thing. And when we can focus our efforts on creating that dynamic, then I think everything changes. Wish I had an easier answer. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You are truly, this man is a hero.
No, come on.
You are.
Not at all. Thank you
Yes,
very much.
you are. Okay, it is lunchtime. Yes, yes. So, okay. So we will meet back here to start our second half at 1 o'clock. So enjoy. You can go to the cafeteria. If you have purchased a meal ticket, just give them your name. And if you haven't, you can still enjoy. All right? Thank you. You guys enjoy. If you, I don't have any money for it. If you want to have lunch, go downstairs and have them. Go downstairs and have them to write down your name and then send it. I'm not having no, I don't have it.
I think there was one getting on that.
Yeah.
I thought I recognized you.
Probably not. Still probably not. So, but you all go, because now you all go and enjoy. So, just go downstairs and give them your name and tell them that the Will pay.
I was just gonna ask about like this kind of the extra credit assignment for the selfie part of it. Like I don't know how to describe it. Can I submit it like after I submit the actual paper part? Yeah. Chat thing. I can't get it on my computer if I take a selfie on my phone. So it's just kind of crazy. Technology. No one's gonna be a computer. If I submit it separately into there.
And then there's another, I think there's another copy of the thing with weekly, and I actually found out it's all in color, but there's another one there that I gotta find it out. Oh, yeah.
Amazing.
Great to see you. Blessings to you. Thank you.
When does it start? I can't hear. Oh, when does the conference start? The afternoon session starts at 1:00. Okay. I will come back. I think they said that. Yeah. Okay. I'm almost sure. Okay. That's what my notes. Okay. I'll be right back then. Okay. I'll wait on you. All right.
Here's a trick. If you leave your car keys next to your umbrella, you won't leave your umbrella here.
That is, yeah, in theory.
In theory.
Because for me, I would look at it, I would say, oh, that's a nice umbrella.
Yeah, then I walked out to the car, holding my umbrella in my hand, not open, and all the rain. Nope, it served me well.
Well, I have donated umbrellas to lots of people. Okay.
And what we'll do is just give people a little bit of time to move on the back.
Orange and turquoise. Either that or there's two red looking and you put it on red and yellow. And then they have yellow and one is orange and turquoise. You know, they say,
On my
and
phone.
my black jacket.
On my phone.
That's okay. I
It's
read
in
it
the front
this morning
seat.
when I walked out.
So, I mean, technically it says 1:05. So, and that's like 10 minutes or so. So we'll see.
And then who's the next one?
The next one is Reverend Dickerson at 2.
I'm next.
Oh man, but yes, oh my goodness, I was in a panic when it's like, well, we just don't know where he is, and it's midnight. I'm like, oh my God, I said that's not gonna work.
Who's that? Reginald?
Yes, he was supposed to come in at a little after 9, and I was waiting at the hotel.
Panic's always good.
Oh no.
After it's over.
Every day, my blood pressure gets to 200 over something. I don't need no panic. Mm-mm. So, how are you?
Yeah, I went and did infusion treatments this morning. So I feel,
You feel okay?
yeah. They're actually, everything is put in there, it should have
A boost?
a boost.
See, I thought it would do the opposite, and I was worried. I said, oh goodness, okay.
No, it's different than straight out chemo.
Okay. Because see, a colleague for something else has infusions, but it knocks her out for 2 days.
I will be out. Mine takes about a day and a half.
And
But
then it'll
tomorrow
catch up to
afternoon,
you.
For Wednesday and Thursday, I'll be out. But until I'm out,
You can do.
I can do.
Oh, man. Oh, goodness.
I was supposed to do it yesterday, and in the evening, the entire, their systems went down. And so they were in such a panic. I was like, I'll just come in the morning. So, I'm going to 7 to 11. And then before she came, she was like, I'm trying.
I am very happy to see you. Huh? Oh, it's almost as old as I am. It works.
You just come back around.
Mm-hmm. That's the wonderful thing about the clothes.
There's people from OKC. I said that people from the city that were talking about coming tonight.
Really?
Yeah.
Good. The
more knew about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, why don't you just come?
Mm-hmm. Well, see, I am so thankful to Angela for running, in her paper.
Well, they ran it in the Black Wall Street.
They did.
Okay. I said it to them. They ran it. Whatever daughter Sheri, she has about one. They did it. Munson did they? Black
Perry's paper.
He always wants money.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what.
Well,
I was like, do you charge your church?
yeah,
He does.
I'm sure.
And so, but it went out. It was up on the wall. Oh, UCO. We just printed it and they let us put it up.
Thank you.
In Langston.
Really?
The only thing for Langston was, this was their homecoming.
Mm-hmm.
They're all exhausted.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise.
But that was the only, she was like, I'm not going to be out of a coma until.
Well, I mean, the thing of it is, I do believe that we'll be able to move the football just a little bit down and stuff, because I don't know how many people are watching us remotely, but I know some key people are watching us remotely, and that those key people can help move the football down the field.
If I had thought about it, we should have tapped in straight all of the.
It is, there's a YouTube link you can post and stuff. House Shield was incredible. In terms of tapping into rural areas, she named it. That's why I wanted her to. Because like with Crutch Foundation and other, that's why, how can we get into rural, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, you got to talk to someone that understands language. Who's herself again? Okay. Because she was the one. Yeah. At that terrible little restaurant with the watered down margaritas. I remember that. So like I said, that's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm hoping for. And now I'm thinking about, okay, how can I get that intimated back directly? Well, Tamika is coming.
I know them all.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we got 2 minutes now. This is good. How y'all?
Howdy. How long do you think the speech will be?
As long as this gentleman chooses to educate us. He said, how long?
I'm going to.
He's an attorney. He's long-winded.
I'm gonna ask you questions about what I said.
Want to hear a joke?
I'm gonna ask you questions. Quiz. Just kidding.
And also, want to hear a dad joke?
2 minutes.
Man goes to the hospital. He says, doctor, I can't feel my leg. Doctor says, I know. I amputated your arm.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to the second session of the second day of Building Bridges 2.0. Liberty, justice, and equality. This afternoon, we have a wonderful lineup, starting with a very, very important man who made history in this state. He paved the way for same-sex marriage before the Supreme Court case 2015. Here in Oklahoma, I mean, man, that is significant. Give a warm welcome to Mr. Don Holladay.
Well, I love being on the USA little campus. Can you hear me? Is that good? It's a place that is in the process of celebrating the long tenure of President John Fever and his wonderful stewardship of the university. And you can feel the excitement as you get ready to embark with Dr. Hale, and you can almost feel it when you get here. So it's great to be here. And I'm also grateful to be asked by Dr. Anderson to come and speak as one of the, I guess, speakers at the Fisher Center for Social Justice and Racial Healing. This center does such good work. It's almost a beacon for the values that so many of us hold to be so important for this country. And Dr. Anderson and her work at the center is a personal inspiration, not only to me, but to everyone who knows her. When Dr. Anderson asked me to come and speak to you, when she first contacted me, she said, would you mind coming and talking about the legal landscape of the LGBTQ plus community in 2023? And as she's indicated, it's a topic I know a lot about. And I said, of course, I would be happy to. And then in the last several days, as I began thinking about what I wanted to say to you, I began thinking and seeing the literature that suggested to me that there's a much broader topic at stake in this conference, and that has to do with the crisis in American democracy. It has to do with the failure of our political institutions, our constitutional institutions, our social institutions, and how people in some misguided way have caused us to backslide with respect to those institutions. And as I began to think about that, I actually began to wonder whether I should stick my head in the sand from the role that members of my legal profession have played in this crisis in American democracy, a topic that's not on the agenda. And I decided, no, stick to the agenda. That topic is for another time and place. And then last Thursday and Friday, in 2 successive days, it was as if the Almighty was giving me some type of signal. One member of the legal profession pleaded guilty to a crime that the purpose of which was simply to assault our constitutional form of government. It constituted an attempt to make a direct assault on how we as a nation govern ourselves. And then on Friday, that person, by the way, was from the University of California, University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, one of our top law schools. And then the next day, on Friday, a Harvard lawyer pled guilty to a crime that, again, if successful, was much more than the crime itself, but was an attempt to, again, make an assault on how we govern ourselves as a nation in this democracy. At that point in time, because I'm a senior citizen, senior lawyer, seniority has some prerogatives, because I didn't want to stick my head in the sand as opposed, like most of our 1.3 million lawyers in this country are doing. I see somebody saying 3.1 million lawyers, 1.3 million lawyers. No wonder we have problems. I want to take 5, maybe 6 minutes of my allotted time and talk about the attack that has occurred on our constitutional form of government that involved more than a mob storming the Capitol on January the 6th of 2021. I want to talk about the conduct of those who, with their training in the law and special access to the courts, use these 2 entitlements to attempt to undermine our constitutional form of government. For 50 years as a lawyer practicing in the court system and 37 years teaching law students, I have smugly held the view that the legal profession, those trained in the law, when it came to protecting our nation's constitutional institutions, were our best insurance policy. Those trained in the law understood the bedrock principle of a constitutional democracy, a form of government that carries with it exists only if it carries with it the support of the people. They understood the rule of law, and by that, in its simplest form, I mean no person or institution, no matter how high the rank, is above established law. The law is always subordinate. People and institutions are always subordinate to established law. And those trained in the law, unless they were a potted plant sitting in the law schools, know that the rule of law and the principle of fair and free elections are the 2 most vital, most paramount elements of our constitutional democracy. These 2 principles are our holy grail for the republic. And Abraham Lincoln's plain wisdom was true when he said, reverence for the law has to be the political religion of this nation. And so as lawyers, we take an oath when we receive our license to practice before the American courts to become officers of the court, bound by the dictates of our written professional codes of responsibility, our codes of conduct, of how we will conduct ourselves. Our role as a lawyer when we stand before the tribunal is not as an individual, but we are an officer of that court. We have promised ourselves to guard against abuse of the legal system, against tendering any bogus claims to the court, against presenting false factual assertions, against using the courts, the backbone of our American justice system, for improper purposes, for vexatious purposes, or so you can stand in front of a news conference and talk about the allegations that you have made in a filing in front of the court. The rules of free speech are much different for lawyers than they are for ordinary citizens. The facts we put in our court filings can only be factual representations that are based upon a reasonable investigation, which has led the lawyer to determine that those factual assertions are warranted. The facts that we stand in front of a news conference and tell the public can only be facts based upon that reasonable investigation that where you have made a determination are warranted as allegations. The advice that we give the third parties about matters that we are handling are strictly governed by the same codes of professional responsibility. Our duties of truthfulness and candor in the public arena when we speak as lawyers, no matter what you've heard some people say, are much greater than the ordinary citizen. We cannot promote or procure lawsuits based upon untruths. We can't use the courts for an improper purpose. We can't misuse our access. We have special access. We cannot use it for ulterior motives, and we cannot file baseless, factually baseless lawsuits and then stand in front of the public and repeat those fabrications. In the aftermath of the 2020 presidential election, the wrongdoing that occurred in an attempt to stop the peaceful transfer of power included more than just storming our nation's capital. It included creating slates of false electors, attempting to, in 6 different states, pressuring state officials to presenting false facts to them, challenging without cause the credentials of those electors that were on the state's slate to go to Washington and vote, and holding press conferences to then tell the public about the rigged and fabricated facts that were in the lawsuits that filed. There were 65 bogus lawsuits filed by law-trained, licensed lawyers in this country following the 2020 election. All of them were publicized at news conferences with somebody standing in front of the public talking about these serious allegations that had to do with stolen election ballot boxes, rigged voting machines, conspiracies that ran all the way to Venezuela between poll workers and unknown parties. They were riddled with accusations of this type. They included miscounting of the ballots. They included the destruction of ballots in some cases, and they included bad voting machines that were transferring big bulks of votes to another candidate. And the goal of all these shenanigans was simply this: to stop the peaceful transfer of power that our Constitution envisions, to keep the election results from being certified. None of these shenanigans that I've just talked to you about, we know there were others, of course, but the ones I've talked to you about, none of them were possible except that they were engineered by law-trained officials, graduates of law schools in this United States. Now, in the aftermath of all this, there's been a big cleanup. Dozens and dozens of lawyers are facing disciplinary proceedings. They've been sanctioned severely, many of them by the federal court system and the state court system. State bar investigations are seeking not only reprimand proceedings, but disbarments. And some of them have criminal charges, of course, and now they're taking the Fifth Amendment. And who exactly are these people? Well, you probably know as well as I do. Are they just grifters that somehow slipped into law school, got through the net? No, not at all. Are they people who wanted to just sit close and smell the feet at the throne, touch the hem of the gown? Dreamers? Well, I don't know, but they were anything but from the standpoint of their qualifications. We know this. Some of them, they were people who were integral to our American system of justice. The one that pled guilty on Thursday has been the Assistant United States Attorney in charge of the Civil Division of two of our largest districts in the federal system, one in Texas and one in Virginia. One, Rudy Giuliani, he was United States Attorney of the largest single federal district, the Southern District of New York, in the United States. We have a former head of the division at the Department of Justice. We have a former law school dean, all of which were engaged in one of those shenanigan schemes that I talked about. And so if we didn't have a crisis, or if they hadn't contributed to this crisis, this collective attempt for our essential democratic principles, I would have said would have been unimaginable from the students I know graduating and then practicing, from people who I associate with in the legal profession. So I hunt for civil lining. I hunt for some type of civil linings in all of this. The legal profession's accountability mechanic seems to be working. Substantial sanctions are being placed against the lawyers. But in another sense, I think it may be Pollyannish to believe that they haven't done what they set out to do, and that is sow distrust with our election system for our constitutional democratic form of government. And if you think I exaggerate, the last poll, the one taken on June the 30th, now says that 53% of the public does not trust our election system. I mean, that's just unbelievable. That's what you would expect to hear from a third world country. Whatever history is written about the crisis that happened on January the 6th, the crisis of our democracy, I think there's going to be a place in that history for those who were complicit beyond those who stormed the Capitol. They were the ones in my profession who, as lawyers, put our republic and our constitutional values at risk. And it just seemed like to me, in a conference that is talking about America's crisis from the standpoint of American democracy, that I ought to take those 5 minutes, maybe 10, and mention them to you. And now I'll turn to the topic at hand. When we talk about any conversation about the current state of social justice in America, it begins with one acknowledgement. Today as a nation, we are being tested. We're tested severely and on many fronts. But when it comes to the continuing battles of the LGBTQ plus community, we're being asked now to accept a culture where emotional abuse and attacks upon the human dignity of minorities are being, to use the word of one commentator, normalized. We're being asked to embrace intolerance as a way of safeguarding other freedoms. We're being told that some freedoms have to be trimmed in order to protect newly cast freedoms. And we're stumbling backwards almost in an Orwellian fashion. Equal may mean equal, but not necessarily equal treatment. Equality is being redefined to make some more equal and others less equal. We, particularly persons like me, a white male, heterosexual, a member of the most favored subspecies on the face of the planet, are being asked to live in a culture that is so hostile to sexual and gender minorities in some quarters that on June the 6th, 2023, The Human Rights Commission, for the first time in its 40-year history, declared a state of emergency for LGBTQ plus people residing in the United States, stating the multiplying threats that are facing millions in our community are not just perceived threats, they are real and they are dangerous. In 2023, it's been reliably reported in several different sources that over 500 anti-LGBTQ plus bills have already been introduced in state legislatures around the country. In Oklahoma, by the way, there were 35. Compare that with 2015, where following our victory in the same-sex marriage case referred to by Dr. Anderson, there were 27 anti-LGBTQ bills, none of which got out of the House, but those 27 were the largest number of any state in the union. For transgender persons and their families across the country, there is now legislation that includes bathroom laws, birth certificate laws, sports participation laws, gender expression and identity laws, use of pronoun laws, laws against parents seeking gender-affirming medical care for their trans teenagers, and felony laws for doctors assisting in gender transition care for those under the age of 18. So far this year, 19 states have passed bans or restrictions on gender transition care for minors. Oklahoma has become a leader in the oppression of transgender use. We are now a top 10 state again, but always in the wrong category. In August 2023, Oklahoma's governor, by executive order, targeted persons who are transgender among our most vulnerable with what he called his Women's Bill of Rights executive order. It required all state agencies and boards to define the word female and male to correspond with the sex assigned at birth, and to use these definitions when gathering vital statistics by the state and making reports for the state. The executive order, was the first of its kind in the nation. Florida's barrage of LGBTQ plus regulations prohibit even the mere discussion of sexuality and gender identity in the classroom through the 12th grade. The effect, noted one writer, is a centrally coordinated attack on transgender existence. And across the oppressive legislative and gubernatorial executive orders that we're seeing has been what the President and Chief Executive Order of GLAAD, the preeminent LGBTQ plus organization for advocacy, calls a terror campaign. Terrorism, as explained by the columnist Charles Blow, works this way. It not only promises expression, condemns identities, and cuts off avenues for receiving care, but also creates an aura of hostility and issues grievous threats. It's like burning a cross on someone's lawn. It's an attempt to frighten people into compliance and submission. It's a frenzy to restrict the personhood of our fellow human beings. Same-sex couples are not escaping this state of emergency. Less than a decade ago, when marriage equality reached Oklahoma, and then the following year it became a national milestone in our country's journey toward equality. 6 weeks after that decision, 3,265 same-sex couples received marriage licenses in Oklahoma. Hundreds and hundreds of children living in homes with parents of the same gender could now call their parents married. They were now truly families. Right here in the Buckle Belt, is that the way we call it? The Bible Belt? The buckle of the bubble of the Bible Belt, where one legislator, right after the decision, when lines were forming, said, okay, so the 2 or 3 couples that might be interested in marriage can get married. It's no big whoop to do, and the rest of us will go back the way it was. And then 3,265 couples, and those were just in the larger counties, lined up in primarily Oklahoma City and Tulsa. But right now, for both same-sex couples and transgender persons, we're in the midst of a backlash. What Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor calls reactionary exclusion when it comes to liberty and equality for gender and sexual minorities. The movement for equality has been waylaid. Progress has gone into the reverse. No longer can I say with confidence, as I did dozens of times to audiences like this, that the battle for marriage equality was over. We no longer have straight marriage and gay marriage. We now have marriage. And the battle is finally over. That the freedom to marry a person of one's choice meant that you would enjoy all that came with that constitutionally given right. That once persons were given their constitutional right to marry, their constitutional access to marry, you could fully exercise that right without fear of repercussions. That's the way the Constitution's supposed to work. But now gay married couples are being told in some quarters, this is not so. You may have the right to marry the person of your choice, but you will still be second class when it comes to your new status. And those who are marshaling the momentum for this assault have turned to an age-old tool, weaponized for this battle. It's a weapon that was once used to condemn Charles Darwin, and before him Galileo, to justify slavery, to segregate us by skin color, to once count persons with dark skins as 3/5 persons, to criminalize persons who chose to marry a person of a different skin color, to exclude non-Christians at the table, at the country clubs, in the workplaces, in dining rooms, at hotels, and in neighborhoods. A weapon, if skillfully employed, could threaten to bring back signs on Main Street at businesses as to who is welcome and who is not. Religious freedom is the new assault weapon of 2023. It is the stealth way to excuse discrimination, a way to make targeted minorities second-class citizens, a form of sincerely held religious convictions more frightening than comforting, more vindictive than compassionate, more harmful than healing, more humane than humane. For the transgender community, the religious litany is being used to create this culture of intolerance is straightforward in what the message is. God doesn't make mistakes. He is the creator of all of us. He made man. He made woman. You are either one or the other. There is no room for discussion about gender orientation, identity, or expression. You were born either a man or a woman. If you take God's teaching seriously, you cannot mock God's plan of creation. For same-sex couples, it's this. God's word teaches marriage is for procreation. Marriage is between a man and a woman. Any other marriage is a false marriage. And for same-sex couples of the type that I represented in the lawsuit referred to by Dr. Anderson, nowhere is this threat more dangerous than the area of public accommodations. When I use the term public accommodations, I'm talking about the town square. I'm talking about the restaurants on the town square, the bakery, the hotel, the retail shops, the movie house, the entertainment venues. Freedom from discrimination in our nation's public accommodations is central to our constitutional values, the promises of equality and respect for human dignity, the promises where you don't have to look at the sign in the window to decide who's welcome and who's not. And all of that brings me to the recent Supreme Court decision of 303 Creative LLC versus Elenis, decided on June the 30th, 2023, just this past summer. The Supreme Court, for the first time in its history, granted a business open to the public a constitutional right to refuse service to members of a protected class, the very first time. The business owner's objection to rendering service to same-sex couples rested on this statement. Since I believe that God's word teaches that marriage is only between a man and a woman, any other marriage is a false marriage, why should I, as a small business owner, an owner of a web design service, compromise my sincerely held religious beliefs and be forced by the local, the state, or the federal government to serve or offer services to a same-sex couple? It forces me to do something my religious beliefs tell me is wrong. Now, the dissenting opinion, which is the one I want to focus on here, because I've already made reference to it, was by, she wrote for the three dissenters, Justice Sotomayor. She used the phrase exclusionary reaction, which is the perfect phrase for what we're talking about when we're talking about America's decline in its values. Now, this 303, and that the websiter's company name was 303 Creative LLC. It gets to be a mouthful, so I'll just call it the 303 case. It involved a plaintiff named Lori Smith, and she wanted to know whether she had the constitutional right to exclude same-sex couples from using her website design services. And the vote was 6-3. The majority found that the website's design work was a form of artistic expression and as such protected by the First Amendment speech component, and she could not be forced to develop messages on a website that conflicted with her personal beliefs. Justice Sotomayor blasted the majority for making this substantial inroad on a public accommodations business, a business in the town square. She reminded the majority that, and I'm quoting from the justice now, a public accommodation law goes to the heart of our constitutional values. First, it ensures equal access to publicly available goods and services in the town square. Secondly, it ensures equal dignity in the place where we live. These purposes have nothing to do with whether somebody refused service can walk down the street to the next block and find the same services available. They quoted the words of the late Justice Arthur Goldberg. Discrimination is simply not about dollars and cents, hamburgers and movies. It is the humiliation, frustration, and embarrassment that a person must surely feel when he is told that he is unacceptable as a member of the public because of his social identity. It is equally the inability to explain to a child that regardless of education, civility, courtesy, and morality, he will be denied the right to enjoy treatment. Now, I stood before groups 5 years ago, and we talked about the new wedding cake decision that had just come out. And the high court there, I mean, I had a smile on my face because the high court had assured us that in the public marketplace, a business person could not discriminate in the delivery of goods and services. For decades, the Supreme Court has consistently held that non-discrimination laws pose no First Amendment problems. So Justice Sotomayor said, so what's changed? And then answered her own question. The composition of the court. What a difference 5 years makes, she said. That's the only answer that makes sense. So we now have set new parameters on religious freedom, and this is the new weaponized version of religious freedom, and it's on a collision course with equal protection. What will be next? Hiring in the workplace, renting properties. Within weeks of our victory in the Oklahoma 2014 marriage equality case, I heard all kinds of good and warm and fuzzy stories. I received letters that I have treasured for the last 9 years. But there was one version I also heard that would bring not a smile to my face, and it went like this. My bosses said, all right, you may have the right to get married, but if you try to rub my nose in it by showing up with a wedding ring, it's your last day on the job. And then the same story with some variation was told to me several times again. I can't get married without losing my job. My boss has made that clear. In this one, we got married, but I can't tell anybody down at the place where I work. I'll be out in a minute. Those who write and think about this, what I'm going to call cultural intolerance, such as David French in the New York Times, calls this political Christianity. It's a movement which sees threats to American faith outside the church, outside the place of worship, outside the home. The political Christian movement, according to Mr. French, seeks to accomplish one thing: the will of God as they understand it. And in all facets of daily living, as in a society, political Christianity, the new weaponized weapon for excusing discrimination, thinks the word should apply, the word of the Almighty. And by the way, I might mention, as author Anne Lamott once said, you know you're in trouble when God hates all the same people you do. And I say to you with a straight face, as the lead attorney for the same-sex marriage lawsuit that successfully challenged Oklahoma's ban on same-sex marriage, I don't think the result would be the same today. I don't think we would have the same result. The outcome would probably be different. My son David and his husband Stephen would not be enjoying married life. They would not be free to travel to every state in the nation. They would still be needing to worry about powers of attorney and estate planning. They would not have access to the over 1,000 benefits that come simply from married status in the federal government's laws. So no longer does religious freedom mean that a state cannot have an officially sponsored religion, or that a person cannot be excluded from full equality because of specific religious beliefs. No longer is there a test of constitutional neutrality when it comes to a person's religious faith. That's old school. That's the school I went to in law school. How far will the Supreme Court go now that we have the 303 case? Can we ever reach a time where there's a sign in the window that says no gay couples allowed in this establishment, no transgender persons served here? As theologian Barbara Taylor Brown has already warned us many times in her books and writings, using religious belief to make law is a dangerous road. It wasn't the Romans and the Jews, she observes, who killed Jesus. It was the law and religious belief. And as a lawyer who spent a substantial part of his career in the constitutional area, I can tell you that the institution that has traditionally been looked to for protection, the American court system, has been in free fall from the standpoint of public trust. The last Ipsen poll, the one we all look at to see how the institutions are doing, says the court's now tanked in public opinion. For the first time since the poll started, over half the country has little or no trust in the decision making. So where do we stand when we talk about cultural backsliding in America today when it comes to the struggles of the LGBTQ plus community? To me, it feels like the old battles are now being fought again. It's just that the other side has arrived wearing the new set of armor. The rise of violence against transgender loved ones is devastating, and the vulnerable LGBTQ plus youth cannot continue to feel that they have much protection. 42% of those youth report they don't believe they live in an accepting community. 76% believe that, or report to the pollsters, that they feel that the present political climate has affected their mental health or sense of self-worth. And in the public square in the downtowns of America, already shop owners, wedding cake bakers, florists are calling themselves artists. They're testing their ability to refuse service to fellow human beings based on gender or sexual differences or marital status. Justice Sotomayor even recited an instance that the court knew of firsthand where a funeral service, I don't see how a funeral service can be artistic, but I suppose they can. Subway has its own artistic version of a sandwich. Pretty soon we're going to have nothing but artists on Main Street. wanting to express their artistic freedom as a way of refusing service. So, these are dangerous and uncertain times. But I don't want to leave there on such a sour note. So I will say that when we have dangerous and uncertain times, they can be times of empowerment where collective voices at places like a college campus, at a university, or in a local community make a difference, and where the collective voices of a community can involve themselves in issues being ignored or ducked by our elected leaders, where community voices can make a difference on matters of human dignity and against class inequality. And one way we do this, lawyers call it constitutional localism, but I'll just call it localism. It's a way of experiencing personal empowerment in a local community to replace waiting on action of a state legislature or a federal government that seems paralyzed on matters of equality. The people engaged in localism have one shared motivation, and that's the love of their community. And so I'll talk about, since my topic is LGBTQ+, I'll talk about my own city of Norman. There is no better example than practicing localism in Norman. Localism is about kindling the human spirit, creating a vibrant place to work and play, giving those who live among us in our neighborhoods a sense of identity. The preamble of Norman's new revised civil rights ordinance puts it this way: the city's responsibilities include doing what needs to be done to create the opportunity for each person to reach their full potential as human beings. So in 2000, and I'm going to limit this to LGBTQ plus localism. In 2017, the city of Norman passed a resolution. Its civil rights ordinance forbid discrimination based on age, color, sex, race, the whole litany, but sex was undefined. And so the Norman City Council, because of localism, had the City Council pass a resolution that until some high court said otherwise, sex discrimination included discrimination based upon one's sexual orientation, sexual identity, or sexual expression. And it went in the resolution. And then the whole civil rights ordinance, again because of localism, was revised, and by 2019 it was presented again and passed overwhelmingly. And it made that clear that there could be no discrimination in the areas of public accommodations, housing, or the workplace based upon one's sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and for that matter, marriage status to include same-sex marriage. If you discriminated on that basis in the city of Norman, you were committing a crime. And that's the ordinance that stands in Norman today. And then, and I might say that it wasn't that unusual. They joined cities as diverse as Austin, Texas, Brookings, South Dakota, Sitka, Alaska, Kansas City, Kansas, Jackson, Wyoming, Morgantown, West Virginia, just to name a few of the 200 cities that had similar non-discrimination ordinances. It meant that when somebody came to a restaurant I don't know what the 303 case is going to do, but we'll wait and see what happens. But when somebody came to a restaurant, they didn't have to worry about being turned away because they were a married couple of the same gender. And a family shouldn't have to worry about that. So this all-inclusive ordinance was the first and only one at the time by a city of Oklahoma, in Oklahoma. And just last year, the City Council, 2022, waited no longer on state action. They made so-called conversion therapy or reparative therapy practice on LGBTQ plus youth a crime within the city limits of Norman. And I won't go into the therapy. Everybody's heard about it. It's a humiliating, demeaning process of trying to change a gay youth's sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression. It's a type of perversity that has been condemned by the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Psychologists Association, American Social Workers of America, the Social Workers of America Association. To my knowledge, Norman is the only city right now that has made this a crime as a part of its ordinances. And so you can't do that in Oklahoma, or you have to go underground and do it in some form of church counseling. And Norman also has the University of Norman, and you can look at no finer example of a non-discrimination policy than what's included in that statement by the university. So localism, addressing a person's quality of life in places where they live and work, may be the solution for us as we go through this crisis. It's where we should address issues of human dignity for our neighborhoods, our playgrounds, and on Main Street. And I want to close again with Justice Sotomayor's words in her dissent in the web designer case. The meaning of our Constitution is found not in any law volume, but in the spirit of the people who live under it. Every business owner in America has a choice whether to live out the values in the Constitution. Make no mistake, invidious discrimination is not one of them. Discrimination in any form and in any degree has no justifiable part whatever in our democratic way of life. I think I'll end on that note. It's good to be here. Thanks for listening. Keep remembering, it's just ordinary people that change things. Question? I'm getting off easy here. I'm gonna wait somebody with a law degree.
I have one question.
Ms. Munson.
So you said this earlier, don't respond, we can talk about it later. So what do you think has caused this hard shift in public opinion in just this last couple years?
When it comes to sexual, gender issues, I need to be highbrow on this, but I know the Alliance Defending Freedom very well. They're the ones that brought the website set designer case. They've been every case with this new religious freedom. They were in my case. I know all of those people. And they work closely with the group that you're probably familiar with, Angela, that cranks out these very conservative views for state legislatures and puts those type of statutes, proposed statutes, in the what do we want to call it, the state legislative thing. And that's where everything is starting from the standpoint of discrimination against the LGBTQ plus community, is through this pipeline of discriminatory statutes. And then if you want to be a little flippant about it, it's because they can convince people that it's a political issue. And people always have this fear element of someone who's different, someone they don't understand. And right now we're residing in a country where the two people residing in the two sides, one's divisive and the other is apathy. And I think organizations that are feeding this line of legislative proposals is the divisive side. And we aren't doing enough about it on our side of the coin. And I think that I don't want you to leave here thinking I'm not a person of faith. But I think the Almighty, however you want to define the Almighty, is getting a bad rap here. One that is not their making. It's the religion is being used as an excuse for discrimination, and discrimination is being used as a legislative agenda. And I don't know what the solution is eventually going to be. The solution, in a big way, I think, in fact, I suppose in a longer talk I would have said that, we need to figure out ways to return to a commitment of American constitutional democracy where we find more common bonds and goals in our neighborhoods and in our states. And that's just not happening right now.
And you're probably speaking of ALEC, the American Legislative
I am.
Change.
I am. In fact, I accused my opposing counsel, is Alec writing these briefs for you? Because you seem to have more briefs than I possibly have time to write. Yes, ma'am.
I'm not
Yes, sir.
that I have any kind of expertise in the law, because I certainly do not, but I do understand the basic principle that the practice of law is reason free from passion. So how is it that if the entire legal community knows what their motivation is, that what they're trying to do, that it's still allowed to like dictate these lawsuits? And like, does that make sense?
Well, are we talking about from the standpoint of the Supreme Court, or are we talking about from the standpoint
From
of
any
people?
like local,
they have
federals.
the
like-
Alliance Defending Freedom. Let me take 20 seconds and tell you a side story. When my case was going on, someone put me on the mailing list. So I was getting a mailing list that was, number one, asking me to contribute to the defense of my lawsuit. And one of the messages in it was that God had promised them victory. And I thought, why do they need money if they're going to win anyway? So, but the lawsuit is not making these lawsuits are being brought are not making the law, the new religious freedom law. You have to have receptive ears. And receptive ears have come in the form of very conservative, religious-based new justices who have created a majority. And as Justice Alito said actually in a summer conference when he went to Rome, he said, surely, and this is almost a verbatim quote to his audience, a friendly audience, surely religious freedom means more than just going to church and practicing your religious beliefs in your family. That's not religious freedom. You need to be able to use your faith outside. The problem is you need to be able to use your faith outside the home and the church. The problem is deciding where that can be done and how it can be done. Well, with all due respect, Mr. Justice, that's a scary statement. That's a very scary statement. Religion should not be practiced in the way if it's going to be an imposition on others on Main Street. It should not be practiced if it's going to be an imposition on others in the workforce. It should not be practiced outside the church and the state if it's going to be an imposition on how people live and where they live in their daily lives. That's a problem being created by the new court. That's not a problem that we had before, because it's going to quickly become a slippery slope if you carry that to extension. Are we going to say no Jews allowed? Are we going to say no atheists allowed? Are we going to say we don't hire Muslims? It makes no sense to return to something that we got past. I can't do the math, but 1964 to now, 60 some odd years, almost, 70 years ago. And so I think we're moving backwards. I think as this conference publicity says, we are backsliding. At the very least, we're like in an elevator and we're going sideways and stumbling. A staircase. We're stumbling and we can't go forward because we aren't sure what to do. But right now, we're learning that elections make a difference, courts make a difference, and you won't hear me giving any talks on marriage equality that says you can't put the egg back in place. Why? Because in the decision that overruled Roe versus Wade, Dodd versus Jackson Health Organization, we have a concurring opinion from Justice Clarence Thomas that says precedent doesn't bind us. We need to re-examine other decisions that are questionable. And what was the first question? What was the first one he asked to be re-examined? The old Bergerfeld decision. It's the same-sex marriage case that established same-sex marriage nationally. And so we have a concurring opinion in the Dobbs decision, the abortion decision, suggesting that we re-examine same-sex marriage. I mean, just think about that. That would just leave your head spinning. You'd want a martini at 2 p.m. We've had marriages, we've had adoptions, we've had divorces, we've had deaths, we have children that have been protected by family status. You want to talk about trying to put smoke back in a bottle. That would be unbelievable. But a justice is saying we should re-examine that. And I suppose in all fairness to Justice Thomas, what he was saying is, let's go back and leave it to the states, just like abortion is. People who want same-sex marriage can move there. People who don't can move some. And I don't. I'm probably being unfair to what he had in his mind, but he's the one that said it should be re-examined. Yes, ma'am, or Miss Sir. Sorry.
That's all.
I can't hear or see.
I think you're just trying to be a little too fair to Justice Thomas is all.
Oh. Are you saying that's an oxymoron, justice and Thomas in the same sentence?
Do you think that if same-sex marriage can be looked at and possibly overruled again, what does that mean for Loving versus Virginia?
What does it mean?
Loving versus Virginia.
I would say that the court has always had a tendency, in fairness to the court, to treat Loving versus Virginia different than other non-discrimination cases. They make almost a traditional type argument that Loving versus Virginia, which is now 1967. I mean, I am so old, folks, that I entered law school with marriage between a white person and a person of color being a crime in Oklahoma. Now, luckily, before the end of my freshman year, Loving versus Virginia had come along. And it was the pony that we rode in the case, along with a Romer case and another one. And it's the one that made the day. And so I would think they would find some way to treat that different. But analytically, it's hard. We've only had 2 classes of people in Oklahoma since Indian Territory days where marriage has always been excluded. One was marriages between a white person and a person of African descent, and the other was between 2 persons of the same gender. And that was passed as a statute much later.
Don, I have a question. And that is, do you see the 14th Amendment being attacked in and of itself? Because when I look at Roe, when I look at all of these other cases, what's going on, it seems like The 14th Amendment is being slowly eroded.
I think there's erosion process going on, for sure. And I suppose some would say, well, at least they did not exclude it nationally. That's at least that's one thing they recognize from the standpoint of the 14th Amendment, that this court might have said abortions in the United States of America are now illegal. Thank you very much.
All right. Again, Don, thank you. With all of the speakers that we've had, they've given us tools. We've discussed problems, but we've also gotten tools, and that's very, very important for each and every one of us, and especially young people who don't know what to do. And Don, thank you for that. That was educational for me. I'd not heard of this term localism. I get the concept, but that's a very valuable tool. Now, I would like to introduce to you a dear friend of mine who, she's been there with me through some very, very, very dark times. And I greatly appreciate her. And that is Reverend Sheri Dickerson.
Thank you for emphasizing the fact that I am virtually challenged on camera. Good afternoon. How are we feeling? I had several things that I was supposed to talk about when we first started talking about the conference. Dr. Anderson called and said, okay, I need a title and I need to know what you're going to talk about. Now, disclaimer, that was over 6 months ago. And a lot of times I don't know what I'm going to say until a few days before. And sometimes what I plan to say is changed by what is said prior to myself, or because of I flow under the guidance of Spirit, and Spirit says it never was about you. And so step aside and let us, I'm going to use you as the vessel to offer that of which the universe says is supposed to be presented. I also have ADHD. So many of you all who know me know that I can have 7 different conversations on 19 different topics in about a 5-minute discussion. And those who really love me, they either know how to pull me back, just let me go, take what they needed, or they pray for me after I finish my rant. Thank you, Don. Don is, I will say, connected to one of my favorite humans, Kay. And so I've always thought, because of the brilliance of connecting to such an amazing person, that gives him lots of credit in my book. And so I also know of the work that you have done individually and as a unit for Sometimes we feel the need to label, so we'll say the LGBTQIA plus community, but really you have been serving humanity. If we all looked at one another as people, and we decided that their business was not our business, and they were living lives as Spirit was telling them to, then we probably would need the labels, and life would be a lot easier, and we could really remove a lot of the drama, and we could just love on folks, instead of trying to build walls and sanctuaries of love to protect. So I thank you for all of the words that you said. One of the things, as you were closing, that you spoke to about religion reminded me of something that one of my mentors said, which was Bell Hooks. She said, "I am often struck by the dangerous narcissism fostered by spiritual rhetoric that pays so much attention to individual self-improvement and so little to the practice of love within the context of community." So, Don, thank you, because in that you gave me what I was supposed to talk about. So, Don, again, you have saved the day. I think the title was like Black Lives in Red Lines, and we've got the blues. In 2023, people, Black people, brown people, BIPOC people are, and any persons living in a disadvantaged or marginalized group will recognize that in this day, and even in this month, and probably in this week, we are still experiencing first. The first Cherokee American will be appointed as a judge. One of the first, if you're a sports fan, there was a young man who was a Black quarterback. And just this past weekend, that was the first time a Black quarterback played in, was the winning quarterback for that particular team. It is 2023. And first. And so I would say to you, as far as activism, advocacy, and within the lines of humanity, if we had gotten it, as my 7-year-old nephew said about 2 years ago, if we had learned how to just get it righter, we would be in a much different place. And yet here we are. And so I am thankful for the opportunity to, it's not about coming to speak, to offer expertise, because one of the things that I have expertise in is how to deal with and grow out of my trauma. That's not something that I really want to share, but in some of my traumas, I have been connected with many of the beloved souls in this room. And for those connections and relationships and familial covenant, I am grateful. I am thankful. Dr. Anderson, Angela, Deborah, these are the people that are in my circle. And there I have some people who are inside the circle, in my circle. Those are the people who are my riders, my hitters, and they also are the ones that check me and say, "The hell are you doing? You were tripping. Come back." Or they're also the ones that when I am in a moment of travail, they know that sometimes the greatest act act of advocacy, activism, which also can just be defined as loving on a person, is holding space or showing up in the space and allowing the space for us to just be. And so I'm hoping that we see from this day forward that we can all be activists of creating space in different spaces. How do you do that? Well, up until last week, I had been a hostage in a hospital room, a hostage from my body that was protesting against me because of the lack of acknowledgement that I had that I too deserved to have care. And it's not always self-care. I've heard these buzzwords, and it's being a person who now I identify as non-binary because my grandmother says simply, when I told her, she says, well, I get that. And she was able to say this in her 90s. Well, I get it. And it does not surprise me. You have always been one who some have said is honorary, but you just didn't like to be confined into a space where someone else was telling you who you were when they were not allowing you to be able to explore and discover yourself. And so non-binary means that you get to define who you are every day, in every moment. And she said, maybe we all should consider ourselves that. It might also help us get away with some of the stuff when we truly are being rebellious. But I was being held hostage in this hospital room. And why was I being held hostage? Well, when I first went in, there was a planned admission. My doctor said, well, you have fluid or volume overload, too much fluid in spaces that makes it dangerous for your body to actually function. So we want to remove some of the fluid. That was the strategy, and that was the plan that my physicians decided. And I call my physicians sometimes my personal activist, my personal advocate, because they plan a strategy and they implement a plan of care. And sometimes they have to argue amongst themselves, or they have to stand on the line and defend why they feel this is the best plan. So that's a sense of what activists do. Sometimes we do it from on the front lines, we're in the streets. Sometimes we're doing it from our keyboards or our technology. Sometimes we're doing it within our families. And then sometimes we are doing it within ourselves, when the greater part of ourselves is telling the other part what we actually need, not what we're supposed to do, not what our purpose is. But if you do not nurture your inner self, if you do not listen to the activists within, then you're not able to fulfill any of the things that you are supposed to do. I came to these conclusions while I was being held hostage. And I was not only in the hospital, I was held hostage in a room, because even though the admission had been planned, communication, which is huge for all of us, was not done correctly. So with this particular health system, all admissions into the hospital, you have to go into the ER. You go into the ER, they assess you, they do your preliminary care, and then you are sent to whatever particular area that you're supposed to be getting care for. I showed up as agreed on a Monday because I had told them they wanted me to go in Thursday before, and I said, oh, I can't go until after Saturday because my big sister's getting married and I am officiating the wedding. And my doctor said, normally I would say to my patient that you might want to prioritize your health, and your sister probably would understand. I know your sister, she's come with you to appointments and everything. And so, and I was like, I'm going to the wedding to celebrate my sister and this union with someone who was my brother and my mentor. One, because I choose to. Because we do sometimes get to choose where we invest, what we love on, and what we do, and just embracing joy. And that was my way of embracing joy for the weekend. So I said, but if you will just give me until after Saturday, I'll come in whenever you say. They said, well, Sunday, I won't be in service. So let's plan for Monday. So I showed up as promised. And they said, when you show up, tell them these specific things, let them know the notes and everything and the admission documents are in the system. They just need to find it, do your triage, and then you should go ahead and come into your room. So there was a room being held for me. No one checked the notes. And so I spent from Monday morning until Tuesday night at 11:39 in emergency room hall bed D. And what does that mean? That means that I was on a bed in the hall that had something like this as a privacy curtain. But it served me well because sometimes I'm a little nosy. And hall bed D sits directly in front of the door where everybody is brought in. So I at least had entertainment and knowledge of what was going on. And me being a minister and a person of prayer, I told myself that I had been positioned by Spirit so that I would know who to pray for every time somebody came through that door. There were a few times because whatever was happening coming through that door was so interested, I failed. I failed God. I failed my plans because I was sitting there trying to figure out, and I uttered not one word of prayer or petition for that. And so I even probably failed as an activist in that moment, and was not very revolutionary because curiosity became my priority in trying to find out what was going. And then I did not want to take accountability for what I did not do. So I blamed it on the inefficiency of those that had me here in hall bed D because they did not check the records. So there was a failure in communication. At 11:39, after I had prayed a few more times of the people who had come in the last couple of hours, and for one person who came out of a room, and I was like, the audacity. You have the comforts of a hospital room, and they are coming and giving you care. Your privacy has been, and dignity is intact. And I'm just out here in hall bed D, possibly showing a little bit of my business than I really wanted to. They had given me a diuretic, so it meant that I had to make quick and swift movements and decisions into the restroom that was in this particular hall, right? And there were a few moments when some other people may have been given the same treatment that I was, and we were all standing there. Now, there was a prayer meeting because we were all praying that parts of our organs would not fail us. And we had to decide how we were going to handle the situation. So we became activists of a different type because we were able to assess how ineffective this type of planning in these situations were. You probably should not give all the people who need diuretics should not be on the same hall and have to share one bathroom with one receptacle because that put other people in danger because they don't know how I react in my need for relief of which you have initiated. So we became activists of a different sort. I began giving speeches and protesting to the staff and to the doctors. And I was a registered nurse, and so I do know that in many instances, you probably want to talk to your nursing or clinical staff because no disrespect to anyone who is a physician, but a lot of times those that actually control the flow of what's happening, even in protest, are the ones that aren't necessarily acknowledged, but they're the ones that control what's happening, and they're the ones that do the most nurturing. They're the ones in and out of the rooms, in and out of the spaces that say, I do not decide what your prescription is. I do not decide what plan of care we're going to be, but I am the person who implements them and makes sure that the decisions that have been made for you are followed to a T. And they are also the people that advocate for you when the strategy and the plan is not appropriate or working for those that they are providing care to. So I'm hoping that I'm giving you the idea that probably in our lives, and it's not just Black lives, but all of us have been an activist or an advocate in some form or fashion in many times in any instances of our lives. If you have the blessing of being a resident in this state, Oklahoma, shout out to our indigenous and native people who we named the state after, and then continue to disrespect their entire community and their inalienable rights. There's somebody who, it was probably a whole bunch of people who didn't look much like me, and unlike many of you, might have looked a little bit more like Don, and he's already acknowledged it, that he's in the favored category. But it was probably people like that, and there are people who still today look like that continue to write the laws and make legislations and decisions for people with wombs, for people with melanin in their skin, for people with who are differently abled, who are disabled, for people who are just arrogant enough to stand in whatever spirit and God has created, because we're all uniquely and divinely created. There are this one group of people who decide that they make decisions on behalf of all of the others that do not look like them. And so if you are not part of that favored group, and even if you are, for some reason, you've probably had to learn, especially if you are a resident in the state that means land of the red people, that you have had to advocate, you have had to be an activist, and you've had to learn how to do it within what we call a very red or conservative space and very uncomfortable lines. Well, I want to tell you, as a queer, fat, Sometimes people have said that I was undignified, and I'll take that. They've said I was unorthodox. Thank you, because I aspire to that. For someone who says that I enjoy every kink in my hair and every divot in the hair damage that I have on my thighs and my belly. Every part of the melanin that flows through me. I am uniquely and divinely created, and I want to give voice. Some of those who cannot give voice, some of those who do not know how to give voice, and some of those who are not permitted. How are they not permitted? A lot of them have been held hostage like I was in the hospital room. I was in room 8136. Room 8136 is in the new tower. Now, lots of amenities. It's beautiful. I had the view that looked directly at the place on 23rd and Lincoln that decides all of the legislation. So I could make whatever type of, we'll say, loving and respectful motions and hand signals to that space that I wanted to. I could send them salutations with my fingers. However I needed to, I had that view. And while I was looking at that view, I had the ability to push a button and order food and say what I want, but I was still under the dominance of those that made the plans for me. And they put me on a cardiac diet, which meant that 5 out of the 7 days, and sometimes 2 out of the 3 meals that you were given, on a cardiac diet, you are able to have herbed, seasoned chicken in a portion that surely offended God himself. And the herb that was the seasoning was dry parsley. And that was about it. And so I'm a rebel. I'm an activist. I figured out how to implement my own activism in that hospital room, because I learned if you also ordered, now I'm gonna tell you, but when y'all talk about it, you can't say that Sheri, who is with Black Lives Matter and Humanity Global, that she told you. So we're just gonna say that my friend who is an activist said that if you are being held hostage in a hospital, and you have the privilege of having the funds available, I acknowledge that privilege, and your credit card with you, or you have someone take a picture of it and send it to you, that you can order a guest tray. Now, I'm not really good at telling untruths. And so I would always pray that they wouldn't ask me details about said guest. But you could order the guest tray. And when they bring it to you, they said, "Did you have a guest tray?" I did. If you put it right here, the guest will eat it when they arrive, right? And so you can transition from patient in the bed to guest on the guest sofa, which also lets out into a bed, but it is part of this hospital room. So I felt that I had the privilege of being able to dine as a guest for just a moment, since I was under the hospitality of OU Hospital. So a guest, strategy, plan, implementation, and learning how to nurture and take care of ourselves. While I was in that hospital, where I thought I was there to be still, which is something that I'm not very good at. While I thought that I was there for assessment and then trying to figure out what was happening. And I was dealing with a moment of fright because I didn't understand. And I thought that what they were saying was going to literally stop and shut down uh, my form of activism, my ability to offer ministry. And yet, there were a lot of guests that came into my room that I didn't identify as the stranger that we're not supposed to turn away. I didn't identify as the person who needed community, who needed humanity. Many of them were nurses, and they came and they sat down on the sofa and they began to share with me um, stories about their life. And they would say, "This is really inappropriate. I'm supposed to be giving care for you. I don't know why I'm telling you all my business." And I would say, "Been held hostage here now for 7 days. Somebody needs to talk to me." And maybe I said, "I am a minister. That means that I have a vow of confidentiality. Maybe you are the reason that I have been sent here and I am going through this experience, and you are worthy of moments and having this space." After the 13th nurse, or I got asked out on a date by a person who delivered the guest tray. And this young woman, they asked you for your birthday when you because they're verifying that you're the right person. And I gave my birthday, and she said, "Say your birthday again." I said, January 13th, 1973. And she said, "There's no way, Mommy, that you're 50. And I said, "Oh, my 50-year-old tired bones in this moment, I am feeling 50 in every way." And she said, "Well, you make it look really, really good. And I think I want to call my mama and tell her that I just found a sugar mama." And I was like, Black Jesus, Uncle Jesus, Buddha, whoever, am I being punked? Because surely while I am being held hostage in this room, I did have the privilege of, maybe it was vanity, maybe it was just because I've been in the hospital before, I took my own garments. So I didn't have the type of garment that would unexpectedly expose you in the way that you can be exposed now that I was in the room. So I was feeling maybe just a little bit better. And I said, "Sugar mama." Now here goes another person who wants to lean and glean and need something from me. I was like, God, I can't even get away from being in service and of service in a hospital room when I don't know what's going on with my body. You had me come in the ER. You held me there to pray for all those people, even the people that I forgot to because I'm nosy. And here I am. The doctors have said that they are confounded, that it is complex. And Spirit said, you might find a couple of scriptures in the book that you use for guidance that talks about what confounds the wise. You may find some things to where I'm telling you how to be still. And you may also understand that in a hospital room, where people make decisions for you, which is a very conservative space, you may learn how to move a little bit differently. And it will give you a different level of humanity from when you walk out of the room and how you do your advocacy and your activism again tomorrow and the day after. And so I was like, well, that was profound. Still taking issue with this child who said sugar mama, and she was like a cougar, and I was like, I thought cougar you had to be 55, so I don't think I'm at cougar stage yet. But if that's what you're feeling, I'm probably not gonna take you on a date. But you did put a little pep in my step because I was feeling myself, because at 50 in a hospital room where my body was failing me, my mind was just filled with fear, and I was feeling forsaken, and I was feeling not only alone, but lonely, someone saw something that was interesting enough to them that they decided to share space and word to raise the spirit. And in that moment, it shifted the atmosphere. So I also want to talk to you about when you use your activism, when you use your purpose, when you use your gifts to shift the atmosphere, then you become the definition of liberty, justice, and equality. And you, my friends, also become architects and engineers because you are learning how to build the bridges, and you are learning how to build community, and then you are learning how to literally change the world. Kris Steele is in this room. Yesterday, I got a letter signed by Kris Steele. Now, I may not have been, I know I wasn't the only person, but it did make me smile, and I mentioned it because I said, I got a letter from Kris Steele inviting me to this thing to, again, talk about activism and how we can change systems. Because something that you will generally hear me say is that the work that I do, I want to dismantle the systems, maybe because I like disruption, and I understand that discourse is necessary. I now have an experience of being held in a very small room, feeling like I'm being held hostage. I did not know my discharge date. And so it made me see how my brothers and my sisters and people who are confined within carceral facilities may feel and have to feel for decades and years, when no one is really offering them basic and minimal humanity. It may change my conversation with those who make legislation in a very conservative space within the lines, even to legislators who have called me a terrorist from the floor and pointed me out and said that my Islamic brothers were part of the largest, that they were terrorists, and said I was the leader of the largest terrorist group. So I want to invite you to be terrorist with me. Maybe we can change the definition. Maybe we can redefine. Maybe we can disrupt. Maybe we can bring discourse. But maybe we also can take from our moments when we've been held hostage, and we can go and talk to those same people who misidentified us, like sometimes we do with our trans friends and family, like we do with our queer folk, like we do with our Muslim brothers and sisters. Maybe we can teach someone that you can be pro-Palestine and also anti-Semitism, and that you cannot have one without the other in sharing space. And that is how real activism works, when you're asking for peace. Because a ceasefire is a temporary stop. And what I'm looking for and hoping becomes part of what is a system of world domination is that of where peace and love go outside of the lines. We're within the red lines. I have to do this from the lines of my Blackness, my queerness, my disabilities. And sometimes I feel like I have to work outside of what I think is my capacity to be able to find the answers. And then someone says, like my 7-year-old nephew, when he said at 5, if we could just learn how to get it righter. And he said, I just could love on you differently, and I could be authentic if we could just listen to the children that show us in act and deed on a daily basis. Even my little beloved my nephew, Mikhail, who probably to some seems mischievous, but he's one of my favorite people because he'll say, I just need a rest. If I get a rest, I can make better choices, better decisions. Just need to take a nap. How many feel better after you take a nap? So can we start some nap activism in the world today? Can we start eating and enjoying foods that also nurture our body and our hearts? Breaking bread with people who we normally wouldn't talk to, and allow food to be the bridge to where you get to learn about other people and you learn that they truly are your neighbor, that they truly are them. And you say, hey, I want to be an activist because of this, and I want to color all outside of the lines. One time, Mikhail said, I don't like the lines, so I don't color within them. And I was like, that should go on a t-shirt. Write that down, Deborah, because maybe we can find the funding. Because if we want to talk about the revolutions that we want to do, I want to tell you, now this is another secret that you probably didn't hear from me, but the revolution has never been free. And most people who do the intrinsic work that are never celebrated, that are never acknowledged, that are never seen, that are never given mics like myself, those that literally continue to stand on the front lines in the face of such severe and unfair adversity. And they do it sometimes even beyond the grave that they lay in because their efforts and their actions stand. Maybe if we paid attention to them and if we had taken a few more naps to rest and had a few more dinners and gave a few more hugs and saw people regardless of what type of apparel they are made to wear. If we understood that the rainbow is for everybody, if they understood why Black Lives Matter and they stopped saying all lives matter because nobody said that they didn't. They just said that maybe we should put the house that's on fire out instead of worrying about the ones that are safe right now. Maybe if we did very simplistic things that our children and like my nephew Mikhail do in preschool and daycare every day, we would get it a lot righter. So if we take a nap, if we share a meal, then my speech will change from when I say, I came, I saw, I spoke, I forgot what I was doing. I had to retrace my steps, and then I got distracted on the way back. And I have no idea what's going on now. And now, because of the diuretics, I have to pee. And so you're going to end what you were saying sooner than maybe you wanted to. We will get it righter. Because I say, do not ever kid yourself, because whatever conflict, whatever adversity, whatever thing that we are working towards, even when it is a blessing, it is rarely about the surface issue. It is about the words that were unsaid. It was about the people and their efforts who were unseen. It was about those who were mistreated and untreated and neglected. And it is about the unhealed wounds that we don't even want to talk about. We would hear more people say, I am an open book. I may just be difficult to read. Don't blame your ignorances and your illiteracy of being able to read and understand humanity on the person who you are causing the harm to. If you want to be able to change the shifts, if you want to shift the paradigms, if you want to change the environment, then you can be You can show up in the spaces. You can hold space. Sometimes you can accept the invitation to speak to a person who has been held hostage in a carceral facility, who you took the time to know, and you can speak at their funeral. And their sister can be sitting in the seat, and you can see a person who's not considered melanated talk about your brother Benito and talk about the relationship and the love that they have. And those are the type of words that will change your life, get you more excited and encouraged and committed to activism and advocacy in whatever lines. And it will help you learn how to color outside of the lines. And then next year, this room will be filled, and there will be other people who have different words, and we will be able to share with them, and then they will get it righter. And in 2024 and in 2025, we will have less first, but no one will be considered last. Everyone will be considered community and humanity, and our lives and our lines will be redefined. And we'll know the song that says love can really build a bridge, that if we had listened to it way back then, we would be a lot righter. And we would be the type of right that there is no partisan line, that there is no class line, that there is no caste system, that there is no educational caucus, that there is no heart connection that defines in a way that dehumanizes any other person. And our questions will change, our message will change. And then I can just hang out with my friend, even if it is in darker moments, and know that we have a circle within the circle that knows how to get it right. And you all will all discover the true meaning and definition of liberation theology, because if you have come here to help me, then you truly are wasting your time. But if you have come here because you know that your liberation is tied with mine, then I say to you, my family, my friends, let us get to work. Ashe.
Any questions? Any questions?
Oh, thank you,
All
Jesus,
right.
because I did that without any notes.
All right. Okay. Our next guest is Joey Schmidt. And I have to say, I've known Joey Schmidt for going on 25, 26 years now. He's the only attorney that I know who has taken on cases to save people's homes. Come on up here, Joey. Their land for some moonshine, some pieces of side of beef,
chickens, eggs, these sorts of things.
Yeah, this man has saved people's farms. And when we talk about a crisis right now, in terms of Black and brown land loss, in terms of land loss for white women, there is no other guy that I know who has been a champion for those who are suffering in that particular way. My friend, Joey.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. You're very kind. I don't know how I can beat that speech. That was great. But let me just tell you who I am. I'm Joey Schmidt, and I'm an attorney. I have my privilege of representing farmers in Oklahoma, I started off as a legal services attorney in Oklahoma City. So I took on all comers because I was the farm law attorney in Oklahoma during the farm crisis, and people would lose their land, they'd be sued by the government, and I was the one they hired to stop that and go fight them. And what people don't understand is all the laws regarding agriculture were written in Norman, Oklahoma by Senator Bourne in the late 80s. And I was just a young man coming out of law school at that point. But they took me under their wing and told me, hey, this is the law, this is what's coming, get ready. So let's go. And in the late 80s, we went to share this, what we thought was good news with the farmers. And for one group was in Okeem, Oklahoma, Native Americans. Went in and said, hey, this is the way it's going to be. We're going to save your land now. We can do a bankruptcy over here. We can do this over here. We can restructure your loans over here. Don't worry, we're going to take care of that. But what we didn't understand is that on the federal level, the law had changed, but the attitudes in Oklahoma had not changed. Because as I was out there speaking to that crowd, the USDA was out in the parking lot writing down the license numbers of my clients so they could sue them immediately to take them out because they came to a meeting to talk about and get organized. And so it was on at that point. But we always had the law on our side because we wrote the law. Things were changed. It was good. Let me just tell you about the program that I fought, and I shouldn't have had to fight it because it's a good program. It's at USDA. It used to be Farmers Home Administration. Now it's called the Farm Services Agency. And they've got offices in every county in Oklahoma. If you go to Grady County, if you go up here, you can go to that office and you could go get a loan. Guess what? Those loans are going to be 2 or 3% loans. So think of what I'm saying. I could go buy a farm. I could go buy some cows. I could get a home, and I could pay that back at 2%, and that land will make money. It'll pay for itself. What an opportunity! What a great program! This is a Depression era program that could have saved all of these people, but the people in charge of it didn't believe in it. That's a problem. And so what happened there, we went through about 15, 20 years where I was fighting the government and foreclosures and bankruptcies. And I would go to federal court almost every day. And I'd sit and see a big federal judge sitting up there, very intimidating, in a marble courtroom. And the U.S. attorneys are, there's like 30 U.S. attorneys standing there. And here's Joey getting paid with chickens and eggs and stuff. And my poor farmer, and I'm standing there. And I'm seeing, this says liberty, justice, and equality. The seal of the Department of Justice is behind the federal judge. And every time I'm looking at one of these federal judges and trying to imagine, it's got a Latin motto and it says, "Qui pro domina justitia sequitur." And Joey's interpretation of that from my old Latin class is those who would lead should seek after justice. So those that are going to be the ones to make those decisions. The U.S. attorney standing over there about to try to kick me in the legs and knock me out. They need to seek after justice. They need to read this law, and they need to know what it is. And often they did not. So that's my background, and I did that for about 20 years. I was legal services. I lost my job after the Murrah building. The people over in our office were involved in that. They got blown up. There was problems, and I had to go start my own firm. And so I still represented the farmers, and I was still at heart legal service. And some of the people I'm going to talk about today, I'm going to try to get into their stories and briefly tell you who these people are. We're from those eras and still are out here today. But I'm going to roll the clock forward to 3 years ago when the Biden administration come in 2020, and they passed something called the American Rescue Plan. Do you remember this? Hear about this? American Rescue Plan. Oops, I need my keys. What it did, it promised to forgive the loans of all of the socially disadvantaged farmers in the United States. You hear what I'm saying? Every one of my clients' loans, and some of these loans were $400,000, $500,000, and on the guaranteed loans, and these are bank loans, $2-3 million worth of loans. There's like 6,000 farmers in the United States. Care to guess how many of those socially disadvantaged loans were in Oklahoma? About 40% of them in the United States. And I think this goes back to statehood, because Didn't when they had the land runs, didn't they roll out and you could get a quarter? So a lot of these farms were just little bitty farms. It was their property. So the Biden administration was going to come in and they were going to forgive all these loans. What a, year of jubilee, I would call it. We're going to forgive the loans and everybody gets their farms. And a letter went out to them. We copied the letter. I believe I had 42 clients who got this letter. And here's a copy. It went out. This one went out on July 7th, 2021, 2 years ago. It says, FSA records show you have a loan as of January 1st, 2021. That's when the law became effective. And it says you're eligible for payment under the American Rescue Plan. And it says we're going to pay off your loan. This particular farmer had $176,000 owed on his home. So they wrote him a letter, said, if you'll sign this contract, we'll forgive your loan. And I'm on the phone with these guys saying, sign it before they change their minds. Not only were they going to give you that, they were going to give you 20% in addition to pay your taxes. So they're going to get a cash payment of 20% on top of that. So we signed all of these things. And like I said, I think we did 40 of them. Unfortunately, something went wrong. And they didn't forgive those debts. And that's where we are today. And let me tell you why. Because these loan documents went out to socially disadvantaged. And let me read their definition of it. And in my world, socially disadvantaged, as far as the USDA programs, always included women. Okay, it always did. Turns out the clients I've represented for the last 35 years, most of them are women. Okay, most of them are women. Some are Native American, some are Black, some are Hispanic, Chinese, but almost all of them are women for whatever reason. The socially disadvantaged and those with the need seem to be the same group of people. So that's what it is. But when the Biden administration, well, whoever wrote this law, which was signed by Biden, said it defined socially disadvantaged differently. Said socially disadvantaged is a disadvantaged borrower with direct or guaranteed farm loans. It includes Black African American, American Indian, Alaskan Native, Hispanic or Latino, Asian American, or Pacific Islander, and said gender is not a criteria of itself. What happened then is there were lawsuits filed across the United States saying that this violates the 14th Amendment because they excluded the women. I think if they excluded the women, we would have got through this. And so what happened? These promises of writing these debts off, they didn't occur. That didn't happen. And yet here I got clients sitting here with this, and I have to tell them, okay, now this year's up. Are you going to make your loan payment or not? If you don't make your loan payment, they're going to foreclose on you, but you got to promise that they're going to. So here we sit, and this is the problem we have. So Congress went back, repealed the American Rescue Plan. Then we went in with something called the Inflation Reduction Act. You remember this? And they decided to do away with the debt forgiveness contract that we had already signed. No, that's no good. Just ignore it. Ignore your eyes. That's not good, any good anymore. Instead, what they did is said, we're going to pay current anybody who happens to be delinquent on the loans, irregardless of race. And this was a problem. This is still a problem. The other thing they did was give us the right to come back in and file discrimination claims based upon this set of circumstances, which is what we're now doing. So as of August 31st, I was given 60 days to file discrimination claims for these individuals. Let me show you one. 40 pages long. All sorts of documents. Many of these are going to be 200 pages long. I don't have time between now and October 31st to get them done. So they extended the time for another 30 days. I still can't get it done. But let me tell you a few of these people's stories. Just the 42 or so I'm representing. And I'm telling you, there's like 1,100 of these in Oklahoma. And if they'd forgiven all the debt that we're talking about, it's almost $1 billion. Have you heard about this in the news anywhere? I was at a seminar at OU. That was 3 or 4 months ago with all the ag law attorneys, and I went to listen to them, and they didn't know about this. They didn't know about it. They had people show up and ask the the smartest attorneys in Oklahoma about this, what's going to happen. They didn't even know it existed. $1 billion is a big deal in Oklahoma. And think about this: if you owned your land free and clear, if somebody gave you wrote off your mortgage tomorrow, what would that mean to you and your family? Oh my! So, as opposed to me keep going on, I'm going to tell you stories about 3 ladies that I've represented through the years, and they're all named Connie. Those are their real names. I call them the 3 Connies, and I've represented some of these since the early '90s. And let me just read their stories to you, and you'll see what this is all about. This is first Connie is going to be. She's actually in Lone Wolf, Oklahoma. And the previous speaker said, our state is named after an Indian name, and some of our towns are too. Some of our counties are too. And you're in the government, and you're stepping on our toes. And the Native American lady that's sitting here, she lives in Lone Wolf, Oklahoma. Who do you think that is? This is what happened. Connie is a single woman, Native American, and she got pregnant. And she had to quit farming while she was pregnant. Couldn't ride a tractor. She was on a tractor every day. She can get on it because guess what? She's pregnant. Government decided that she had violated her loan agreement because she had quit farming, because she'd gotten pregnant. She didn't have their permission to be pregnant. This is in Oklahoma. This is not that long ago, okay? This is a problem. This is a letter I wrote to him. It says, I'll just read it to you. It says, I wish to appeal the adverse decision of Connie against Connie. Ms. Connie has not stopped farming. She suspended her use of heavy equipment for several years due to her pregnancy. This is wrongful discrimination from FSA to punish a single mother for giving birth to a child, and she's now returned to farming. That went up on appeal in Washington, D.C. We ultimately won that case, but she ended up quitting because it became too much of a burden. She quit farming, and now we're preparing discrimination claims for her. It was a small farming operation, but we've got budgets where she was anticipating making like $15,000 a year. This is over 20 years now. And if you add up what she lost over the space of 20 years, it's like $300,000. So this claim is going to be filed for $300,000. There's money set aside. The good thing about this is they've set aside all the money they were going to use to forgive the debts over into these claims. So now the Connies of the world have a chance to get that back. But just a little bit of help would have got this family to own a piece of land, own a little equipment, own some cows, and have a future and a hope. And what you've got is bureaucrats in some of these counties that don't believe in the system. So you've got a tyranny of bureaucracy in my mind. They're going to say, hey, they look at you, you walk in to ask for help. This is, I printed up a loan application. It's right here. It takes quite a bit of work to do one. You walk into a county office, and there are certain counties in Oklahoma, if you walk into the office today and say, how I want to apply for a loan, they're going to say, you're not eligible. We don't have money. You can't have an application. Or if you fill out the application and it's done like this when it's nicely done, what they're going to do is just throw it over in the corner. It's never to be seen or heard again. And guess what? The government doesn't run out of money. They can't tell you, you've run out of money, we're not going to make you a loan. And there are counties in this state where that happens today. It happened back then. We did this before. Something called the Pigford class action. You know about that. It was in the late 90s, early 2000s. We did the Vilsack case, which was the women's and farmers case. We did the Garcia case, which is the Mexican farmers. 3 different class actions. And on the forms where we filled out claims against them, we'd write that this person in Grady County or this person in Kiowa County or this person wouldn't take our loan application, wouldn't do this. 10 years later, same claim forms, somebody else, this person, the same person in Grady County, the same person in Kiowa County, and we're doing it again. And you know what? It's the same people again. So we haven't changed the system. We haven't learned. What we do is throw a couple of $1 billion at a class action every 10 years. And it's like having an abusive husband that beats you up and comes back and gives you presents or something. It's a repeat. We don't fix the problem. Wouldn't it be better if we came up with a different solution? Some other way of doing this. Let me keep going. Let me talk to you about my Connie that's in southeast Oklahoma. And she has the same kind of a story as the first Connie. She had gotten into agriculture. They had a farm. She's Native American. She's in Podo, LaFleur County. Goes in and needs some money to buy a cow. Buy some cows, plant a crop. It's a bad year. We need some financing to get something. She goes in, same story. We don't have any money. We're not going to let you apply for this. We're not going to do that. So that she didn't get anything. And then they foreclose on her because she doesn't produce any income. Federal court. Here I'm up at 5 o'clock in the morning heading to Muskogee to stand in front of a federal judge and say, let's not do this. And they get a judgment against us and they're going to take us out. And that's when the Love versus Vilsack case came. That was the women and farmers. So I filed a discrimination claim against them. Hey, this is what you guys did. Guess what happened? We won. She got paid $50,000. They were supposed to forgive her debt at that point. Guess what? They did not. And they took her out a few months ago. Foreclosed on her anyway and took the property at a sale. And it's the same people. And now we're going to file a claim against them again to try to get more money because they lost this farm. And I've got a letter here we got from Washington, D.C. This happened this morning. I mean, these things, this is like watching a football game. You have to have the score for some of my cases because something happens every day. They wrote us a letter and said, hey, guess what? That $290,000 that was left over after we foreclosed your property, we've forgiven it. So aren't we grateful? And you should be grateful for us. And what they do is, you may not be aware that they can take your Social Security benefits if you are delinquent on an FSA loan or a government debt, something called a Treasury Offset Program. I hope your student loans get taken care of because when you hit retirement age, they can take a portion of those to pay your debt. So at least Connie won't lose her Social Security. They've been taking $25 a month for years. They're going to stop that. So that's very generous of them. So that's another Connie. I've got a third Connie. She's in Tishomingo, Oklahoma. And there's two ladies down there. And this is a similar story. Goes in the 90s and asks for a loan and doesn't get it. Ends up in a foreclosure, which gets stopped. This one goes the other way. It gets stopped because she files her discrimination claim. Guess what? We win. And not very many people won those cases. And we found out last week they forgave her loan. She's still out there. And there was no marching band. There was nothing. They just decided they'd just go take it out. And she went home and cried for 2 days before she could call me and tell me that it happened. So she came out all right. And I'm going to go, I know time is limited here. I've got one more story I'm going to give you. And I talked to Cynthia this morning and to get her permission just to use her name and to name names and so forth, because this gets pretty personal. Another one in Tishomingo, Oklahoma. I have 3 ladies in Tishomingo, Oklahoma. This has all happened to at once. Cynthia's still out on her farm. And this is a tough story, but she was married to her husband then, who's Native American, Cecil Revels, and he was disabled in bedridden, had heart problem, congestive heart failure. The interesting thing is, I don't know if you've ever been to Tishomingo, Oklahoma, but the FSA office there in Tish is right across the street from Cynthia's house. She walks around and talks to these are the people that hold her mortgage and they're suing her. And she'll go talk to them because she's so friendly. She's a counselor for Native Americans. She's a missionary unto herself, basically. And let me just read briefly what happened to her. And this was just about 10 years ago. So this is not that long ago. I'll just read this, and this is part of her discrimination claim that we just filed last week. It says, Cynthia Revels, an upstanding community member who worked professionally with disabled children. operated a family farm and her husband. In August 2013, she was directly intimidated with threats of guns, forced entries, and ultimately theft. By intimidation in the hands of the cartel of local gangs, but primarily by the assistant U.S. attorney. Let me just tell you what happened. Cynthia went across the street. The assistant U.S. attorney from Muskogee was there and said, "Hey, look, we think there's some problems with your farm operation. You've got the cattle, and we want them today. If you don't give them those cows today, we're going to come and get them by force." And this is all illegal because we have rights in Oklahoma. There are restructuring rights. There's due process. We have this Constitution thing that still applies. The other thing you need to know about agriculture is that when the government gives you a loan, they take a lien on everything you own. This is a problem. Just think about that in terms of agriculture. You've got what do we grow? How do we make our money in Oklahoma? We grow wheat. See all this wheat growing around here? They sell that wheat in June. Go to the elevator, get a check for $20,000. Whose name's on the check? It's going to be Cynthia Revels and FSA. That's her income for the year. That's it. That's her one check. Say it's $50,000, $100,000. She's got to take that check to the government office and say, "Hey, you know what? I really need to buy some insurance. I really need to buy some shoes. My kids need some food." And the government can say, "You know what? We don't think your prospects are very good. We're not going to give you any money this year." That's a problem. This is an issue. That's why we changed those laws many years ago. They're supposed to release those monies. They don't. So this cattle deal was about that. We've checked on your cattle. You're like 2 heads short. We think you must have stolen them. We want them today. And she said, "Go jump in the lake. I'm not doing it." And she went to work. So what they did was called Cecil, who was in his deathbed across the road. Said, "You better get over here because there's fixing to be something happening." And they got his permission to go take all the cows because he didn't want to go to jail. He'd done nothing wrong, but they went and got the cattle that day and basically put her out of business. Okay. So we fought that in federal court for 8 years. And eventually we lost, and they were going to take her out. And when they were just about to set the sheriff's sale up, they figured out, and somebody at their office figured it out, that they had overcharged her interest all these years. They put the wrong interest rate, and it made a huge difference, like $80,000 with the interest. It made her no longer delinquent. And we'd already gone through this foreclosure process. And she got one of these letters in 2020. "Hey, we're going to forgive this now. We're going to forgive it." And now she's being told, "No, we're not going to forgive it. You'll just have to file a discrimination claim against us and see if you get enough to pay it off." So that's what we're doing. In fact, we just filed it last week. It's tough. I mean, the fight is on here in Oklahoma because of all these folks. In the last 6 months, I've been to fight in these cases. I've been in Ouachita County. I've been in Johnson County, that's Waurika. I've been in McAllister. I've been in Oklahoma City federal court, and in Muskogee in the federal court over there fighting these cases, 5 or 6 of them, where they're actively trying to take these folks out, despite the promises here. Now, I will say that on a few of these, they have come through and fixed the problem, but you see where we're at on this, and it's just broken promises that are still broken, as far as I can tell. And we've just got to hustle and get some. I think we did 2 this week. I've got 38 more of these claims to file this before the end of the year. So I don't know. I just wanted to speak from the heart and tell you that's what's it. That's the fight right now, and it's on in Oklahoma. It'll affect people in this county. I know it is, because I'll be filing discrimination claims in Grady County, and I've got equally terrible tales. People come in and say, "You won't believe what happened to me over in this county." And I said, get in line. You're the 3rd one this week that I've heard this from. And so I'm the one that does believe it, and we'll stand up and try to do something about it. But hopefully these will work out. I know at least some of them have. And hopefully we'll get Cynthia taken care of one of the counties that didn't work. I think the other 2 counties will probably get some relief from. That's really all. I just want to speak from the heart and tell you this is what's going on. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them, because this is what's happening in this country, and I'm not sure you heard about it. I mean, go ahead.
Thank you for believing what is happening, and for being an amplifier, and for taking the time to educate us so that we can tell other people. You gave some statistics early on about 40% of the cases that are happening to this is in Oklahoma. And I mean, Oklahoma, we are the land of unfortunate statistics. When we have 27% of people who are on death row are in Oklahoma. 39% of those that deal with maternal death because of lack of care, Oklahoma. So many things. For me, I always say it's intentional. It's deliberate, and even the Constitution that's supposed to protect us is some of the things that is used to literally create more oppression. So my question is, if, like, when they offered the forgiveness of the loan, I'm equating that to when they're saying we're going to forgive student loans. Do you feel, and I hope I'm not getting you in trouble, but do you feel when you said that because of the clause that they left out, that was intentional?
No, and don't worry about getting me in trouble, because I'm always in trouble.
Okay.
That's where I live. But I distinguish the two, because Biden's announcement of student loan forgiveness, that was more of a fiat. That was just something, a campaign promise. American Rescue Plan was actually passed by Congress. This is a law. This is different. This is a different beast. And somebody stopped it because they somehow wrote out of the law that women weren't involved. And I questioned them at the time, said, "Why are you doing that? That's my clients. We can't forgive the women too while we're here." And I think it would have survived had they done it. I believe that the documents that signed, and I can share you a copy of it, that is a contract. The court in Texas, that's ruled that this was unconstitutional, said it wasn't. It was appealed to the Court of Federal Claims in Washington, D.C. They've said it's not. I'll direct your attention, if you want to look it up. National Black Farmers Association website is the one carrying the ball on that one. They've appealed that, I believe, to a federal court in Virginia. So this is still under appeal. And when we signed those documents and we waived our right to sue because you were going to forgive these debts, I felt like that was a contract. There's an offer, an acceptance, consideration. This is real. You can't say don't believe your lying eyes. This isn't a contract. No, this is a contract. And the first one of the government, some government aid is going to sue one of these people, and I'm going to waive that contract in their face and take it to federal court and say, no, you forgave this already. We've got a deal. It's right here. It's in writing. And then we're going to let a federal judge in Oklahoma City or Tulsa and Muskogee decide what this is, because I think they're wrong. Now, what they've done is shift the money over to this other pool of funds to give us an opportunity that maybe we can get paid under those rules, because you have to prove discrimination. That's a little different. And even in a white woman, and we're going to file claims for white women under this too. And so there's no 14th Amendment problem under that. Now, what I don't know is if I win these claims, are they just going to offset? You see, if I get $300,000 for Cynthia, are they just going to pay off her debt and say we're even? That may be what happens. And we got all kinds of tax consequences with all this. So I'll spend the rest of my legal profession, my life, fighting these cases. It's already there. There's too many of them. There's just one of me. So I hope that answers your question.
It did. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm not a lawyer hardly either. So this is going to be a real novice question because it just seems plumb wrong. Everything that you described, and that would, Sheri, that would be my deal too. Was this intentional? Because it looked like a planned action. And I know when the American Rescue Plan Act passed, I mean, that was just, I mean, I couldn't see how this could be just a simple oversight. And it almost, this could be a good movie, you know, it's almost like an intentional way of land taking, property taking. And, you know, it's like, do the feds really want to keep all of this property? Who's keeping it, or who's selling it, and who's benefiting from it? It's almost like this clandestine effort to take what people have worked and rightfully own, hold it, some governmental entity, and then sell it to someone else without any real regard to that individual who really is entitled to the property. I don't, maybe I'm wrong, but it just.
Well, I can follow up because it's more than just hypothetical. We've been through this for 30 some years. I've seen it. What if the property does go to a sale, it'll go to a marshal sales, it'll go to a sheriff's sale. It'll get sold on the courthouse steps over here. Government will bid on it. And for instance, the other Connie, the one in Poto, government got the land. They bid on it themselves and bought it. They got it.
And then what? Did what?
Well, now they can sell it to whom they choose.
For whatever price.
Thank you. Is that, you think that's not powerful? You've got, as what I'm saying, you've got individuals in these counties that determine who owns land. That's an issue. You know, and we don't know what criteria they're using to determine, okay, are we going to help you or we're not? The laws that came in when I came in with Warren said the government could forgive these debts. They had the power since the 80s to forgive these debts. These Connies were talking about when they walked in and said, hey, could you help us? The government could have said, you know, well, you're struggling. We'll just write this one off. They could have said that. Didn't do it, did they?
So maybe I've been watching too much Yellowstone or something. But are there, I'm just going to be direct. Do you think that there are individuals within government, bureaucrats, administrators, whomever, who run these processes, who know these systems, who personally benefit?
I know they do. So that's another element of it. Well, I mean, but carry it on. There's the people that are making these decisions later on go to work for banks that have what's called a guaranteed loan. You understand what I'm saying? So they cut their teeth working for the government. And then when they retire or 20 years in, they'll go to work for a big bank and they get a guaranteed loan. And the guarantee the government makes on ag loans is that if there's a loss, the government will pay the loss, okay? So that's almost like putting a target on your shirt if you're the farmer saying, sue me, because we'll take you out. So we'll make you a $2 million loan, we'll sell you out, we'll buy the property for $1 million at the sheriff's sale. We'll hire all the lawyers in Grady County, pay them $50,000. Guess who pays the loss when that happens? The taxpayers do, right? Then the bank gets the property, turns around and sells it. You with me? It's a problem. So if you're looking for motivation, why did this, it was done wrong. I told them the day it happened, and nobody asked me. They say, once you left the women off, this ship was going to sink. And it became real problematic. Now we've got all these farmers out here that are delinquent on their loans because they were told they weren't going to have to pay them back. Now what happens? What happens if there's a new administration? You think they're going to be sympathetic to this? Not so much. And they got more attorneys than Connie's got. Connie's got me, and she's paying me chicken, eggs, and okra. And I don't really pay the gas money to get to Muskogee very many times. So that's the fight that's on. Those are good questions. Anything else?
How do we become part of the vehicle to support the Connies, to help you? Because I heard you say it's just me.
Right now it is. I I mean, I don't know that I've given that too much thought. How do we do it? I know there's Black Farm Association. You've got a Black Farm Association here in Oklahoma that's working on some of these issues, but this gets pretty wild, and it's hard to explain this to laypersons exactly what's happening. We have a chance right now to file these claims and to make in one case right. I mean, what I found out, usually my clients, I can make it work for them. But I mean, if I can fix 40 of them, that's great. There's another 1,000 of them in Oklahoma.
I don't know that it would be as difficult as you think, because so many people are dealing with levels of systemic and historical oppression. Because when you started talking, I was like, oh, this sounds a little land rushy. This sounds a little Columbusy. This sounds, so I got it. I am a layperson on that.
Right.
And so I believe that there is always power in the people. And that we can tell the story, and collective power would be a force, I think, that would be beneficial for your clients, for yourself. And you may get to spend, like, your clients will get all of their Social Security, and you will be able to also, unless you want to, no shade, spend the rest of your life fighting for this. You might get to have some time where you can take a nap. That's all I'm saying.
I do. What we need more time. That's the first thing, because they originally set this deadline as October 31st, like this next week. And there's no way. It took me 6 weeks to do 6 of these claims. I mean, this is not something that's full time. And nobody paying me. Let's just go. I got another 35 or 40, and the phone rings every day. Hey, could you help me? Well, my incline is to say, yeah, let's go, let's do this. But hey, the calendar is going to move pretty quick. And a lot of these things traditionally have hit, seems like when USDA is involved, they'll come after us over Thanksgiving and Christmas. And the stories, I mean, I've had people walk into the Christmas party at the office and say, hey, they're taking me out tonight. What do you do? And we start typing up bankruptcy petitions to get something filed, like right now, right here. And it's always been that way. So we need more time. We need more help. Where that comes from, you tell me. So,
I mean, it's like a body feeding on itself, with first with Native Americans and other groups. Because Joe, you told me something. My God, it was 25 years ago. You said that, and forgive me, but you said that white farmers get loaned to death. Farmers of color and women, they get starved to death. In the end of it is both sides end up dead, land loss. And that's what we don't recognize, that commonality.
Mm-hmm.
So forgive me, Joe.
No, that's okay. Head in.
Forgive me if I'm wrong here, but wasn't it the basis of the Great Depression in Oklahoma during the Dust Bowl caused by farmers losing?
Yeah, by agricultural practices, it certainly was. When they plowed, all the fields up.
But they had lost all their farms to banks, right?
Many of them were lost.
I mean, I know the whole Dust Bowl itself was caused by the agricultural practices and digging up native grasses. I don't see that really happening again. But
we changed our practice. We changed the way we did it in Oklahoma, fundamentally. Other states didn't. We did.
Right.
We've been in worse droughts since the Dust Bowl.
I mean, it just had grapes of wrath, vibes.
It is. My family lived through it, just southwest there, and they kept their farm.
Half of them went to California. Half of them stayed here.
That's right. So we're used to this in Oklahoma. This is the battle. My grandparents went through all that.
Joey.
Thank you.
Yvita, yes. Yvita Fox Crider. She is a remarkable, remarkable woman. Come on up here, girl.
You don't have to play the video now.
Everyone, let's give her a round of applause. Welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, thank you for inviting me again. This is my second time speaking to the students here at USAL, so I appreciate being invited back to the first. I won't be long because I know we've had a full day and we're at the end of the day, but let me start for saying first, I want to acknowledge my wonderful team at Square One, Kris Steele, who was here and spoke earlier to you, in the Justice Lab at Columbia University. They are the reason that this work is being done. So I want to talk to you all about building a movement for change, building a movement for justice, and reimagining justice in Oklahoma, specifically pertaining to the Square One project that I've been working on for the last couple of years. So my hope is, after listening to the amazing speakers that we've had today and yesterday and tomorrow, that you all will walk away changed, challenged, and questioning some of the false narratives that you had about our fellow community members. As well, I hope that you are walk away with the belief that you can be a catalyst for change and inspired to maybe start your own movement or use your momentum and join it to another movement so we can make a better Oklahoma. So, let's get started. When I first started working on this project, actually before I started, someone asked me a question, and this is the question I'm going to pose to you all. Can you imagine a world, more specifically, can you imagine an Oklahoma without prisons? I love that. I love that. That is awesome. You are where I was not. So when I was asked that question, my thoughts were absolutely not. Like, that's absurd. It's like oxygen or air without oxygen or a world without gravity. We've always had prisons. This is how it is. It's how it's always going to be. We need prisons. But the more I thought about it, and the more I still grapple with that question, because I still grapple with that question, the more I realize it has to be a possibility, because we cannot continue down this road. We're going into the abyss. Change has to come. So again, can you imagine an Oklahoma without prisons? And you already answered me. You said yes. And for those of you that aren't sure, it's okay. Mull it over. You might be like me, right? Well, it's no secret that Oklahoma has an abysmal human rights record when it comes to our carceral system. We are in a mass incarceration crisis. In the Western world, we lead in incarceration. Within the 50 states, we're coming in third. When we isolate for women alone, we incarcerate twice as many women as the national average, right? And so this is not something that we should be proud of. Yes, over the last few years and even recently, we made some amazing strides and made some progress in the right direction. We fell from our top incarcerator to the third, right? We began funding alternatives to incarceration like diversion programs and mental health treatment. But recent rollbacks made under the progress made under State Question 780 show that we still favor a prison cell over treatment for individuals who suffer from low-level substance abuse issues. So our carceral system, or rather injustice system, is still extremely punitive and is marked by excessively long sentences, disproportionate rates of incarceration for communities of color, extreme gender bias, victimization of victims of domestic violence, right, inhumane treatment, death, and it perpetuates a generational cycle of incarceration and destruction for individuals and communities that come in contact with it. And yet, with the staggering number of people we incarcerate, according to our own crime statistics, we are no safer for it. So, going back to the initial question, can you imagine an Oklahoma without prisons? So for those of you that did not answer, I assume that you're like me. You never had to think about it, right? Like, it's just the status quo, right? After all, punishment and retribution have been the way things are. That is our status quo. We have not necessarily seen another model to approach justice. But what if there is another way to address harm and approach safety in our community? One that's restorative and healing rather than simply punitive and retributive. one that's preemptive rather than retroactive, one that does not perpetuate harm. Can you imagine that? What would justice look like for communities that have been historically over-policed, overrepresented in our prisons and our jails, have had resources divested from them, and suffered food insecurity? What could it look like for someone who struggled with addiction, mental health issues, or violence? Just what if our definitions of justice and safety are too narrow? So through the Square One project, we've sought to address all these questions and more, to reimagine a new vision for justice for our community, to rethink and question our responses to safety and harm. The premise is, what if we could go back to the beginning, back to square one, and ground our system in the values we claim to embrace? Redemption, grace, restoration, human dignity, kindness, accountability. And one that recognizes that justice doesn't just begin when there's a harm, but ensures that each member of our larger community, each of our neighbors, my neighbors, have what they need, not just to survive, but to be healthy and to thrive, to become their most excellent selves. One that embraces the idea that I am my brother's keeper. That's a thought that's lost lately, right? Just what if? So around the country, we've seen pockets of movements that towards a liberatory transformational justice that's taking steps to provide an alternative model to incarceration. This particular movement seeks to end state-sanctioned violence against communities of color and develop a paradigm for community safety where community members are responsible and accountable to one another for maintaining the safety and peace of their own neighborhoods without the obtrusive presence of law enforcement. This embraces the idea that, yes, I am responsible for my neighbor's well-being, and is built on relationship, human connection. It's like, I'm watching out for those people that are in the hospital coming, I'm praying for them. It's built on that. I know what's going on in your life. When you are sad, I'm going to sit with you in your sadness. When you're happy, I'm going to rejoice with you. When you need intervention, I'm there for you, right? So it's based off of community connection, accountability, and human decency. Of course, there's a learning curve, right? Whenever you're establishing another model of something, questions arise. And let's be real, to be real, it's not a new model. It's been here. It's been practiced for centuries, right? It just was not deemed a legitimate method of safety by the dominant culture or those who dominate our culture, right? But it's been practiced by indigenous communities and communities of color for centuries. Okay, so there is a precedent for a model that deviates from incarceration, right? That deviates from that status quo. All we have to do is we learn from it and adapt it to meet our community's needs. So over the last 2 years, we brought together an amazing group of people, youth and community elders, systems impacted, government leaders, faith leaders, movement and cultural leaders, educators, and leaders in our social services, each with their own differing opinions and perspectives. And we brought them together in closed-door conversations to learn together, to reckon with our historic injustices and current manifestations of injustices, and to develop a shared set of values, ideas, and strategies with which to reimagine our criminal legal system and our current community safety. And we grounded our work in a set of principles to guide our discussions, to guide the project as a whole, and to guide every decision that as a team we make, right? And so those values are truth-telling, power sharing, and human dignity. Without these, there's no justice and there's no movement for justice. So why truth-telling? Why do we choose that, right? If I cannot express to you the truth of my experience, then I can't build anything of substance with you. We have no trust and no integrity between us. Every foundation we lay will be shaky. We have to have folks that are willing to tell the truth about how they've been impacted or impaired by some action or lack of action. And likewise, as a community, we as a community have to be courageous enough to voice how we have harmed or played a part in our neighbor's harm through our negligence. A child with a high ACE score who winds up in prison later on in their life has been failed repeatedly over their lifetime, with the intervention only coming with an incarceration sentence. Where were we all those other times that they needed help? So we have to make room for truth-telling, Truth telling is healing. It allows me to bring my full self to the table and to work alongside someone else is bringing their full self, right? Each of us different with our own perspectives, but working together toward a common goal. Truth telling can also be painful and difficult. I remember early in my time teaching, I didn't teach very long, but my first year I had two little boys in my classroom, twins. I'll call them Luke and Kris. And they were a challenge to deal with, a challenge, especially for a novice teacher, right? Maybe not for an experienced teacher, but for a novice teacher, they were a challenge to deal with. They couldn't be more different, or at least so I thought, right? So this is what I was thinking in my head. They're completely different. Kris, he smiled often. He was playful. Yes, he caused trouble in class, but I had an endearment towards him, right? He smiled, Miss Fox. And I'm like, oh, okay. Luke, it was not the same situation. Luke didn't seem like he wanted to learn anything. He seemed angry. He seemed disinterested. And honestly, I didn't care much for Luke. It's just the truth. I found myself struggling to engage both of them, right? But soon I figured out why Kris was struggling. Kris was having trouble reading some of the material. So when I was able to fill that gap, he started to excel. We were able to build a positive relationship, and he excelled in academics. But for Luke, honestly, I had a bias, right? And so when I interacted with him, I didn't have the patience, I didn't have the empathy, right, to figure out what was his need. What is the key to unlock this child? In fact, and I'm ashamed to say it, but in fact, every time I looked at him, I thought to myself, this child doesn't want to learn. He's going to end up in prison. I never said that to him, but he probably could read it on my face. People tell me my face says everything, right? So he could probably feel it coming from me. So Luke continued, obviously, to be more increasingly disruptive, and I gave up on him. I asked the administration several times to take him out of my class. I didn't really care if he failed or not. I was like, this child isn't interested in learning. He doesn't want to learn. What? Who doesn't want to learn? I harmed this child through my negligence, and I failed him in so many ways. In hindsight, I realized that my bias and the false narrative going through my mind about him provided me an out for teaching him, an out for caring for him, for his well-being and his success. It provided me an escape and a reason to fail him. And until I confronted the truth that I harmed this child and I failed him, I wasn't going to be free in that sense, right? And I had always prided myself on being this, great teacher. Oh, I helped these students turn around their, scores, and they got mastery. And I just kind of swept Luke under the rug. I didn't talk about him. I almost threw him away. It's like he was never in my class, but he actually was, right? So admitting to myself and others the truth of the harm I caused to him has been deeply humbling, and it has not been easy. I hope somebody was able to fill the gap that I failed on and others failed on, and has provided an intervention for him, right? And has met the need that he actually had. But my time with him provided me a hard lesson of how not to see people. So, confront our uncomfortable realities, right? But without truth, there is no meaningful progress. Well, why power sharing? Why is that a value? And what does that mean? So during this project, we put our titles aside. One person's status can't override another person's status or lack of status, right? You're not governor this or doctor this, or you just are Joe or Mary, whatever your name is, right? Each voice at our round table carries equal weight. And we do this because it's often those with the less power in our society who are closest to the problem, and their voices need to be centered and prioritized when finding solutions. It's revolutionary, I know. But we also want to ensure that we're not perpetuating the same power dynamics that we're seeking to shift. And then the last one, human dignity, which I feel like is one of the most important. It's a value that we don't see much in our carceral system and in our community, and how we portray, how we see one another, or even how we speak of those that are impacted by our system. The language we use is powerful. It can devalue us, or it can lift us up. It can crush us, or it can Yeah, inspires. I can do something. I am somebody, right? It tells us in our society who has value and who doesn't. Terms like felon, convict, criminal strip away a person's humanity, dehumanizing them. I'm guilty of it until I started to learn better, right? It defines them with finality as somehow deficient. There's something inherently wrong with you. Let me throw you away, right? And it colors how we see them. It makes it easy for us to throw them away, lock them away in prisons, and you're not really one of our community members. No, you are a community member. This type of language is often used to spread fear, get bills passed, win elections, right? Exactly. In the Square One project, we prefer to use person first language. And part of the narrative that needs to be changed is how we see one another, how we see our fellow community members, and how we see our fellow community members who have been impacted by our system, right? Do we see a felon or a criminal, someone who's irredeemable, non redeemable, or do we see someone who is just like us, who may be us, right? So there is inherent value in each person, regardless of their journey in life. Our journeys do not define us. I am much more than the journey that I've walked on. Okay. And journeys go up and down, sideways, somewhere. So where you were yesterday may not be where you're going to be tomorrow. Okay. That's not your definition of who you are. None of us are expendable. There are no throwaway people. By our very nature, we are deserving of dignity because I believe we bear the image of our Creator, each and every one of us. We all have something of value to give. Each one of you has something of value to give. And if we keep it hidden, then we're holding it in and we're not sharing it with our community members, with our neighbor, with someone who may need it. And it is our community that suffers, right? So that's why I want to encourage all of you all today, students. A lot of y'all are in the field already, but for the students, I want to encourage you. You are the inheritors of tomorrow and the architects of the next generation's future. We need to hear your voice. We need your energy. We need your passion. We need you to we need it to keep moving forward. It takes all of us to make meaningful change. I told you at the beginning I was going to share a lesson that I learned while working on this project. I don't know if I told you that, but I meant to tell you that. And I've learned a lot of lessons. I'm still learning lessons. I'm still editing my language, editing the narratives in my head, tweaking my heart so that I manifest then or this, use that. So I'm still learning, I'm still growing, right? And I make a lot of mistakes, but I'm moving forward. But one thing I'll share with you is that you don't have to be an expert. You don't have to be impressive. You don't have to have a big name, none of that to make an impact. Okay. All you have to be is inspired, committed, and be yourself. When I first started working on this project and actually working on criminal justice reform, I actually knew nothing about it. All I knew was that Oklahoma had a criminal justice problem, right? That it was unjust. But I did have a deep desire. And for me as a person of faith, I had a deep conviction that justice was in the heart of God. It is in the heart of God. And it's time for justice in this state. And so I knew that I had to do whatever I could to help out. Okay. So I felt that responsibility. So I committed myself to learn, to get by those and talk to those who knew more than I did. I sought out Kris. Steele was at a conference and I sat down and had coffee with him and he gave me this download. I took a whole bunch of notes just learning, right? So I learned, I listened, I asked questions of people. I got proximate to people that I normally wouldn't get proximate to because of the narratives that had been going on in my head. I volunteered. And so even on that, I still don't consider myself an expert, but I do consider myself an advocate. And that's something we can all be, right? Each one of you can be a catalyst for change. As an advocate, an expert, impressive, whatever you choose to be, you can be an advocate for change. There's no age limit or age requirement to make an impact. So I say, start with what inspires you. What grabs your attention? What frustrates you? That's where you need to start. Don't let the thought of building a movement or being impressive or anything, don't let that paralyze you with inaction and fear, right? Just take the first step. All it is a tiny step of action. Every step makes a difference. And so I've asked you repeatedly if you could imagine an Oklahoma without prisons. Maybe you're not there yet. Maybe you never will be. But what kind of world do you actually want to live in? Maybe it's a world where justice looks vastly different from the one we have now. Maybe it's the type of world that we are reimagining at square one. But whatever it is, I hope it's that one. Whatever it is your responsibility. It's all of our responsibility to shape it. So in closing, I want to share a video from our last roundtable convening at the Square One Project earlier this year. So if you can go to that one slide, it's about 9 minutes long. Watch it. Hopefully it'll inspire you to come to the next one. Go down, 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 down. There it is, right there. Yep. Oh, no sound. Yep.
Square One project is really at its core about reimagining justice and how we can bring together diverse groups of people to think creatively about how we create thriving communities and address the punitive criminal legal system.
We're going to be challenged over the next couple of days to reimagine a different kind of justice.
In order for me to want change, I have to be willing to change myself and my way of thinking, how I receive information, how I process it.
We truly can't discuss what's happening current day with our criminal legal system without unpacking the history of Oklahoma. The 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre, as a descendant, myself of a survivor, history is the gateway to truth. And if we don't educate, we're bound and doomed to repeat it.
We are still dealing with the continued harm that our ancestors and that our loved ones dealt with decades ago.
Oklahoma has one of the worst human rights records in terms of incarceration.
There is no way you can convince me that the people who live in our state are somehow more criminogenic, and yet we tend to take a very reactive, punitive approach that's based on retribution rather than reconciliation and redemption and healing.
We have the highest rate for parental incarceration in the nation. As children of incarcerated parents, we're 7 times more likely to become incarcerated ourselves.
Tired of living in a state that consistently ranks among the bottom in human welfare.
So often our systems of punishment are very violent, put people in environments where they are exposed to more harm, where they are often traumatized, destabilizing the very systems that can truly promote safe and healthy and happy communities.
Native experience is so different and complex. And what I began to think about was the violence of having children removed from the homes, the federal policies of dismantling Indian families. Those policies are a thread that run through our communities, that run through our generations.
Real policies of kill the Indian, save the man. People say, like, don't take it personal in work, but it is personal.
You need to make it personal to make a difference.
Because the process was not created for justice, the process was created to have the illusion of justice.
America has been great for some, but not great for all. The ones that make the laws be the ones that break the laws. They commit the crimes, we the ones that take the fall. Julius Jones should be home. Governor Stitt, make the call.
When we talk about exceptional violence and systems, Julius Jones is the prototype. Julius had his last meal. His mom and his daddy had a last visit. Violence. And they waited till 4 hours before his scheduled execution to call it off. That's how determined Oklahoma was to kill this man.
We call ourselves the buckle of the Bible Belt, and yet we are more eager to kill people that we have deemed as doing something wrong than almost any place in the world.
I think we have to talk about the theological roots that are here that cause us to believe and then build the systems that we have today.
Faith is very important to Oklahoma, and yet when it comes to creating systems for services intended to help people. Those systems and those decisions are often mean-spirited. The result is oppression, inequality, bias, and harm.
The United States has quite a unique problem with its criminal legal system. It started as a way to control formerly enslaved people with slave patrols. And that root, that foundation has kind of crept its way through the entire machinery that we've built today.
That has created historical distrust for the system and for policing in general.
African Americans make up 8% of the Oklahoma population, but we make up anywhere from 25 to 35% of the incarcerated individuals in DOC.
Inhumane conditions within our prisons and jails. I see unequal sentencing and unequal policing.
Knowing folks are going to come out of the system going back to the same conditions that was arguably the catalyst for them going into the system in the first place. Yeah, our state has chosen to focus on punishment under the guise that it creates more safety and accountability.
We continue to push these large charges on people and large sentences is because there's a fear of harm. If we prevent and end poverty, that will solve a lot of these issues.
The media, TV, perpetuate narratives that equates public safety or safety with policing. For Black folks, every time they see the red and blue lights in the mirror, do they feel safe?
People have to feel safe. And if people don't feel safe, whether they're safe or not, we have not achieved justice.
The point of a state or a city or a town is to allow it to flourish. So how can it flourish if the participants are being judged on something they did like me? I did what I did when I was 16 years old, but I'm still dealing with those issues, and I'm 42 now.
It starts with the children because the children grow up to be adults. Interacting with our children and providing a village and a community for our children where they feel safe and where they actually have a chance. But we need to have preventive programs to prevent our children from ever entering the system at all.
How can we say that our values are acts of service, honor, and kindness when your zip code determines what type of education you get?
Justice-involved community in Oklahoma probably exceeds half of the Oklahoma population, and yet we can't impact or effect change in Oklahoma because the largest majority of people in the state capital are the ones that are making the decisions.
We, the people in the state of Oklahoma, do not often hold our Oklahoma leaders accountable.
We can't just think about the system itself. We also have to think about the broader societal and cultural context in which it operates, because it's just the point of the spear of an entire system that is failing to recognize the humanity and value of every single person.
It is time to call into account the moral fabric of this country. And are we moving into the direction of who we have said we want to be?
I think a reimagination of the criminal legal system starts with a focus on social services and social infrastructure.
We have to address issues of race, class, and mental health.
Getting to prevention, getting to wraparound services before you have a legal problem.
I don't think we're going to make changes with policy. We're going to make changes through people.
That is on all of us to continue to push people who are at the table today and people who aren't at the table. That there is a growing majority of people who believe that we need transformational change to our criminal legal system.
When it comes to talking about criminal justice, it's measured in people's lives. It's measured in fewer people being in a prison cell. It's measured in fewer people experiencing violence. Every step we take, no matter how small for the person that you're helping, can be everything.
Knowledge without action is just simply a daydream. We have to translate that knowledge into action and simply say, I'm going to advocate and use my privilege, use my voice to help my neighbor, because nobody's free until we're all free.
I want to be known for something like positive. I want people to continue to come visit Oklahoma. And we have a lot of great history, but it's also, there's a lot of sobering moments, a lot of sad moments.
Oklahoma has a long way to go. It is not going to be easy. You have those people who are in power who are going to say no. You have those people who are not in power who are going to say no. And so you have to be willing to fight for what you believe in.
Yes, we have challenges, but we also have opportunities. And I'm really grateful to be a part of Square One. And I'm hopeful that we can, if not get to accomplish all that we reimagine, that these are building blocks that we can continue to build upon.
So thank you. That was it was a powerful convening, and we're expecting the next one to just be as powerful. It's in November. I invite you all to come. We need you there, to be there and to participate in whatever way you can. The kickoff will be at the Citizen Potawatomi Heritage Center in Shawnee on November 29th, and the actual roundtable convening will be on November 30th and December 1st at the Chickasaw Community Center in Oklahoma City. As well, we are also inviting people to give a submission on reimagining justice. So we have some topics that we're talking on the discussion table, and so you can write on one of those topics, and the submission that's chosen will receive a $500 award. So I hope you all take it seriously to come and reimagine with us, to build bridges across this land. I look forward to working with any of who will. So thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. If you have any questions. Thought you had a question. Any questions? No questions?
Did a great job.
All right. Wow. Yes.
So after the conference, after the convening, what happens next? Or what's happened between the last one and this one, and what's anticipated?
So between the last one and this one, we've been having the closed door conversations with the people that are part of our stakeholder groups. After this one, and this is the wonderful thing about being a part of a movement, it's not just on you to carry the cause, to make change, right? You have other people and other organizations that are working towards it. You don't have to be in competition. You're not in competition. It's like a symphony. Every instrument has its part. So after Square One exits the scene, sadly, there's other organizations that are working towards change. Narrative Initiative, and they'll be speaking a bit at the conference as well. There's organizations in our community, and so we're highlighting those organizations that are along the same theme, that have a common goal, but maybe a different slant to it, or work in a different area. And so that's the thing. You get around people that are like-minded, who are willing to do the work, same work, but maybe in a different way. We all don't have to agree on how it's done. We just have to know that there is a common goal that we're working towards. So when Square One leaves, there's other groups that'll be picking up. Narrative Initiative, they're doing a wonderful work on trying to change the narrative of how we see and talk about each other. And so you'll hear a little bit about that actually at the convening if you come.
Yvita.
Yes, sir.
Amazing, beautiful, smart, incredible, inspirational Yvita. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
It's my code.
I want to, you did a great job. I want to ask, I hear that you and the Square One Initiative conversations with women who are actually currently residing at Mabel Bassett Correctional Center.
Absolutely.
I also hear that part of the next convening will center their perspective and their voices in relation to creating a new vision for justice in Oklahoma. Could you speak to us a little bit about the importance of leading and centering the voices of those closest to the pain with those who currently have power?
Yeah, I think it would be, thank you for that, Kris, and for pointing that out. I think it'd be really hypocritical to not include the voices of people that are being held hostage, right, behind the walls of a prison. When we're talking about reforming, right, changing the system, and developing new ways or new methods of safety, approaching safety and harm, and people that are being imprisoned because they've been said, oh, you harmed someone, right, or you are unsafe, right? We need to have the input. How, right? We need them to help to, like I said before, to develop the solution. We need to hear their voices. Otherwise, we're being tone deaf. If we just listening to ourselves and we're not actually listening to the people that are most impacted, then you're also missing the mark, right? And so if they can't come to us, we want to come to them. And so if if DLC allows us, we will be having part of our convening the morning before our kickoff there at Mabel Bassett. And we're going to listen to the dreams, the visions. We're going to listen to anything that they want to say. These women have a voice. They are not voiceless. People are just not listening. And so we're going to bring the mics to them so people can listen, right? And so that, I hear it all the time, oh, I want to speak for the voices. Well, they actually have a voice. And sometimes you have to jump over the wall or break through the wall to get to their voice, but they're speaking. And so we have to hear it. Thank you, Kris. Yes.
So I'm going to step out here on a limb and, oh, there you go. I thought my voice was loud enough. I'm going to step out on a limb and say, as a Muslim chaplain, you know, I walk the yards. I get to talk to people face to face. Their voices are not heard. They are usually not included in the conversations. There are places where we just recently had a leadership conference where some of the women that wear hijabs were intentionally excluded from these conversations. And so I would like for our conversations to be very intentional about not only you being your authentic self, but you being your authentic non-Christian self.
Absolutely.
So I'm not surprised that she said, because that's what I was getting ready to say. And she said, as a Muslim chaplain, but Deborah is the only Muslim chaplain in the state of Oklahoma that offers service and ministry to those within the carceral systems. And that is from county level all the way up to federal.
Wow.
She is the only one that does this. I have the distinct privilege and honor to work with her as another one of the chaplains, which I'm representative of the LGBTQIA communities, the veteran communities, and underrepresented communities within. And so I am excited about going into Mabel Bassett, but I am eagerly as passionate about trying to find ways. I don't really think we should have to try to figure out how to go over the wall. As the people, we're the ones that really are funding these systems. So there should be a collective voice about, I don't want to crawl over the wall, open the door.
Yeah.
For us to be able to get to our people. So I want us to be inclusive, because the women at Mabel Bassett are not the only voices that are intentionally and deliberately silenced.
Absolutely.
The DLC is starting a new program, which I was one of the first ones that said I'm really interested in, and we volunteer our time to do this. We're volunteer chaplains to go in. One, I don't want to be beholden to DLC. Two, my mission is to serve those within, because they are my family, they are my friends, they are my neighbors. So a program like this, I think would help tear down the walls. And when we talk about, can we see Oklahoma without prisons? If you cannot, are you able to, as you said, can we read? I detest, but this is just me personally, I don't like the word prison. When I'm speaking to those within those systems, and they refer to themselves as inmates and convicts, and I'll say, why can't we just be people? Because that is literally how I am able to see you. And I look at the person. There are 4 people within 4 facilities in Oklahoma that have taken 4 members of my family. That I have to literally engage with. And so sometimes that is a stretch. I've had moments where I didn't necessarily feel like to go, but even those persons deserve to have a voice. And if humanity and society had been different than what you said about if provisions had been made, they would not have taken some of the actions that they did that led them to the places where they are intentionally dehumanized. So I'm hoping that with Square One and with the work that we're all trying to do, we don't kind of create the idea of, is what I was trying to say, is a lot of times when we're talking to our friends that are there, they'll say, well, they really only focus on Mabel Bassett, or they really only focus on this one. And I said, well, that's where it's kind of like where we have to start. And they said, why didn't anybody ever start here? Why haven't I ever felt valued here? And it seems like all of the money is put into that of Mabel Bassett, that of Joseph Harp. And those are the ones that they make pristine for presentation. And the other people are neglected.
I wholeheartedly agree. And I've also thought, man, it's only Mabel Bassett. If we could, to every prison, or we would, that's where the connection is, and that's where we've been kind of chipping away at the block, and not just us but other organizations that they've allowed. And that's who knows next year, who knows what happens in a month or 2 months. One thing we are trying to do is that call to writing, last time we did this, and it was the writings that actually the justice team actually picks them. The writings that were chosen that were phenomenal, and there was even one or two that were published, were from people that were living behind in cell walls, right? And so that's another way to get their voice out into the public, right? So people are reading like, this is how this is affecting me, right? This is what I'm going through in here. I know there's a lot of limitations, like even on what you can write. So the fact that they were actually able to write something and actually get published, that's huge, because there's been a lot of blocks up. But yes, I wish I had known you before, because I would have been like,
I believe in appointed destinations.
Yes.
I don't believe in happenstance.
Yep.
But I do want to give a shout out to Mabel Bassett, because I will say, out of all of the wardens, Mabel Bassett's warden has been the
Yes.
only one to
Yes.
say,
Yep.
you are Muslim.
Yeah.
You have the Muslim lens. Come and teach this entire yard, how we function. What are the needs?
Yeah.
Let's not punish women for not wearing their hijabs the way you think they should. You don't get to tell me how to put my clothes on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Right.
a big girl,
Right.
and kudos to her for
Yeah.
seeing women, seeing the residents as people of faith. And she doesn't call out one faith. I mean, I got to sit with her for a few minutes, and I was just so honored and impressed. But literally, she is the only warden that has said, come and teach us. Ramadan is coming. Tell me what to do.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to her.
She's been phenomenal. We had a part of one of the events we held throughout the year was at Mabel Bassett, but it was only because she made it happen, right? And Kris, yeah, obviously, but his connection with her. Yes. Yes. And that was powerful. I mean, you had people that maybe had never stepped into a prison before, right? That were there and that were hearing like what these women had gone through, how they felt, their stories, and that they had hope, and that, they were hopeful, right? And they were impacted. And so it's like, okay, well, we need to hear your voices more. And so how can we, if you can't come out to give us your story, to share how it's impacting you, then we'll come to you if they allow us, right? All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for your comments.
Oh, well, I really don't need anything. Oh, yes. This closes out our second day. Thank you all for coming, for sharing, and providing a map to try to deal with the problems affecting our nation, whether it is systemic problems with agriculture, the injustice system, that's how I'm going to call it, dealing with issues of, really we're talking what about the Constitution itself and how we understand it. So heavy stuff, but tools for learning. So thank you. Thank you very much.
They're like, bye. Take your piece and pick it up. Yeah. President. Thank you so much. Thank you for being such an important we were actually Tonnia and I actually yes. The same floor, the same dormitory 4 years ago. It's been 40 years for me. Yes, that's I remember you. Yeah. Yeah. What an distinction. It should not be. people have to say and feel like there has to be some initial, I know Justice Garber, it's got to be some initial, I feel like some kind of initial rapport. It's a I can't talk to. Yeah. There's lots of things. I think there are some things that are so universal and just into us. They make us learn and they can't control. I think it just takes me longer. Here's something, I may have been right, but there may be something that inclines me to be here.
She did help. The ones that I'm reading, you were there, and once you know, I wrote you.
I'm being back and say sorry. Like you knew from the beginning, and if you don't learn it. Yeah, that's true. You're right. I'm thinking not like overseas. Really places where they are basically indoctrinated with violence, and that is what is what we call evil. It's good. That's right. That's weakness. That's weakness. But no, you're right.
There's people outside the house, and the problem's not one.
Oppressive. And in those cases, in those cases, if somebody has to be. That's right. Right.
Stay touched.
I met a conference the other day.
Back at it.
She was pretty much wanting, she made her choice. But she was saying, as a business owner, she has to think about changing aspects of it. You don't know what they did. You don't know what they did. You don't know where their trauma is. And so you can't just assume, like, you know, because they think the truth about you. So it's not the same, but it's a similar concept of like, you can't make an assumption of where people are. Okay, yes, I have her here. Yeah, come to the round table. It'll be live stream too, so if you're not going to be there, it'll be live stream. Okay, awesome. I think you did. I don't know if you did it or not. If you did it, I don't know it. I don't know if you did. I think you did. For what? No, that's what I'm saying. That, so Kayla's taking care of that. So I'm CC'd on it because she's Yes. So, no, you did. I think you're good. I'll check the form, so I'll check them to see and make sure you have everything you need. If not, I'll be the one that reach out to you. Don't worry, I'll reach out to you. There's part of it okay. Okay. So let me. I'll Stop. We do too. No, we do. You talking? I was like, yeah. Thank you so much. You guys just each other's well, yeah. Kris was so yeah, had to know all that first before we got it. Was that okay? I feel like I've learned something about you. Things you've been in charge of. I can hardly be in charge of me. I mean, you know, I'm just kind of out there. Just, that's fine. I don't need to pay for over so I know. I want to get maybe sit down and I want to one of the realize the legal to get it's too cold. So we're still doing it, but I'm going to So 2-4 will be live streaming about Medicaid. We're doing what you need to do now. I didn't know about this. Giving us more accessibility. I registered today. I hope I get. I just got a and this is my senior year. I mean, even if you're not researching stuff like this course you're going to do, we'll be there. And I'm also trying to figure out where my students I'm a freshman grade, you will taste, and I just need to start with you. Oh, I don't know. I don't have to think about
I like it. I'm 35. I'm not my wife might not. That's what I do. She at my house. That's a long story. That she had knee surgery and she came to my house and I took good care of her for about a month. And maybe 6 weeks, maybe longer. She told me the other day, that was the day she said, you gonna cook it for you? I said, no, well, get back on your own. I said, back to my you can drive your car, everything. So you're on your own. Oh, I love it. Oh, what a great organization. I took 2 months.
David Blatt hired you?
No.
Oh, it was just right, okay.
After we were there. And I put some music in that. So I was at Holladay, this is, they became, this is a long time, so the thing, so we laughed about it now. Yeah, most of my stuff is well respected.
She and I she was in my office and we were kids. I wanted to hear about this conference. Something had been and I started and then it's when you said the pigtails. Tonnia! I remember your yes, I do. Country come to town. That's what we said in Arkansas. Wow. Next, like, what you already and I think it was all like the building was in this place. Sort of brought it all together. It just felt like I was crazy. I don't know. Yeah. I was having a conversation with somebody and said something about George Harrison. I just walked away. There's no, I cannot just walk away. We're still on for dinner. I'm going to go check, make sure it's set up. Oh, dinner's at 5:30. Okay. I'm going to run back. Yeah. Just get going around this franchise card. I'll be there, but I'm pretty much around the
Police travel program. This was just while I was sitting through there. I'm like, thank you. What's your name? I remember it on the thing. This person is like the first one, but that was resolved. But he said the other person, sentence was, I want you to promise me that you won't hurt me. And I never not know but I need somebody who can say, I'll do all the work. I just need to and I have many of those two and some others that become very dear family. And a couple of them I want them involved in what we're doing because they're the so they get to tell us how to help them and everyone else. Right. Well, it's I'm sure we'll see each other. Thank you so much. I feel relieved. You did. I was like, I am going to plagiarize. Yes. Yes, that's right. You know that, but you're talking about that. That's oh wow. So they know you trust you. Yeah, that's great. That's good. And then we someone is doing that. This is your call. This really don't type of what we thought we were going to be doing, right? Because it's become much more administrative than logistical. Never felt fear, your head They don't let us off. Right. So we, I said, but for those couple of hours, it is very, it's reciprocal. And they have, so much more to me than I did. I love getting these. And I even connected with time. So
So let me say this. I have taken a step back when I was doing this.
Really establish yourself.
When I did that, I was surprised because I was so drained that it's like, don't check on me. Like, I love y'all, but I just can't. I need time to be.
but I have a clarification.
I knew it was coming. Maybe that's too. Some of us probably might try to speak in my life. It was like, it's so safe. You need something, but sometimes you take care of yourself. So I took a step back. And so, like, there's so much going on. My phone was blowing up. And I'm like, I just want to do nothing. I don't even want to talk to my husband. I just want to do nothing. You know, like, I just need to be filled back up and let them fill me back up and energize me. Because you can't, exactly.
I would say this, your flow is
Thank you.
right.
Thank you.
Because I remember when you first started and there was all that. And I was like,
Something ain't right.
that's it.
It was hard. Because I mean,
No, but you talking down the hill, but there. And I was saying that because I knew that you were ready to be. So I was very proud. And grateful, and I understood. So I was team you.
This is such a great thing. Like the day you are. I mean, you created such great spaces. This is a great space. But I mean, I even remember cussing at people. My son has been dead today, and these people will call you and tell you to come to work, and she was like, "Oh no, pick up that phone.
Oh no. Yes. I mean, no, you on them. Shame on them. Are you kidding me?
When I was in the hospital,
Wow.
people who, I didn't, when the nurses were coming and everything, I knew that was ordained.
Right.
I wasn't complaining about that, and it really was helpful for me. Because I'm like, okay, this is a city, I'm still, right. Even in this moment, I'm still.
Right.
But people who come to me and have stuff, and
Yes.
let's be able
Like,
to.
you don't call me any other time. It's that when you want something and you want me to pay to come to your stuff. Like, you didn't come check on me when I was in, you did nothing.
Don't use my organization for legitimacy and validation for what you are doing because you don't want to do the work. And I told myself, I can't do it because I'm in the hospital.
It's great to see that. I'm going to be here tonight. I'll find out where I'm supposed to be next. I'm going to do something before tonight.
He doesn't.
But I have no idea where. I think I'm late, so I'm going to go figure that out.
I'm probably two.
I am. Are you?
Yes, and I don't know either.
Okay, that makes me super happy. Great.
So we don't know together.
Okay.
We will figure it out where to go.
Okay. Beautiful.
Because I was like,
Well, thanks for coming. Chris, you I was like, who's that young whippersnapper coming up in here?
You know, I was looking for a husband. That's why I walked in. I was like, look at man. His wife would beat my butt.
Flattery will be
everywhere. My dad before they, had all of these rules on sexual harassment. My dad said it had to go to harass his words. It will not be recorded, but it will be great. I was like, you are going to get in so much trouble.
All right, I gotta prepare to leave the country, so
that's it. All right. Hey, how was the ATF policy?
it was great. There were a lot of people there. I was at that first session.
You need to go tomorrow. You need to be there.
You know what? I need to pack to go to Trinity. I'm gonna get
Yes, you
I
do.
don't need anything. I need to.
But
Girl, buy it
you don't
all
have
when
to
you get
pack
there.
a lot.
That's why I live in don't pack a whole lot. That's my thing.
So I got to call Catherine before this dinner, but I just want to tell you, you were fantastic. And I hope you have the best dinner.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Take a nap. Take a nap.
Yeah, I'm taking a nap.
Take the advice. Yeah. All
Yes.
that.
Swim with the stingrays.
I don't have to
Literally.
Yes.
But I can tell you, naps, but you don't need to pack a whole lot. I am an acute overpacker.
Me too.
She is. She is.
They
Oh, I went to Dubai I was in the Middle East for 14 days and took a carry-on.
Oh no.
And I don't understand. I did not
I still
understand.
think I used to live in Europe. I'm one of these people. I'm tired of European that small, but I had the big American size suitcase walking through the street. I don't care. I had all my stuff.
What Kris has is literally
What she took
Oh,
for
my
14
God.
days. But I can tell you, with my carry-on and one other small bag, because I've gone to the Caribbean a couple times, and I started off with the big trip.
Yeah.
2 swimsuits, 1 pair of underwear. Don't even wear a bra.
Maybe 3.
I can get down with that one.
Right?
Be comfortable.
Noted.
Perfect.
Yes, parents
Yeah,
buy a
swimsuits.
Okay.
And if you find a travel size mosquito repellent,
Okay. Yes.
they did not tell me.
Oh, that's good to know.
It's one that they will let you take with you. I mean, it's like $30 over there.
We took that African.
And packing you have to. But that was the one thing that I always know when I eat the rest of the stuff.
Okay, I'm back. All right. My mother-in-law keeps texting me, did you get this? Did you do this? Did you do that? I'm like, oh, no, I'm gonna say it to your mom. I'm like, this ain't to your mom.
Thank you. Who would have thought of that? Thank you so much. Yes.
I'm working on it.
But I'm glad
That's all you need to say.
I'm glad she got you. Because, like, when you are giving people in your life that are like, hang up the phone.
Yeah, and I am. And if you call me at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to
You know, talk to you.
Now, I am not
Today.
And more than one. I had a guy the other day, I had a really interesting conversation with a friend of mine. Michael Ball, if you want to say it, that's smart, smart about it. And we were talking about, you not really want to say it. And I didn't point it out to him, and I was just about to say, dude, oh my God. I don't know what got me started down that road. I'm cleaning my land because it's over. And then I sit back up and all of a sudden. My lands were dirty, that's why. So I started out, I'm looking at it, I'm like, that's why I turned around. Get that, lean on my shore real fast. And by the time I turn around, she starts swimming. She's getting there. Well, they do have some semblance of coffee.
we'll probably just do it there before we start.
Yes.
Yeah, well, up there is. It's gonna be something special. It's really gonna be great.